definitely can. And what about those B plays, Pup? What is so enticing for Inner Circle that they keep pushing into that B side, trying to take it over? We haven't really seen a proper split into it and just taking it over by assault. What is the indication that that is the place where they can capitalize the faster and the more efficient?
I don't know. If I'm going to be completely honest, I have no idea why they keep going towards that B site. It must be something about their plan, or it could be something about, you know, getting over that hurdle, and that can open up something more. But it is a mid-swing this time around, and RD and Zhao, awkward spray. Onyx wins that one. Captain Kirka finds one, but there's Doc, keeps spraying, and that's a second kill through the smoke. Onyx, you might get a chance here. Oh, he turns around. Head trick. Oh, the timing is good. Gets into ladder room. Things do calm down here for a second. A very chaotic mid-take. They have that under control, but yet to make it into a site, to get the bomb on the bomb site. Max Score chooses a different approach. Very good position from Doc, mind you.
Oh yeah.
He has the site under lock and key at this point. So Inner Circle, are they going to default back to what they kept doing over and over and over again? Koala's still alive. He's 17-5, Senna. And what a nasty angle from Max Score to find a kill there onto Onyx. And guess what? That's going to push them into the B site. And the Demon of Sharks is waiting, but Head Trick slays the Demon.
Hold on a second.
Low HP Doc. Max Score already on the premises. Nate, half HP for Head Trick. That doesn't really matter for the Opper. Although, zero fix, there's the kill. And
where
it's
is Doc though?
1 versus 2. AK in hand. It does come down to timing. And the position is very good here, but Doc finds the headshot. It's a 1v1.
Oh no.
Oh my god, he has the angle there, the volley. Oh, he wouldn't have touched him. He goes for the defuse again. Zero fix will clutch it. But that was so close. He could have stuck the defuse there. What a close round. But it is an 8-4. At the end of the day, could it have been more for Inner Circle? That's for sure. They could have gotten more there, but they really defaulted a lot towards that B side, which was an interesting thing to say the least. But it is an 8-4 first half. What can Inner Circle do here? Can they start mounting up a comeback on the CT side? We'll find out in a sec. 3v4 favoring Sharks. Inner circle, they really focused so much on that B play, and it didn't really pan out all that often.
Yeah, 3 rounds apart from that pistol that was going on onto the A side is definitely something coming now onto a more defensive side, onto the CT side. Let's see how that is going to pan out and what have Sharks cooked up for us from the beginning of this aggression.
Obviously, Sharks, they were very present in their plays on the CT side, right? We did see Koala quite often push into the B apartments. They did get a push into ramp as well, and they shut down the play there. But Onyx starts off this piss around with the headshot onto RD and Zhao. Doc will find 2, as that swings the advantage in the direction of Sharks. And guess what? B is open for business, and the bomb has been planted. Inner circle. They need to come in for the retake here. It's a 3v4. It's not impossible, but they do not have a defuse kit. So they're going to need to get a move on if they want to have a chance at winning this round. Head trick. Start swinging in. There's max score with a single bullet out of the P250. And that prompts the save. Zero Fix will take down Doc, but it doesn't really matter. And that is going to be the piss around in the back. Max score to find Captain Kirka as well. And oh, Koala gets the final kill. They're not going to survive. No saved armors, nothing. That's still going to be a force buy. Well then, inner circle. You know, getting some things here, having something to fight is good. Obviously, they're on the CT side. You're gonna have to wait for the T's to get to you, and then if it's a close range duel, then everything there can work out and hang on. Apart from Onyx, everyone is on this A side. Captain Kirka finds Koala. They're gonna swing into Palace, and they're gonna clear that angle. Dowie though, close by. Oh, that was awkward. Doc with a double kill. There's Gafolo finding 1, but Doc now, he's in a clutch situation, a 1 versus 2, and he's gonna take it to a 1 versus 1 against Onyx. But he has plenty of time to do whatever he wants, and he is booking it. He's not waiting for a second, because he spotted 4 players he took down. Well, the majority of those players on that A side, and he just wants to get out of there and get into the B site.
This is so interesting. He had one direction after all that shooting, just going over to the B side, planting the bomb. He's not even worried about Onyx being in the proximity of this B side. He takes the perfect position for the plant as well, and now it's all about Onyx. He does have a full armor, but is that 5-7 with its armor penetration going to be enough for those 42 points of health that Doc has right now? Oh, this is going to be dangerous. You cannot find him like this. The whole defuse is going to go forward. Those full seconds and full defuse is going to go on. Does he know? Does he realize? No, he doesn't.
Well, that's certainly a way to win a round, or certainly a way to lose a round, I guess. Because sure, there's an angle that you can stop the bomb being defused from there. But if it's on the other side, well, can't really do anything about it. You're going to have to jump down and fight. And he was actually very close to being out of bullets. He ran out of bullets as he sprayed in.
But you know, I was telling you that whenever the CTs are forcing after losing their pistols, almost every time, the enemies are pushing into their stack. So the investment made to work, and Onyx, what a finisher.
Now the thing is that when those teams last played, it was 9-3 first half favoring Sharks, and that's from that point it went all the way to overtime. This time it was an 8-4. They won the pistol but lost the force buy, or against the force buy, because now they're the ones forcing up. Spray down from Dowie, not clean, but he gets the job done. It's Gafolo eliminated, but he can call from the grave now. Max score taken down by Zero Fix as well. And you would expect with the Tech-9s to have a fast play, but that was not the case. Zero Fix He's there to answer with the double head trick. Takes down Ardian Zhao. And Koala's the last one standing. Good shot onto Onyx. I'm assuming we're going to get to see Koala towards B apartments in every single of those rounds. Obviously, he's the B anchor. You're going to want him into B apartments to just put pressure on the enemy team. Zero Fix gets that kill, and that is the 6th round on the board for Inner Circle. You know, it was an 8-4, turns into a 9-4, and he looks like it's a fair way away from tying up the game. Well, 9-6 doesn't really seem all that different now, does it? It's only 3 rounds between those two teams.
No, it's not bad at all. Just checking a little bit the scoreboard because we have to as well. And what you notice, first of all, at least for me, is on the side of Inner Circle Esports, Dowie that has been a beast yesterday, right? Carrying almost every map that he has been a part of. Now having a little rough day at the office. You have those, but it is most important that one of your teammates takes the spotlight. And in this case, there's not really somebody taking the spotlight, but they're working their way towards that. We can already see Zero Fix has a stable impact, both on the T side and now on the CT side. However, if I look over at Sharks, I only see a different kind of Shark, a Koala having 19 kills already.
He's not the only one. The Doctor in as well, 19 and 10 for Doc. I mean, some very good individual performances from the two, but I think in this one, they're not going to outshine on the side of Inner Circle. It's just Glocks, you know. We won't count them out, obviously. We've seen rounds, I want to say one with even less than this, but it's basically, you cannot have less than this without not having a pistol. Oh, Dowie.
Okay.
10 HP, but he's still alive. Head trick. He's ready for those eco kills, as is Zero Fix. They're going to swing into them, and Onyx finds the kill onto Doc. There's Inner Circle with their 7th. As we do get ourselves into a buy round here, I do have a couple of quick questions for the crowd here. Do you guys think that Inner Circle have got this? Okay, but do you think that Sharks can take it all the way?
Pretty one-sided affair.
We got favorites. You know, we do have favorites for the crowd. Let's see if they can do it, because now it is the buy round of Sharks.
And who said that just because we are in this part of Europe, we are going to have a lot of fans for Inner Circle, right? I mean, Sharks coming all the way from South America. Yep. They have more fans here. That is a little bit interesting.
That is something that, you know, Heku was saying, that Brazilians are going to have fans anywhere, everywhere.
I mean, they've opened up the world with their football, and now...
Yeah, with their Counter-Strike as well. See if they're going to open up this round, though, because they are looking for a push into the site. Captain Kirka. Found there by Ardian Zhao. Great flash, and that is the site empty. Although, behind those smokes, there's a lot of members from Inner Circle getting ready to come in for the retake, and it's a 5v4, but they are missing a little bit of util. They do have some mollies to use. Oh, Zero Fix, was he spotted there? I don't know if he was spotted, but Gafolo in the meantime takes down Head Trick. Onyx getting up on top of Ticket Booth. Doc taken down by Zero Fix from Khan. Zero Fix looking for another kill, but Ardian Zhao, great headshot. There's the swing from Palace as well, and it's only on tap onto the bomb. Dowie takes down Max Score. Onyx with a kill onto Koala, but it's the 2v1. Onyx almost taking down both. Ardian Zhao to 20 HP, but that is plenty as Sharks claim double digits.
That was insane out of Onyx. He made them think that he's going to go for the full defuse there, and then in a bare second, he just turned around and started killing everybody, but it wasn't up until the last kill that he could do it. Now, Sharks, talking about adaptability, they're getting there, but it is a hard-fought battle.
And interestingly enough, this is the first tactical timeout called in by Sharks. Even though they just won this round, obviously, I think I don't know if this is exactly what they're talking about, but their post-plan positions were very good. They were spread out all across the A side. They were into jungle. They had a player in Palace. It still went down to 1v1. It was won by Ardian Zhao. That's great, but I think you need to, not have that happen again. So that is something that they do have to talk about.
Money starting to run low for Inner Circle Esports. But they're going to have a duel with full inventories here. Mid smokes allowing them to take a little bit more space. Dowie playing a pivotal position here. Although he said he didn't have the greatest of starts in this map, he has to bring it back somehow. You know that Sharks like to take over mid-control and expand from that, but that A side has always been hot as well. Captain Kirk got caught sleeping in the office in the last round, but I think he's not going to allow that to happen again.
Captain Kirk peeked into by Ardian Zhao, and it will be Ardian Zhao to win that duel. But look at Sharks. This is on a deeper level. Oh, and the timing is crazy. Onyx didn't see them as they passed there. Doc will get that kill. And the bomb will be planted by the South American side as Inner Circle. They're in a 3v5 here. I don't think they want to take a part in this. I think it's better just to hang on to the weapons and get another buy into the next round, because Sharks, they are all around you. They're circling you. And you do not want a single drop of blood in the water next to the Sharks. Dowie will strike, though, onto Koala. So they let them know that they can bite back. But the round itself is in the bag. It's 11 for Sharks.
We're getting close, and you know how you cannot contain these Sharks now. 11 rounds.
And would you know it, it is the final tactical timeout of Inner Circle. They have to find something here that works, because Sharks are 2 rounds away from being up 1-0 into this first semi-final.
JR doing some talking over the side of ICE Sports. There's a lot of ground to be covered here, and you don't want to allow Sharks to get up to that map point. We did say about investments crumbling down on the CT side, but they're still faring well. And as you said it, you can't allow any kind of, not even a drop of blood towards Sharks. They have been impressive in their decision making and in taking those sites.
Onyx gets the information. Molly will force him out of position. Hendrick in the meantime eliminates Doc, because the play is actually happening towards the A side. Captain Kirka finds max score, and the wall bang could connect, but it does not. And Koala, he's in a lot of danger. Hendrick takes him down. And Sharks, they had a pretty interesting plan, but I think the players into the A side went a little too quick, because it was supposed to be a fake towards B, but at the same time they were pushing A as well.
But the bomb is dropped on the A side. No way they could have faked that with the bomb on the A side.
Yeah, I think it was either Koala or Doc that had it, and now it's dropped into Dark. So picking that up is almost impossible, and I don't think Sharks, as well as Inner Circle did in the previous round, Sharks just better to hang on to their weaponry and take that into the next round if they're able to buy. Although they should be okay. I think they can get a couple of drops in, and they can get a buy as well. So we'll see exactly what happens, what the plan is here going into the next one. 11-8. Sharks. Pressure's on them now because they have to take the decision. What do they want to do? Yeah, I think the timing was a little off for Sharks on this play. I think they might have overcomplicated themselves a little bit, and they take a tactical timeout as well. This is the 5th tactical timeout of the game, and Sharks still have an extra 1 in regulation. But the thing is, they just went for a simpler play before this. They just did a little bit of a fake onto A, and then they just went B. But here, they kind of they pushed the fake at the same time as the actual play, and they got caught out. So, you know, maybe a little overcomplicated, but they know best.
You can't give away such opportunities to IC Esports, right? Because they're gonna capitalize on them, and now they're getting closer to the equalizer, so you have to be on point with everything. They're not ones to be meddled with.
Forward position by Apollo. He could be a surprise there, because I don't know if Inner Circle are going to expect them already out there, but it's going to be joined by his teammates, so there's not really a lot of surprises anymore. They're taking their time. They're looking, you know, to see what kind of a reaction can they get out of Inner Circle. Are Inner Circle going to get aggressive? Are they going to stay passive? Are they going to make a mistake that they can capitalize on? And Gafolo will fight Captain Kirkup at 0 picks. We go on to max score. Dowie shuts down 2 as Sharks try to push through the fire. And they get burned to Dowie. There we go. This is more like it, what we saw at Dowie. Koala in a 1 versus 4. And he's been spotted by Hedrick and taken down by Dowie. A quad kill for the young star, and he can get things back going. You know, he can get things going for his own sake and for his team's sake.
We doubted him for a second, but it must feel reassuring to know that I still got this and I can still prove it up until the end, right? He was sitting on 5 kills, 6 kills just before this. Just taking them away is what Dowie does. And we're telling you that he was the MVP of last night's game. Together with Hedrick, they make an amazing team, but now it's all on the Sharks just to not let this steamroll all throughout the equalizer.
You're right. I mean, it would be just a little surprising going from a 2.09 rating in 2 maps against Walchaki to just be, you know, the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's adjusting on Anubis. He had 30 kills. And thus too, he got up to 21, and that thus too just ran for 18 rounds.
Yeah.
Crazy, crazy stuff there from Dowie. We'll see if he can keep it going here, because obviously this one is just going to be a plain old eco, but we would expect this one to go the way of Inner Circle fairly easily, and they to get themselves double digits, and once again, the gap is being closed.
Full Glocks for the Sharks, pushing on to the B side. Now this is going to be a farm simulation. Onyx at the forefront of this, and Dowie just helping out. Easy peasy in this round, of course. Not a lot that those Glocks can do. But now, this is a pivotal point. And most of for the Sharks, because this is an on-the-spot investment, leaving you with almost nothing coming into the second one. Definitely there is that loss bonus coming in as a factor, but you'd want more than that, wouldn't you? Do you want to get to the map point?
Oh, Onyx taking a page out of Koala's book, and he's gonna tag Koala. There's the need at the feet of 0 fix, but he's gonna be okay for the time being. Inner Circle looking like they start to feel a little more comfortable, right? They start to get themselves out there, get themselves into the faces of Sharks. But that can be a double-edged sword because Sharks can also hit the shots back.
Onyx still having that up towards Apps. If he's going to be taken down, that's going to be pretty troublesome on the B side. But now that is not going to be the approach. We can see middle being taken over by Sharks. Not a great smoke there and making a lot of sound. Zero Fix, he manages to get the one down with the second, but the kills are going both ways.
Hang on. I thought there was still a chance there, but you're not gonna risk it. Surprise position also. Oh, head trick. That's Captain Kirka. That's the bomb down again. Oh no, Koala, what a mistake! And Captain Kirka will equalize things here. 11-11.
Man, what a comeback you can say, right? What a comeback. 8-4 was the score when we moved over to the second half. We're sitting on 11-11. Maybe we're going to see the full 24 rounds played, definitely.
Take nines. That usually means a fast play, but
we haven't seen those.
Through under, not necessarily what you would expect. P250 as well for max score. We're gonna need the full 24 rounds, Santa, and we are used to Inner Circle. We wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh yeah. It smells like overtime already, but the way that these pockets are looking and the inventories of the Sharks, it's looking a little bit icy.
And there's Dowie with the first kill onto Artie and Zhao. They are missing armor onto max score, but obviously he wants to get that op out. Dowie's looking ASAP. For more kills here. He's 14-14. But Dowie's looking for more kills here. He's 14-14. All of a sudden he's in 1 KD, but he's gonna fall there to Doc. Oh, Onyx taken down by Gafolo. Hang on, he looked good. Now he looks bad. Zero Fix. It's going to be the first one to peek in. Molly comes through. Bomb still planted. P250 will not deliver, but Doc with a take 9 will. Koala finds Captain Kirka, and it's head trick in a 1 versus 3. No one to be found there with the wall bang. Is there an AK that he can peek up? There's an M4. Way better than that op. 15 bullets in the mag. And they're not giving him anything. They're playing this super smart here, Sharks. And there's the off-angle. Headtrick finds the kill. Needs 2 more. And there's limited time. The bomb is ticking quicker and quicker. And nothing Headtrick can do here. Sharks will steal it away. And that will be map point for Sharks to try and steal away the map pick of Inner Circle.
Yeah, they don't want to let him save that off, but they have a lot of money. Inner Circle Esports, not a problem for them. However, Sharks putting themselves on the map point. This is do or die for this Mirage. What is Gafolo thinking of in this round? How is he going to steer the team being the captain of it all?
It's going to be interesting with the buy on the side of Inner Circle here. It's a double op setup. Onyx has got that second op. We know that he can deliver with it. It's not only Headtrick, but also Onyx. They are very good on the op, but it is a plain old A play, a boring A play. Headtrick will find Gafolo, but he loses Captain Kirka. The bomb has been lost behind. There's no flash to come through. Oh, there's a swing, and Doc takes down Headtrick. Artie and Zhao with zero fix. 4 versus 2. Inner Circle. Nothing they can do here. It's Dowie. He was a hero for Inner Circle yesterday. Can he be another hero now to force out OT? Needs to find 4 kills. Sharks They're ready for every single duel here. Flash doesn't really blind up Dowie. There's another flash coming through. Tagged up. There's not a lot of time. He needs to get a move on, but MaxScore will finish it off. And it's not OT, but it is still Sharks to deliver and to open up the semi-final with a 13-11 win over Inner Circle, stealing away their map pick.
Man, such a game, such a map this was. Starting off with a lot of Shark action, right? They were having all the best of timings and all the kills. Koala shining away all throughout that first half, right? On the CT side. Now making sure on the T side, he delivered whenever he was needed most. Up until the end, he opened up the site in this 24th, right? Now, Inner Circle, they know they're up there with their performance and everything, but Pop, this was the map pick of Inner Circle.
It was indeed, and you know, I think they would have benefited quite a lot from having Dowie activate a little earlier. You know, it was an 8-4 first half, and it looked very doable, but obviously losing that 23rd round, right, 11-11, you lose against the Tech-9s, you lose against the P250. Those are the rounds that usually get you by surprise, because you're going to be feeling a little more comfortable. You know, you're going to say, oh, we're against Pistols, we can easily do it. Well, obviously, you cannot easily do it, and it was Sharks to take it away. And with a start like that, I think they're going to be full of confidence going into the second map, because obviously that was the opponent's map pick. Now it's Sharks' map pick, and that nuke, sure, it did go to double OT last time those two teams played. But this map did go to single OT last time. This time it did not, because Sharks, they really pulled through. But I don't know, I think, you know, they do have to get over those nerves. I think it was a little bit of a shy approach from Inner Circle, if you will, at the start of the game. They got into it as they progressed, but it might have been a little too late. But now that they know that, they need to focus on what's at hand. Just forget about how this game ended. Just forget about just the things that happened here and go into the second map with fully, being fully reset and focus onto what's at hand. Don't worry about it. You're down 0-1. Just take it one map at a time, because you always can come back into a best of 3.
Well, definitely, and it is our second time casting Nuke. Now that we get to the end of the competition, right? Tomorrow we're going to have the grand finals. Now, what can we say about Nuke? I mean, definitely that it is the choice of Sharks and they have the upper hand, but the CT side is going to be taken by Inner Circle in this one. But now, let's see what we have in store.
CD MVP.
I mean, I think it's going to be Koala. If you're asking me right now, it's either Doc or Koala,
Doc
right?
or Koala, but it was
There we
Doc
go.
in the end, and he was delivering big time. I think this is a very interesting dynamic that I used to see from the South American region as well. I think it was MIBR Academy, where they had a player that was super flashy, was getting a lot of those kills, you know, and they had another player. Player in question was Kawes, now playing, I think, for Pain, but he was up there in terms of kills, but he was never flashy. He was having huge amounts of impact, but you could never see it. And that's what makes it a little scary to prepare for him, right? Because you're always going to be feeling, you're going to be like, oh, Koala does this, Koala does that, try and counter that, try and counter this. Doc comes in, you don't expect it, and he's just going to take your head off. He's going to win rounds for his team, and then, you know, get his team over the finish line. So that is something that you also need to take into account, because obviously on the side of Sharks, everyone can deliver. Even, you know, when we usually do have the conversations of the IGL might be a little lower in the aim department. Gafolo is not. Gafolo is very good individually as well. So very important to see exactly what they want to do. Second map, it is Nuke for this first semi-final. We'll take a break, we'll see some highlights, and we'll be right back.
Every round starts with a question. A ticking clock. 5 opponents. Thousands watching. The odds aren't numbers, they're pressure, and when the moment finally comes, everything becomes clear.
In trouble, I've been in my depth for the piece of the puzzle, like. Let me switch the flow, a new bounce. Know I've been a king for a while, got a ring and a crown, and a bling loud. This ain't no regular thing, king for the ring, you know what I mean. If you talking, it's hard to be nice. I play with all of my life. You see my name in the lights, better keep right.
Welcome back, everybody. We are so close to the second map. We have seen some success out of both of these teams, but in the end, it was Sharks, your favorite, apparently, here in Bucharest, Romania, Halo Center. And now we are moving on the map pick of themselves, of Sharks, right? We're going on to Nuke, and I'm thinking that we have seen on Mirage a beginning of first half where Sharks were so dominant. Koala has been amazing together with Doc, right? That B site was shut down almost every time. The set strats of Inner Circle didn't really pan out, right? Yep. Those spawns maybe working against them at some point. But now we head on to Nuke. What are your thoughts on Nuke, Pop?
Well, the thing is, you know, we kept referring to that game that happened between the two teams, right? Where it did go down to OT first map on Mirage, and then on Nuke it went to double OT. Now, the thing is, if Sharks are going to have a good T-side half here, it might be a little scary for Inner Circle, because then again, we saw on Mirage that Inner Circle were very focused on that B play, and I couldn't really tell you what the reason was for that, right? Because it seemed like they just really wanted that B play to work.
You have been commentating a lot of games, specifically in this region as well, but over at South America as well. I'm thinking that this is just a playstyle that they adopt once they start into the round, the spawns that they get and the set strats that they're gonna employ. You know, we have a full Ukrainian lineup and they love to try the same thing until it works. It didn't work out so many times. They played on the first round of pistols and then the last round that they won. But
it's, you know, it's the fact that maybe it's like a mental block, right? Where you need that thing to work to like open up everything else. But at some point you have to take a pause and say, you know, let's just try something else, try something different. Because obviously that could work at some point, but if you keep trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, that's the definition of insanity. But now that we're moving on to Nuke, Sharks have a pretty good win rate here. They're about on 71% win rate. Their CT side is the better side, obviously, with about a 63% win rate, but about half for T, which is pretty impressive. And they do have a little more experience than Inner Circle on this map. The percentages are good for Inner Circle as well. And their last game that we actually got to see was them against Sashi when he went 16-14. But I think another thing we do have to take into account is that Sharks, you do have the results here. They are on a 5-match winning streak, and they do have different teams they won against. They won against Ailu, they won against Heroic. They did lose to NIP. They did win over 9Z, which was the surprise of the major, right? They had a very deep run, and they were doing super well. But Sharks were able to win against them. So they're going to bring to the table a lot of experience, and obviously they're going to bring to the table the same result that they had against Inner Circle, that double OT 1917 that went down there. And obviously it is all the fight for this wonderful trophy here, but a 7-5 first half was how it started there. And it was still Sharks to start on the T side, but they did get 5 rounds on the T side. Yeah. They couldn't really close it out on the CT side, so I'm curious if that same thing will play into this one here. And if they're still going to struggle on that CT side and not be able to close it out, if they're able to get 5 rounds on the T side, it might be a little scary, because Inner Circle, I think if they're able to take this one away, it's going to get crazy on that third.
Yeah, it's pretty compelling what games on Nuke Sharks have had so far. Definitely something that you need to be aware of. But we have seen that Inner Circle have that hustle mentality on this map, right? And they managed to eliminate Sashi on it. And then, what do you think is going to be a little more on the side of such put together team that picks into Nuke?
Well, I mean, for Sharks, obviously, they do have the great performances from the two players, right? It was Koala, it was Doc. They had a crazy good performance on that first map. They warmed up. On the other side, the question is, will Dowie deliver? Because we've seen Zero Fakes. Those were the two names, right, that were prevalent in those games that we saw in the group stage matches. They were crazy good, and Dowie, he was super good as well. So, you know, if he can pick up the pace, then surely he can be a very good asset to the team. But the timer is running. Bucharest, are you ready for the second map?
Let's go. We are starting with the pistol round.
There we go, second map, and it's going to be, as we said, inner circle on the CT side. It's going to be Sharks on that T side. See how this T side is going to treat them. If they can have a good start here and get the ball rolling, the momentum could carry them over. And we do have Dowie with a little bit of a shots through the smoke, but they will not connect. Head trick, this is a little awkward, but he's going to find the kill onto Gafolo. Opening kill of the second map does go the way of inner circle. But more need to be found, and Koala, oh, he's been spotted and taken down by Onyx. He was a little too slow on that. Zero fix, dinged, but still alive with the dualies. There's the trade from Max Score as well, and it is a 3 versus 2. The bomb can make it into the side, or, well, it would be risky to go for that, because Head Trick is close by, and he's got support from Onyx as well. But Sharks are taking their time. There's no need to rush things.
This is also giving a lot of real estate to Inner Circle Esports, just the position within that side. When we already see Head Trick taking that upper position, it's going to be pretty tough to plant this bomb at this point. You need that investment in the coming rounds. A 2v3 is definitely doable.
Oh, timing. That's good for Head Trick. Oh, he misses a shot, and it's leg shots from Max Scores. He's still alive. It is very awkward. Head Trick finds one, and there's his second on the site and the third in the round. And that is Inner Circle with the pistol round in the bag.
Laughing about it, of course, you have to. Taking those 2 headshots, those 2 kills in the end was all that matters. Now, what are you gonna do? Sharks Esports, you're going to force into this one and hope for the best. Definitely that bomb didn't come through. But are we going to see a full-on aggression towards the A side? Are we going to see them attacking ramp? Let's see how they're going to test the grounds of the Inner Circle defense.
We did have a little bit of a technical break here, but that has been resolved and we'll get back underway. Also a little bit of an addition. I don't think we mentioned this, and I've seen some very cool, merch things from DraculaN, and we do have on the right side of the stage here a little bit of a shop. So if you are here present, or if you're coming tomorrow, you can check that out. But with the Force Spy, what can Sharks do? I'm expecting a fast play because it is a map that kind of warrants that, obviously with the Take 9s and the Mac 10. That's what you want to go for, and it's a fast A play. Dowie behind fake vent, he finds the kill onto Doc. Oh, and he gets 2 more. It's a quad kill from Dowie, and with the USP, he's gonna shut them all down. Dowie coming alive finally for Inner Circle, and that is more like it what you would expect out of a player like Dowie to be able to shut down get multi-kills here and get his team ahead.
Definitely his engine's on right now, and this is exactly the kind of thing a player like Dowie wants, to have some success in the beginning, just to get that ball rolling, and boy, did it start to roll.
Very early molly outside, and you would be like, they can never be there already. Well, the thing is, that's going to block some smokes. That's going to open up gaps into the wall of smokes. If that was the play that Sharks would have been going for, but this is an eco. They're not going to invest into that. They do have some upgraded pistols, and it's Dowie to find another one. Captain Kirka and Head Trick helping out, and it's another flawless round here from Inner Circle. That's going to do wonders for their economy. They're going to have a lot of money in this one.
And Captain Kirka still holding that MP9. He's been farming. Of course, his teammates didn't actually let him have a lot of success, specifically Dowie. 3-0. And we have a full inventory for the Sharks now. What are you going to show us, Gafolo? What's the plan here? Breaking into a static default, reactionary, if you will.
When they played last, it was a couple of rounds back and forth with Force Spies working out for both teams. This time around, obviously not. Oh, what a grenade. It's going to shave off a good amount of HP off of Koala. That was through the smoke, so nothing can be confirmed there by Inner Circle. But Sharks are waiting to see what Inner Circle want to do. If they want to get aggressive, if they want to take a little bit of a fight here and there, or will they just wait for the push? And it seems like it is the latter. Sharks getting the exec out onto the A side once again. It's Onyx in the back of sight. Dowie ready for the dual. Oh, head trick, that was a problem. Koala takes down Onyx. It's Dowie. Can he get the damage done? Finds two, and almost a third, but MaxScore and Gaffolo will answer back. It's Captain Kirka all the way in heaven with the MP9. Not necessarily the weapon you want. Gets the Tech-9 out, and he's gonna run and gun. Gaffolo drops down, but Doc finds the kill, and Sharks get their first round here on the T side of Nuke.
A most needed first round, but it's not the end of it because you see the instant buyout from Inner Circle. So it's going to be a heavily contested defense here for them. Sharks finding their footing, although it started kind of rough, they did manage to get into the site with almost all of their members active. Quite scary seeing Dowie getting the 2 kills and then moving on to the third. Same kind of structure for the Sharks as in the last round, the past round.
Split up more here, Sharks. They're taking their time once more, but they're more spread out, so they can get even more information.
Not necessarily the flavors that you would expect out of a Brazilian core.
Koala gets the kill onto Dowie. Opens up the round in favor of Sharks. Captain Kirka, ooh, great and nasty angle at the same time by Gaffolo. They're starting to execute into the A side. Onyx, he's still A-okay, but will he be checked? The answer is no. He is still a thorn in the side of Sharks, and they have no idea. Onyx, good for the triple, and he can turn around the round single-handedly. Down to a 2 versus 2. Bomb's not down just yet. Oh, Koala takes down head trick, and that molly gives away the information. They're gonna go for a tap bet. Zero Fix, he's ahead of the opposition, taking a different approach to this one. And the longer he takes, the more Sharks are gonna expect different plays here from Zero Fix. So far, he hasn't really been having any kind of damage, but he can surely deal a lot now. It's a very good adjustment from Koala as well. He's getting himself into a very good position here. And Zero Fix really needs to check a lot of angles. Oh, he wins the duel against Koala. Taps the bomb. MaxScore, nicely done. The shoulder peek. It's not going to be enough time. Zero Fix. He's going to have to run away, but he's not making that out. And it will be a second round on the board for Sharks, although every single player on the server will be eliminated, so that's going to take a toll on every single player's economy.
It was a great attempt out of Zero Fix, but not giving anything away was MaxScore and Koala. What an impressive post-plan situation. Didn't quite deliver all the kills, but definitely that bomb blew away. It is 2 on the board for Sharks, and immediately the first tactical timeout comes out of IC Esports. What are they going to talk about now? Definitely keeping up that advantage, not letting Sharks get up to the equalizer. You can see the investment already going along.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You know, you have to get a rein on get the reins back on the plays here. You have to disallow Sharks from getting too much on this T side. That's exactly what JR was trying to do, talking to his team quickly and getting a couple of words in so that they can get refocused onto the action at hand. Into round number 6 we go. But a full buy from both sides, but both sides also being in danger of falling into an eco round, an eco situation. They're both out of money. And this could decide the outcome of the next potentially 2 rounds here. Maybe even more. The loss bonus is not going to be all that great for either team. Doc making sure that there's no aggressive push outside. Now he having a pretty defensive angle towards the B site, but there's the smoke for Squeaky Door, but that hits Koala. Might have been intentional, but that does give away his position. Artie and Zhao finds the kill onto Onyx.
Are they going to expect Zero Fix to be here? Is he going to turn aggressive? Max Score is there to watch anything. Oh, the watchful eye of him. Zero Fix, you have to cover away. You're getting a lot of information. Oh. Sound being made, and Captain Kirka with the double hit and the triple kill for Captain Kirka delivered together with Zero Fix leaves Doc alone. It happened so fast.
They were waiting for exactly a play like that. They were waiting for any signs of aggression out of Inner Circle, and when they do come, Sharks unable to stop the pushes there from Captain Kirka and Zero Fix. I was talking about the money situation. I was talking about the loss bonus that might be missing on both sides, but moreover for Sharks. And it's going to be Doc with the save. 1900 loss bonus. But it is the round on the board for Inner Circle. I was a little surprised that they were not ready for that. They were waiting for, again, exactly that, and there's no problem there. You can see it's not a happy moment for Max Score.
Turning aggressive wasn't really the thing of Inner Circle, specifically on Mirage before. And now, I can see on Max Score's face that they weren't expecting that. They did make and give away some information. They did make noise in that lobby, and being punished for it was the result.
They do have the pistols here, Sharks, and it's only that AK of Doc that can be a heavy hitter. Head trick. Oh, he finds exactly who he needed to. He finds Doc, and the fact that he was on top of the red box might be a little complicated to get that AK back. Gafolo is able to do it.
This is a game of how many rounds can you take on T side, just to prompt you up for that CT side that has a lot of impact and a lot of success. But now they're fishing for the kills, and taking it all away is Dowie and Captain Kirka. That little bait and switch didn't actually work for the Sharks.
And they got reeled in, but now it's going to be the buy out of Sharks, and it will be also just a Tech 9, but for Gafolo. He drops over the weapon to his teammate, drops it over to Doc. We all know what a kind of a performance Doc had in that first map. He was the MVP of that first map, so see what he and his team can do with those AKs here in round 8, because obviously Inner Circle, they are getting away with quite a lot now. They're already up to 5. And Sharks maybe looking a little, just a little tad bit shaky. Onyx. He's going to take down Gafolo. That was the Tech 9 eliminated, but the weapons are still in place. Oh, there's head trick with a kill onto Doc. And he's trying to reposition their head trick to help out his teammates even more. Koala sneak by the smoke, and he could be the thorn in the side of Inner Circle, but it's going to take some time until he gets there. Max Score took a swing towards ramp as well, trying to get a little bit of information, but nothing to be found just yet.
Oh, Dowie creeping in. Is he going to find success? He's hearing all of this, and he takes the double kill. Koala This is not enough. You have to farm for some more. Double kill for him. This is the start of something great, or just a crumble. You have 3 enemies ahead of you, bomb being dropped within their grasp. Are you going to go for this? Money's not looking great over Sharks Esports.
Well, I don't think Inner Circle want to face Koala here. They can just stay put. They know they have the advantage with bomb being dropped in their proximity, so Koala can still deal damage, but there's not a lot of time left. And because of that, he's going to choose the safer side of things. Hang on to the AK. That is going to be a 6th round on the board for Inner Circle. They secure at least an equal score at a halftime point. But surely looking a lot better than what was happening on Mirage, because we were talking about it in that first half of Mirage. Inner Circle, a lot of rounds that were gotten in between streaks from Sharks. This time around, they're able to get a streak of their own, and Sharks are the ones struggling. I am a little surprised that Sharks didn't call for a tactical timeout yet, but this is a half buy that's coming in from them, so it might happen after this round is over. Koala disabled that AK, and their loss bonus is getting up there, so he should be okay with another buy, even into the next one. But Inner Circle, surely a very disciplined CT side. Their strategies are set. Zero fix. He's able to get headshots, but Koala will trade. Head trick. They know he's here. Oh, missed shot, but he's still alive. Not an instant headshot from Koala, as we got accustomed to seeing. Koala finds the kill into head trick, but now he's all alone once again. He has plenty of time left. And he is expecting a potential backstab. 1 versus 3. But Dowie will finish him off. And a 7th on the board for Inner Circle.
We were talking about Dowie in the beginning of the match and even after Mirage.
Yeah, we were saying how he didn't really have the best of starts. He had 14 kills in that previous map, and he's already got
overall.
50. Yeah.
He has now more than he had on the first map.
Exactly. 7-2, Sharks. Gonna be looking to take those last few rounds here on the T side, make it a 7-5, and then try and fight it out on the CT side. But can they do it? Can they do that, Santa?
You can never count them out. However, it looks like a pretty dominant CT side out of IC Esports. So close.
Super close. The shot in between 2 players.
But they're already making the move. The movement of troops going towards that B site. They're not giving anything away, and it looks like Onyx is reading everything perfectly.
I mean, Dowie has got a forward position, and Max Score is making a lot of noise outside.
And so much information gathered here by Dowie.
But what is the play out of Sharks? They would need to open doors to break windows to try and get into this B site, and Captain Kirka, oh, he's got a perfect angle. And he finds one, but Gafolo trades out, gonna close the door. Koala, in the meantime, takes down Zero Fix. Does he expect Dowie? He does, but Dowie still wins the duel, 1 HP. But that is plenty. It's Max Score taken down by Onyx. We were talking about a 7-5. I mean, potentially a 9-3 here. Inner Circle, wonderful stuff on the CT side. Maybe even a 10-2. I mean, it's just Inner Circle. There's not a lot of mistakes there. And apparently, for this map, I don't think the Sharks are eating Inner Circle. It could be the other way around, though.
Yeah. They were dangerous on Mirage. They did win Mirage, but now it looks like a IC Esports fiesta. Of course, getting to that 4th round, getting into the second half as well is going to be the ultimate result for Sharks, but not letting that happen. We might see a 10-2.
Wow. Just a tap from the 5-7.
Yep.
Well, it would be the last chance for Sharks to get something done here on the T side. It is the last round of the first half. And they do have the bye. There's no op on their side. They will have full AKs, but full util as well. Inner circle, you can see they're feeling fine. I mean, Dowie 17-3, Captain Kirk 11-5, and Dowie will find yet another kill here as he takes out Koala. Head trick with a kill onto Dog. Sharks tried switching it into second gear, but they were thrown in reverse by Inner Circle. It's down to 3 to try and get that 3 on the board. Dowie, he pushes in even though he was low HP. He is so confident in his own abilities. Head trick aggressive play, and it's max score in a 1 versus 4. It would be a great clutch. It would be a moment that gets his team back into the game, you know, gets some momentum going, some confidence. But head trick will deny it with a triple kill, and Inner Circle finish off the first half of the second map with a 10-2. That is absolutely insane. A great performance from Inner Circle so far, but the job is not done yet. We'll swap sides, and Sharks will be on the defensive side, on the favorite side of the map. Inner Circle, they'll have to aggress. We'll find out what happens after this.
Let's go.
10-2. Sharks, can they start a comeback here on the CT side, or will Inner Circle finish it off quickly? We'll find out right here, right now, as the second half is underway. Obviously, with it being Nuke, the defensive side is favored here, and percentage-wise, Sharks are better on the CT side, quite a bit better. But they're gonna need to face a fired up on all cylinders Inner Circle.
Definitely, and they didn't have the right idea in the beginning. They have to play a fast B push, but kills are flowing for the Sharks. Just 2 in the beginning. They have to be flawless in this one if they want to get back all those rounds back from Inner Circle.
Down to Dowie. He's going to find Koala, but he's going to need 4 more. It's an ace clutch required from Dowie. Looking for those headshots, looking for those taps, but he is surrounded. They are circling him. Dowie. Sharks are hungry, and they will strike blood as they win the pistol round. And another quick question for the audience here. Do we think that Sharks can come back?
You're just cheesing it away because you know that.
But do you think Inner Circle can finish it off?
Why not?
It was still, yeah, okay. Apparently we got a lot of believers here. Let's see if they'll give them something more to believe in, as Sharks are up against the full eco. And Inner Circle, obviously being up 10-3, they could have forced up into this one. They could have tried it, but they're not. They're gonna play it by the book. They're gonna eco here, bind to the next one.
We have the super advantage triggered, meaning 7 rounds in a row distant between the 2 teams. Sharks, as I said, they have to be flawless if they want to get back in all of these rounds. They have such a narrow space for mistake, because if you let go of 2 rounds by whatever reason, it's gonna be very dangerous. But let's look at this.
Dowie finds Capolo. Guardians out from Big Vent, helped out by Max Score. Very nicely done by them. It looked a little scary as Dowie found the opening kill. But yeah, the answer's there from the Sharks. Losing only a single member, that's super important. Getting that economy going and everything. Because, again, Inner Circle, they ecoed that one to buy into this one. And it's AKs and a Galil for Onyx that they're going to go for.
We got to see which side of the world is better at Counter-Strike in this tier that we're at. Is it going to be South America? Is it going to be Eastern Europe? Is it going to be Sharks? Is it going to be Inner Circle? What do you think, Bob?
Well, Inner Circle certainly look pretty good from where I'm looking at, but Sharks do have something up their sleeve. Ardian's out, will take down Captain Kirka, but they do lose Max Score in the process. Koala, very well timed Molly. They were getting ready to aggress. The reposition, Koala.
Oh, they're hearing this.
Position. No, he finds 1, but gets traded out by Dowie. It's a 3 versus 3. Oh, Onyx, good find. Almost getting caught out. It was a little bit of an awkward timing there. In the meantime, Doc, surprised by Dowie and Inner Circle. It seems like they found a winning formula, just waiting for Sharks to get a little desperate and go fishing for kills. Well, they're the ones that got baited in.
You know, the awareness seems to be lacking at times for Sharks, because it was definitely not a fast play towards B. They wanted to get into contact, they wanted to establish some results and just pop off out of that. And that specifically happened. It allowed Onyx just to flank off from Hut and catch anybody off guard. And he did. He was really close to get Ardian Zhao as well.
Every single mistake here for Sharks is going to cost them dearly, just because of that first half ending 10-2. That is 11 for Inner Circle. Two rounds away from Inner Circle from forcing out a third map, sending us over to Anubis.
You can already see some frustration, and it is only normal because we were talking about how many gaps can you let go when you know Inner Circle is up by a lot of rounds, and we are in the 16th. Full inventory for both teams. Talking about deliverables, Sharks need it.
They really need, right ding there on the head trick, but they really need their Opera to start hitting his shots. 6 and 12 max score is not what you want to see here in the semi-final. Although he's going to hit the shot on the head trick, he was a low HP player, but it's still worth it. They get an opening kill. They shut down one of the players going towards that secret side of the map, the B site, and Gafolo. He's there to try and answer back, and there's Koala coming down to have a little bit of support as well. But they slipped the net. But they're going to peek into Gafolo, only good for one. And they're going to swing out into the site. Koala found by Captain Kirka. That's a big issue. It's a 3 versus 3 now, but they got control over the site. They got a bomb planted. Now Sharks have to retake. Luckily for them, their Opera is not too far away.
Max score coming in from ramp. However, Doc catches the timing here on Onik.
Zero fix. Nice shot onto Ardian's out. Doc will fall, and now it's Max score. Gets the kill into Zero fix up close. Misses a shot. Doesn't have the time to get the USP out. And it is Captain Kirka to clutch it up in 12-4.
What a whack-a-mole that was. Just dodging and crouching at the right time. Won them map point.
And 8 chances to close it out here. We got all the way to round 24, Sano, on that first map, but it ended 13-11. And it's not a good buy from Sharks. 3 MP9s, a scout, and a 5-7. That's all they have to play with into this one. Close quarter combat. That's what they're hoping for. Also max score to try and soften them up. Gets himself into heaven. Oh, Captain Kirk had head trick. There's the openings going the way of Inner Circle. Doc hears that movement, but can't really act upon it. Waiting in credit card. Inner Circle, they're not getting a lot closer. They're actually going to be passing by Koala. Nice find. Doc gets a kill into Dowie as well. And it's equal numbers once again. But the nade comes through. They get the information. Onik tagged up by the scout. Koala up close with a 5-7 will fall to Zero fix. And there needs to be kills from max score, and he's going to land one. But the bomb drops towards the B site. There's head trick with a kill onto Doc. Huge pickup as max score is left into a 1v2 with the scout. Oh, and he could be caught out here by head trick, who sticks around. 13-4, and we have a game on our hands, Santa. We're gonna get to see Anubis as well, and what a dominant performance here by Inner Circle. And you can see it there. I mean, the deliverance on every single side of Inner Circle, every single player delivering, and most of all, obviously, their star, Dowie, 23 and 8 for him, 16 kills for Hendrik and Captain Kirk. I mean, he wasn't even a problem that there were not a lot of kills from the other two players because the enemies were just dead at that point.
What a one-sided affair, I would say, because Sharks didn't really look in control most of the rounds. Something happened along the way. I don't know what it was, because usually they're the more aware team, the more experienced, the more calm. They're expecting things to come their way, and they sit in their positions ready, right? But now it seemed as if Inner Circle were in their heads. They were reading everything by the book, they were doing everything by the book, right? And it eventually panned out. And that was the map pick of Sharks. What is going on? Mirage being taken over by Sharks, and now we get a nuke that is fully dominated by Inner Circle Esports. We're gonna go over to Anubis. What's your take on that?
I mean, first of all, you know, Mirage kind of pans out as we expected. Did go to OT last time around. They did win 13-11, just a little bit of a simpler time. But here, obviously, a huge difference going from 19-17 last time to a 13-4. I mean, it's crazy. And going into Anubis, I think it's super hard to call because obviously Sharks, we were talking about this at the end of the first map. Inner Circle have to reset, get back into the game, fresh mentality, and focus on what's at hand. That's what they did. They were able to win. Maybe Sharks were a little disjointed as they were pushing in, right? They were caught out a lot of times on the T side. It was the push from the CT side that actually caught them off guard. And usually with Nuke, right, it's just when you push into the site, it's going to be complicated to get them on planet. It was not even that. It was the CTs pushing into them. So not exactly playing into the strength of the map, but actually making their own strengths. So now going into Anubis, obviously it is favored for the T side, but then I think it does come down to how well those two teams are going to be able to fully focus on the game at hand. It turns from a best of 3 to a best of 1. You only need this map to go forward. What happened on Nuke? Doesn't matter. What happened on Mirage? Doesn't matter. Just focus onto Anubis. See if you can take that one home, because if you can't, you're still going to play tomorrow. Just not a best of 5, only a best of 3.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to be heartbreaking for either of those teams that are going to get Anubis right here. And you said it best. It is going to be best of 1 in terms of mindset, definitely. And you can adapt to this, right? You have to reset everything specifically. You are Sharks, you just lost this. It was definitely kind of a one-sided affair, but you're gonna get into Anubis with fresh air, right? You're gonna have a break, you can talk things over, and there's no need to say that there's going to be a translation from Nuke over to Anubis. Definitely not. These guys are the pros and are just lucky to be able to prove that up until the 3rd map.
Yeah, exactly. And with the final map being Anubis, both teams on 50% win rate is going to make things super, super interesting. But I do hear that we have an interview.
Oh, let's check
Zach.
that out.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Mr. Caster's Pop and Santa, and here we are in the crowd to see what is the public opinion of it. And I've spotted someone. Some of you may recognize him, some of you may not. There it is. Let him introduce himself. Hello.
Hello, I'm Sniper. How are you?
Look at the camera, please. Michael Jackson, if I'm lying to you.
Okay, so
What do you think about this event so far? You also participated in Dracula in the previous seasons. Maybe you can also remind us which season you participated. How do you feel about those teams?
the time we went on DraculaN was on DraculaN 2. It wasn't featured on HLTV, but it is what it is. And about these two teams, they were shooting good, but the utility usage wasn't like that good. I wanted to go on stage and tell them, bă, nu mai aruncați smoke-urile astea mizere, but they don't speak Romanian, so it would have been useless. And
but you also speak in Spanish and other languages, right? When it comes to those utility lineups.
oh, Spanish, Japanese, I think, Russian.
A
A lot more, but it's way harder to communicate in those languages, so it would have been good.
All right, now speaking about two cups, who do you think is going to win this one?
Inner Circle played very good on this T side, but I really do believe that Sharks, they are just coming off the major and stuff, so yeah, they have a way bigger chance.
Now the last question, but not the least. Speaking of cups, who do you think is going to win the World Cup?
The World Cup? Argentina, most probably.
So no Sui?
Nah. Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi, Ankara Messi.
That was it, ladies and gentlemen, for this one. And thank you for having us. We are going to be back on the second map, and let's see who's going to advance forward. Peace out.
Every round starts with a question. A ticking clock. 5 opponents. Thousands watching. The odds aren't numbers, they're pressure. And when the moment finally comes, everything becomes clear.
Welcome back. We're getting ready for the final map of the best of three here, Sana. The final map of the first semi-final. And this final map is going to give us the first grand finalist. And also the team that goes to the third place decider. So they still have to play another best of three tomorrow to try and get to that third place. But we won't talk about that now. We will be talking about Anubis, where both teams are on 50% win rate. And this should be an interesting bout between the two of them, right? Because we started off with a very close first map. Sharks were able to steal it away off of that force by win. And, you know, Tech9's getting the job done and then winning out 13-11. But then they go to Nuke and they look like a completely different team. Or rather, Inner Circle look like a completely different team. Dowie, by far the MVP, no doubt about it. He played crazy on that Nuke, but now onto Anubis. What's the plan here? How are the teams going to be faring? Because again, both teams are 50% win rate. They, you know, they had good times, they had bad times, but they need a good time now.
I'm thinking a little bit in depth because they have given a lot of space to Dowie to manifest. That's the outcome of his score, right? He had a lot of kills. He was allowed to get through Squeaky. I'm not getting into Anubis yet. Just I'm thinking on the fact that maybe Sharks haven't had so much success at isolating those star player positions, right? That Inner Circle are playing, and now just that translating over to Anubis. I mean, we are going to see Inner Circle on the more aggressive side of things, the one that is a little bit more favored on this kind of a map. But now, in terms of isolation and in terms of op duels, right, we want to see Max score a little bit more, right, if I'm a fan of Sharks. And we want to see Koala get back to the that spotlight that he had on Mirage as well. I think if these are combined, they're going to work for the Sharks. I think Gafolo is going to have an easier day at the office. However, moving over to IC Esports, I mean, I don't have to say anything about Dowie, but I think a pivotal player within their roster is Onyx and his calls as well, but his movement on the map as well. We have the spotlight, and you can tell already that Dowie had a little bit of a rough start on Mirage, but then he came to his natural and most expected form coming onto Nuke. Now, it is under the question what's going to happen here, but we know once he gets the ball rolling, we said it's going to be easier for him because he lives off of momentum. What's your take on this?
No, yeah, that you're 100% on the money. I mean, look, he boasts a 1.24 KDA. I mean, it's super good, and he individually, you can see the impact that he has whenever he's having a good game. Because we can compare it between the first and second map. First map, he was a little slow. Towards the end of the map, he started getting the engine running, but it was a little too late.
Yeah.
Out of the gate swinging on the second map, and they end up with a 13-4. He was not the only one that was delivering on their side, but he was the main man. He was the main character. So the question is, can he deliver on the same level on this third map as well? Can this Anubis be his playground where he just toys around with Sharks Esports and they are able to force them into that third place decider and get themselves into the grand final? That is what we are here to answer. So without further ado, we're getting into the third map, and let's hear it one more time from the crowd. Is Sharks gonna win this? So and so, maybe not so many believers. What about Inner Circle? Well, we shall find out as we are underway with Anubis.
Pistol round, CT's getting together. We don't see any dualies coming out on the CT side. There's definitely a lot of movement going on through mid. This is a split towards A, but Max score, oh, he has the dualies. Only good for one. Hetrick being able to trade him back, bomb being planted. This is some serious stuff going down.
Oh.
If Onyx can get this on the flank, it's going to mean everything.
Yeah, he could be just super annoying, but Koala finding that kill. That means that no one else is coming from that direction and they're all onto the side or even farther than that. Hetrick. He's not gonna, well, he's gonna be backstabbed, but a little too late by Gafolo. They lose a player to Hetrick. It is a 2 versus 2. And there's the swing from the dualies. Koala Great start for him. It's a triple kill to get Sharks their first round here on the board. That's the start that you wanted to go for Koala as well. Just get the confidence going and get the blood flowing for the team, you know. Build up that momentum, especially on the CT side, because again, Sana, this is a T-sided map, and you can see a little bit of a difference there on how it ends up if whoever wins with the VRS change. Yeah.
Definitely already the buy coming out for Inner Circle. Now what is Onyx going to do here? They're establishing some presence towards A main, but there's two players there welcoming them. There's not a lot of movement trying to gather information or at least expect any kind of aggressive actions on the other side of the map. They're really focused on this main play. Onyx, as always, trying to figure out how he can cut down rotations, how he can really throw that stick in the wheel. Doc, finding Onyx is important. They're taking a lot of info. They know this is going to be an A play. How are you going to respond to this?
Oh, there we go. Max Score finds the kill, but Dowie is there to eliminate RD and Zhao. It is a 3 versus 2. The need, not enough to take down Dowie, down to 1 HP. Koala will find that kill, but Zero Fix, he's up for the 1v2. Low HP Koala, oh, but runs out of bullets at the wrong time. A lot of damage dealt by Inner Circle, but it is still Sharks to walk away with the second round. What's the play here from Inner Circle? Because obviously they got 4 kills in that round and they could go for a full-on force-up just because of that. Because if this one works out, you're still going to have Sharks in an awkward position. So it's going to be decided right here. And it will be a force buy.
We have a full house, and this is the semis. I wonder what tomorrow is going to look like when you go into the finals, but that's the answer we are going to be provided with after this map. It's either Sharks or Inner Circle Esports.
They're still very important getting into that A side, and I hope it's not again the side of Inner Circle that we saw in Mirage. They just do the same thing over and over again until it works. For now, that at least seems to be the case, because there's once again with 4 players into main. There's Onyx falling in mid, and the flash is in as well. The util flying over, and Doc and RD and Zhao. Good trades, but RD and Zhao will get down to the molly. Max Score eliminates Dowie, and it is down to Head Trick. 1 versus 4 has the Deagle. Is there a chance there to save this round? The answer is no. Max Score swings out and gets the kill and the round. 3 on the board for Sharks, but Inner Circle this time, it's not gonna be a force buy. This is just gonna be a half buy.
It's looking pretty dangerous, is it not? Sharks, once they get comfortable into that CT side, it's pretty hard to disrupt what they've been building so far. Now, I see they did that on Mirage with these pistols, and you know how these mid crunches can go. Are the Sharks going to be served here? They have Doc to withhold. Smoke being thrown out, but it did nothing.
They still push through and they get that opening kill. Get themselves a weapon for their efforts. The rotation's quick there from Max Score to help out RD and Zhao, but we were talking how Max Score needs to find a lot more kills to deliver here on his part. And he's gonna find Onyx. There's the help from RD and Zhao as well. Max Score There's going to be another swing, but Ardian Zhao is ready for almost anything, not for that nade. Head trick tagged up. Captain Kirka to come in. Oh, tried to surprise them with a little bit of a fake koala. Gets the information onto Captain Kirka. Nade. Not nearly enough. It's a tap onto the bomb, and there's the swing. And it's all up to head trick once again, this time 1 versus 3, but Max Core lands the shot.
That's pretty dire.
Keep it clean.
Pretty dire because the bomb hasn't been planted. I mean, didn't really understand that bomb not coming down. They do have the money for an investment, definitely. That loss bonus is fully activated. But maybe trying to bait them in more. Who knows? We were talking a lot about Dowie, yet his presence hasn't really been felt that much.
Inner circle. Oh, there's Dowie with a kill onto Cafolo, and he finds Ardian Zhao. There's the start. But what about the finish from Inner Circle? Onyx, great reaction out of Doc. But there's zero fix. They have the player advantage. Inner Circle find themselves in a pretty good spot now. Although a lot of variables still left up here. Oh, head trick. Perfect timing onto Koala. Never expected head trick to be there. Didn't fire off a single shot. They had no idea. So it's max score. 1 versus 3.
Taking things slow seems to be the name of the game for Inner Circle. And it worked for them now. No longer rushing into things, no longer having a precarious inventory. They're even very skeptical and wary about taking that B side as well. Maybe Max Score lurking around, but he's not. He has to take that up to the next round. Even though they have built some economy during these 4 rounds,
Inner Circle, gonna be happy with this, finally finding some success on the TE side. They played this map 4 times. Won 2 out of the 4 times that they played. Their most recent wins on this map, one of them is against Walchaki, the other is against Sharks. They actually won 13-4 against Sharks on this map. 23rd of May was when that game was played. On the other side, the most recent result for Sharks on this map are a couple of losses. They lost to Ascend at this tournament, and they also lost to Tai Lu at the Major. Moving forward into round number 6. The bike could be on his last legs from Sharks, so if Inner Circle can secure this one, they could be on a fast track to equalizing things. But Inner Circle, they're not going to force the issue. They're going to take their time, see if Sharks are going to get aggressive, if they're going to take a peek that they might not need to, and see if they can punish that. That is something that we saw from Sharks and Mirage as well, right? They were, especially Koala was always aggressive towards apartments. Or not always, but most of the time he was in their face. Well, Sharks, they're about to be in the face of Inner Circle, or it could be even the other way around as Doc. He's gonna have a duel here, finds the first, not a second, because Zero Fix blindsides him. Gafolo, oh, head trick with a kill onto Gafolo, and Zero Fix takes down Ardy and Zhao. Koala, through the smoke, turns it into a 2v2. Missed shot from Max Score is gonna make it even harder for Koala to win this one. Had a chance there to surprise head trick on the side. Koala will fall, and it's head trick with the second round on the board. Also getting Sharks into an awkward situation. A half buy at the most. Great shots by head trick there. I mean, wonderful tap, and also finding that kill into Koala was huge. It could have turned into a 1v1 and things could have been awkward. But head trick delivers. It's his time now. 8-4 for head trick so far.
Two rounds fought with hardship for Inner Circle. They did find some resistance, but it wasn't enough, and Koala just wanted to test the waters. And he got punished for it. How is this A main push going to work? Captain Kirka finding a perfect timing and perfect angle just to push into this. Gafolo, what can you do, my brother? There's nothing else out there on the platter to be taken freely. You got to work for every ounce, and Onyx takes one more. Max Score, okay. Can you take the weapon? No, you cannot. Zero Fix shutting that opportunity down.
They do get a buy here, Sharks. But before they get into that, they call for the tactical timeout. Because Inner Circle, they're creeping back into this. And Sharks want to make sure that this buy round works out. What could be the difference maker here? What could be that Sharks are thinking about? Do they want to get more aggressive? That could be an option. You can see Koala there, first map, crazy performance. Second one was a little slower. But we are in a very early stage of the map here. Inner Circle once again split up as Sharks. They don't seem to want to be too aggressive at the start of the round. Inner Circle, maybe they found some kind of weakness for the A-side defense, because it's once again what they want to go for. Good nade, half HP for Captain Kirka. It's not going to force them back, but they're still, you know, all around. Testing the waters. Only forces Dowie back as the smokes are in play. Dowie will ignore that one towards E-Box, and there's the swing, but Gafolo wins the duel. It was only a fake though. Zero Fix eliminates Doc. The bomb makes it to the site.
After all those aggressive pushes, even though from the CT side, and them being punished, they're still playing their own game, Sharks. They know the bomb is going to go down, and this is probably a save for them. But Mascor is there to find anything. He's being called back to base. You have to take those three weapons, otherwise you're going to put Inner Circle into a very favorable position. A lot of success being found by the Ukrainian lineup in the latest of rounds. And that A main has been under assault for the entirety of those rounds won.
And very interesting overall is the fact that, you know, Sharks Percentage-wise, they're better at T side. Makes sense, right? That's what you expect from Anubis. That's what you expect.
It's amazing that we can hear Zero Fix all the way out here screaming.
But on the side of Inner Circle, in the 4 matches that they played, they were actually better at CT side. They're on a very good percentage on CT side, and their T side is actually the weaker side, which is weird, but that puts them into a very good position right now, right? Because they've already got 4 rounds, they're looking for more, and I don't think they're gonna, lift off the gas pedal anytime soon. So whenever they get to the CT side, that's where they feel comfortable at. Dowie. Oh, that is a very forward play. But with that smoke, they're going to take control over A main. And they can use that however they see fit. There's the util flying over. Ardi and Zhao taken down. Hendrik eliminates Doc. Captain Kirka with the kill to follow. And they're just brute forcing their way in. Koala pigs down Dowie. Not looking both ways before you cross the road is not a good idea, but in a 1 versus 3, doesn't really want to go for this at the end of the day. Just saving the AK is very good here because obviously the economy is not good for Sharks. The Inner Circle, they're going to get themselves in the lead. Started off as a 4-0 for Sharks. It looked super good. But then Inner Circle, they understood what they have to do. And they're able to get the 5th round here.
What's our favorite word, Bob, throughout this tournament?
Adaptability.
There we go.
Also nice, it seems to be Zero Fix's favorite word.
Yeah. You have to keep the energy up. Even though you're winning rounds and if nobody's talking, nobody's saying anything, I mean, you don't really feel any kind of gratification for what you've done, right? Just on the scoreboard. You have to have that nice. Man, I wish that happened in the corporate world as well, but... like, maybe selling something
adapt.
Nice.
Maybe they'll adapt, who knows, but what about the answers here from Sharks? Because they change up the play here in our circle. Oh, Hendrik had to zoom in twice to make sure that was an enemy. And he's going to find that opening kill, but the smoke will keep them at bay for now. Gafolo's tagged up, but Dowie on the other side. He's the one with the op now. Usually obviously he's not usually the one that boasts the op and low HP. Gets given the op from Hendrik. But it's Hendrik and Onyx that are, well, obviously not going to play a double op setup on the T side, but if you do need a second op, it is Onyx that will play it. Now, Inner Circle, A side has worked. Why not go back to it?
Yeah.
That's what they're doing. Ardi and Zhao throws the flash into mid. He's unable.
He's establishing presence, but that just gave away any kind of surprise that he could have had on the back line. A lot of success, definitely, as you said, Pop, over that A site. They've been rather flawless with their executions and with the movement so far. Onyx has had something to say all throughout these rounds.
Securing at least an equal score at halftime point is super good here for Inner Circle.
Damn, I'm rather jealous a little bit. He's stirring up the crowd. Yeah, let's hear it for them. They deserve this.
Yeah, it is obvious that they've gotten way more comfortable from when they started off, right? It was a little awkward when they started off. They were a little shy, but now, completely different story.
And I think it's working. It's paying dividends for Dowie because he's right next to him, and Dowie's not having a great day. You saw it on his face, right? Not day, specific map, let's say. Yeah. And just having Zero Fix screaming right next to you and saying, nice, let's go. I think that's going to be That's going to be important for the mentality for when they're going forward with this.
Yeah, it's going to pump you up, right? It's going to get you that energy that you need. But what about this play? Koala sprays away a double for him, and a third! Koala, can he shut down more? Well, a lot of damage, and it's going to be the Molly to take down Captain Kirka. But it is head trick in a 1 versus 2 clutch situation. MaxScore and Ardian Zhao, they're tasked with taking down the opposing offer. Oh no, don't want to take the bomb there. And it will be Ardian Zhao to finish off the round for Sharks. But man, Koala gets a triple kill with the AK and a 4th post-mortem with the Molly. Great stuff there from Koala. So there's still some life left in Sharks.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the scoreboard is not that far apart, definitely. Rounds are there. Close to the equalizer here would be ideal for Sharks coming into the second half. But Koala, man, it was expected sooner or later for him to provide something like this.
Well, the question is, can he do it again? He's going to be needed once more. It's Gavolo to fall first. Koala does have some support in the form of Doc that just rotated over. A lot of util all around, and Koala forced out of hiding. Doc will find one, but it's the only one he finds. MaxScore, the last one standing with the op, 1 versus 4. He always seemed to be on the wrong side of the map. Always the plays happening not where MaxScore is, but can he deliver now?
Okay, this is his shot. It's a 1 versus 3 now. Their positioning is not favorable at all for MaxScore.
Yeah, he's going to need to check all of those angles, and he finds one more. There's Onik with the strike.
Oh, he loves it.
Zero Fakes basking here and making everyone hyped up as well. Not only his team, but everyone here. He just wants everyone to be screaming from them. Well, a lot of people have been screaming for them. A lot of people screaming from Sharks. Who's going to be screaming nice at the end of this map? We'll find out during the second half after this. back in game. 7-5 for Inner Circle. Straight into a technical. But they are leading by 2, and obviously if Sharks are going to be winning the pistol round, they have a very fast track at equalizing the things here. And you know, it is a T-sided map, but as I said, Inner Circle, in the 4 maps that they played, they did better on the CT side. So basically now they outdid themselves. But what about the second half? Can Inner Circle pull it through and complete the reverse sweep, or will Sharks have something to say here? We do have a head-to-head between Hedrick and Koala. I mean, Koala, that was like the reason he gets up to that amount of kills is that he gets that quad kill, but he has been pretty silent. They really need an individual performance from someone to kind of get the morale up, but we'll see if that's going to happen. There's the smoke for E-Box, but Dowie ahead of it.
This is really all Gafolo at this point, just trying to reinforce the preparedness that they had before this and everything that they have established. There's only 2 people here trying to sell the idea of going over to the B side, but information being given that A is actually the play.
Hedrick will be joining in with Captain Kirka. They got 3 players coming in from camera. Max score finds Captain Kirka. Doc with the double kill. It's a triple overall for Doc in the round, and it is the pistol round in the bag for Sharks. As I said, quick track into equalizing. Inner Circle are forcing up. That's interesting, because if this one is messed up, we could very well see Sharks in the lead here at the start of the second half, and that's not good, because again, it is a T-sided map. Sure, Inner Circle are usually better at CT, but then if Sharks get momentum, if they're able to snowball into this, it could be a problem.
Yeah.
At the same time, Sharks did start off with a 4-0 lead, and it was Inner Circle to get an answer there.
Yeah, they got 6 rounds and a streak, and then only 1 for the Sharks on the CT side, and then it ended 7-5. Now let's see this fast play towards A site. Are they prepared for what's to come? There's the first kill, not the second out of the 5-7. And the AK reigns supreme. It's Doc. We know about Koala, but have you heard about the Doctor?
Monica Hedrick might as well just hang on to the Deagles, because in the next round you're not going to be able to afford anything. So Sharks very nicely done, especially as Doc is getting out there. And this is what I was talking about, right? You need a player to have a pretty good individual performance just to get the morale up, and that was Doc is doing right now. He's 14-11. And he's not looking to stop right here. Obviously, it's going to be the eco into the next one, but we are going to be all tied up 7 apiece. You wouldn't even have the decider any other way, just having it as close as possible. Both teams fighting out for that spot in the grand final of Super DraculaN. It could be Sharks, could be Inner Circle. We'll find out at the end of this map.
Hello, Jaxi.
The king.
The king. We have that going on at the same time. Make sure to check it out. We're moving on. Sharks getting the equalizer. It is the 15th round. Can those pistols hold up to anything? They are already stacked onto the A side. Let's see if the 5-7 is going to work. Doc again.
Max score finds the kill as well into Hedrick. He missed that molly for camera, but apparently it didn't really matter. Onik, he is close by, but now he's the last one standing. And Max score. It's a triple from the Opera as well. They're starting to come alive here, Sana, and that could be a very big problem for Inner Circle if Sharks are hitting shots like that and they keep the ball rolling. Could be very complicated to stop them, but it was pistols. It was upgraded pistols in the previous one, and 2 rounds ago as well. Now it's going to be the buy. How will Inner Circle adjust? What is the plan here for the Ukrainian side? Do you want to get aggressive? Do you want to stay passive? Use the op more so than the M4s?
This is a semi-final nonetheless, so they have to make do with what they have at this point, but their investment is pretty good. Inner Circle. Danger is lurking close. Is he going to be caught off guard? Captain Kurkat just good for one. Doc taking him down. Slow and steady is going to be the name of the game going forward.
What a great angle from Doc. Doubles up to get the player advantage for his team as well. They're just waiting for the aggression, waiting for Inner Circle to get in their face. And Dowie takes down Koala. Unfortunate timing for Koala. In the meantime, there could be an angle found there, and it's head trick to take down Gaffolo from a 4 versus 3 to a 2 versus 3 now. Sharks at a disadvantage. Max score. Can he be the difference maker, at least in this duel? Everyone's all over the place. It is a little weird how, you know, they're trying to find each other, but with that they get the deeper positions. Doc, great reaction. That is head trick eliminated, and they're gonna take the bomb to the side, but look at this. This could be massive. Patience is a virtue here, but it doesn't work out. That molly's a little short. Max score will get the bomb planted. Dowie finds the kill onto Doc. He was worried about Temple, but Max score knows where both players are, and he's gonna land the kill onto Dowie. Now to the 1 versus 1. It's Onic with the headshot, and Inner Circle will tie the game up 8 apiece.
What a play out of Onic there. He had to get this one, and the nerves didn't get to him.
It is insane how their round was all over the place. Doc getting that kill onto head trick and then falling to Dowie. And Max score finds the kill onto Dowie, but couldn't even fire off a shot. Well then, a tactical timeout called in by Inner Circle. Calm down for a second and figure out what your next move is. Oh, well, the tactical turns into a technical, unfortunately, but I don't think it's going to be anything too complicated. Because, you know, so far, all the technical pauses that we had were solved out pretty quickly. Are we still here? Are we still trusting that Sharks can take this one and make it to the grand final? We are tied up. Do we have people that believe in Inner Circle?
Oh, you shift sides pretty quickly.
I mean, there's people saying yeah and people saying no, but it is a very tense third map, but the music is quieted because the timer is running once again, but it does come to a tactical timeout. There was a little bit of an issue. I'm just going to quickly get it out there. A little bit of an issue with one of the coach's microphones, so that's why everything was fixed there, and the technical pause was taken again because they couldn't benefit off of it. So now they're going to have 10 more seconds to talk and then move into round 17. See who's gonna get ahead. The economy is looking a little shaky for both sides. So both sides could be in danger of having to play with pistols following this one. And as we are tied up, that is very bad news, obviously, for Inner Circle and for Sharks.
Here we go, Bucharest. It is 8-8. Sharks Esports managing to get up to it, and then IC Esports equalizing the situation. What's it gonna be this time? Are we gonna go one by one? The investment is there. Both of the ops active. Patrick has been pivotal in that last round.
Calming things down here. Taking their time with the plays. Once again, kind of testing to see what Inner Circle want to do, how they want to go for the plays, if they want to get in their face, if they want to stay a little bit behind and just wait for Sharks to get into the sites, because Sharks are going to get into your sites, don't worry about it. They're ready to do exactly that. But the util will keep them at bay for a little longer. It's 40 seconds on the clock, and Sharks still have plenty to get a full execution. 3 smokes, some molly, some flashes. Good nade at the same time that shaves off a little bit of HP from the side of Sharks, but time is going to be of the essence. They're going to need to get through. Dowie finds the kill into Koala, but he's tagged up by the op. Another smoke for Temple, and the bomb will be planted. But what about the retake? Inner Circle, they do have the player advantage. Doc takes down Onyx. Arnie Zhao very patient here. Doesn't get a kill, never mind. Captain Kirka wins that one. And it's player advantage now for Inner Circle. And at 3v2, they know where Doc is, or at least they should. And it's Gaffolo to find a kill onto Dowie. But now, Gaffolo in a second. The 1v1 against Hetrick. Gaffolo swings out. Oh, it's a little awkward, but he gets the player off of the bomb defuse, baiting him out, and Gaffolo finding his third. And he's just super cool about it, doesn't scream. He knows that he got the round, and it's just another day at the office. 9-8 as Sharks get in the lead.
How reassuring is that your IGL is performing like this in a crucial moment, right? He's taking the lead for the team in that post-plan situation. It looked sketchy at some point, but up in the end, while that connector did fail, it was the captain that took it all the way.
Good chance for Sharks here to extend their lead to 2 rounds as they're up against the pistols, but then again, the pistols can always be very scary. You remember that round, 23rd round of Mirage, where Sharks were winning with pistols, and that got them over the finish line. Oh, Arnie Zhao makes it with a way to his life for now, and it's a triple spray down from Arnie Zhao as Gaffolo was taken down.
I was like, why are you getting out of there while your teammate is still in the action? But then it was all calculated, Pop.
Yeah, it was the quick reposition, the quick adjustment to have a better chance at taking down the pushing players. In the 4v2, they kind of figured out where they want to go. They're just making sure that no one's hiding around the corner. They're in any imminent danger so that they can finish off the round. Koala sees both players here, so information is out there. Drops the smoke to keep them at bay. They want to play it by the book as well. They want to lose a lot of weapons with this situation. There could be a backstab. But Inner Circle, they do back away, so they should be okay, both Onyx and Hetrick. Sharks will secure double digits here.
It is double digits for the Sharks. And that tactical timeout has to pop off for Inner Circle Esports. JR. Yeah, go ahead.
Final tactical timeout.
Final tactical timeout. JR has to whisper into their ears how this can change. It is an opportunity now that they're buying into things. You're not going to be met with a lot of these opportunities if Sharks get this one.
What's the plan change?
That is the question indeed. Time ticking.
They do have the majority of their players focused on one side of the map for now, Sharks, but I think they're expecting Inner Circle to try and do something different, and something different would be try and get aggressive at the start of the round. Smoke in place, that's going to annoy Hendrik. In comes a molly for water to disallow any kind of boost there to try and surprise the Opper or the players in mid. Very good positioning here. Ardian's now holding for his teammate to get a little closer. They're throwing some util towards the B site. See if anyone is going to be swinging in, but they're taking their time. They're being very patient here in our circle. They're not baited out by anything that Sharks are doing for now. But time is ticking, and that is against Sharks. They're the ones that need to get into those bomb sites and get a bomb planted. Oh, great reaction on the dock. There's Gafolo with a kill onto Dowie. And they've taken down 2. But look, they're still very slow about it. They still want to make sure that everything is cleared out, and they heard that damage onto Zero Fix because of the molly. Zero Fix only good for 1 nade from Hendrik, but the timing is not good. Ardian now has control over E-Box, and that's where Captain Kirk is coming from. Great shot from Captain Kirk. Koala finds the kill, and the bomb is planted. Hendrik, is he up for the 1v2? Is waiting to see if Sharks are going to be peeking in, but they are not. Sharks are going to be getting themselves 11.
You got to get, I mean, it's understandable that you're a little bit frustrated. You couldn't have any kind of impact into this round. That B side was already taking over, and Hendrik, I feel he wanted to give more into this round. He knew it was so crucial, but he still kept that off. He can still have a lot of impact coming into the 20th round. Not necessarily a bad buy for Inner Circle. Just don't buy into those full armors, and he should be good.
Oh no, they're not taking your advice. They're fully investing into this one, and it's not a bad buy. It's just, it's going to be an MP7 for Onyx. So, you know, you do lose a little bit on that front, but then again, that MP7 can deliver for sure. Oh, trying to take the advantage. Zero Fix, great find onto Koala. Opens up the round with that headshot, with that kill. It's already a 5 versus 4.
So fast. Fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee.
Well, Sharks don't fly and they don't sting, but they bite. And when
they're
bite,
so fast in the water,
they bite hard. See if they can take a chunk out of Inner Circle as they're trying to find an opportunity into one of the sites. So far in the second half, Sharks, they've gotten themselves 6 rounds on the TE side, while Inner Circle only gotten themselves 1. It was that first buy round that they were able to pull through. Can this be a second because of that opening kill? The follow. Oh, drops the nade, and that is very awkward. He would have been able to get a double, but he gets nothing. A little bit of damage to Hetrick, sure, he's low HP, but he's the opper. He thrives when he's low HP. And the timing is not going to be good. 20 seconds left on the clock. They're not going to try to get anything else done. Save the weapons, get the drops out for the next one. This one goes the way of Inner Circle.
And you can only say great tactical there. Probably the direction was get a little bit more aggressive. You know they're not really exploring that mid side of the map, right? They're just trying to establish B main presence and sneaking up towards A main as well. And that actually worked. That kill meant a lot.
Yeah, a very good find there by Zero Fix. And the fact that Gaffolo messes that one up really hits him in the feels, right? It would have been a quick kill onto the Opera, and then if you fall down to the MP7, sure, but you did get rid of the big green, or at least for a second.
Yeah.
It is full life versus full life, but now Sharks could be in danger regarding their economy. If they lose this one, could be an eco. Could be a chance for Inner Circle to strike back, equalize things.
Look at Dowie though. He's gonna feel and see everything. He takes down Doc. Not taking more than that because Max Score is ready. Probably spending a little too much time there. But they know their positioning. Hetrick is looking towards, fixated towards the position of the Sharks. Keep in mind, they're in the water. Can they make anything happen here? Captain Kirka, as ever present on that A site. Anchoring. It's going to be pretty tough if this is going to be straight towards the A site.
40 seconds. Time is ticking, but Hetrick takes down Max Score. Took a swing there. Artie and Zhao is going to try to fix things here with Gaffolo, and he's going to take down Captain Kirka. Molly forces out Zero Fix, but there's Gaffolo with the shot. And a 3 versus 2. But the problem is, Koala's miles away. Onyx will drop down, denies the bomb plan. And there's not a lot of time. Artie and Zhao needs to get the skill, and Onyx is just toying with him. Koala, nothing he can do. He was all this time super far away. This was basically a 2 versus 4 at that point. And it will be Inner Circle to get double digits. Oh, Onyx getting fired up.
I mean, you have to give it to Onyx. What a brilliant play, going through that smoke, knowing the plant is going to go right there and stopping it. Being aware of the time, being aware of the enemy's position, being aware of a lot of things, just risking it, and it panned out with a double kill in the end and preventing that bomb plant. Holy hell, that was impressive.
Well, it is a weak buy here from Sharks, or if you can even call it buy. It's just some pistols and that AK that Koala saved over. Good nade. But Sharks are going to try to overwhelm here with sheer numbers. Question is, can that work out? We're going to find out right now because they start swinging. Dowie will take down 2, but it gets traded out. Onyx finds a double, and Zero Fix eliminates Koala. We are tied up, and we're going to need the full 24 rounds here, Sana. Maybe even more than that, because both teams, they are going to be having the bye here. But if Inner Circle wins this one, it's going to be a weak bye for Sharks.
Yeah. The most plausible context is going to be for us to get to overtime if Inner Circle don't get this one. But they've been looking so strong in those past 2 rounds. That timeout really worked wonders. And Hetrick has been pivotal in just cutting away the movement of the Sharks.
Doc spearhead starting the push. That's Onyx down as Doc blindsides him. Dowie taken down by Ardianzel through the smoke. Captain Kirka. It was him, actually. It's a 5 versus 2, and nothing Inner Circle want to get out of this round anymore. It's a, you know, they're in a very bad position with this one, so just hanging on to the weapons is going to be okay. But that means the Sharks are back in the lead, and they have a single chance to close out this semi-final and secure their spot into the grand final.
They have the money for the investment, so I didn't want to jinx it. But it turned out IC Esports, they lose this one and they're going to fight for the overtime. There's nothing left. Everything is going to be thrown into this one. This is the do or die round for them, for the Ukrainian lineup.
You hear the music, a tactical timeout called in by Sharks. Figure out the play. What could be the best approach here to finish it off in regulation and secure their spot into the grand final? It could be Sharks. But to find out who it will be, we're going to need to see what happens in this final round 24, final round of regulation. One chance. They're going to give it everything they got. Looking to see if there's any kind of movement. This is interesting, to say the least. Hedrick. Oh, the timing. That is absolutely crazy. They got through, but do they know? Oh, they don't know. But what about the trade? There's no trade. Fast enough. Hedrick with a double. Captain Kirka takes down Koala, but Max Score finds an answer as well. He'll get himself the op. The site is empty. Ardian's out, trying to get ahead of the opposition.
Oh, this is prime time positioning.
He does have a molly. Could cut them off, but he could bit more than he can chew. He's get taken down. Max Score into the 1v1 against Dowie. And Dowie already got himself close. Max Score playing this with the help of time. And a molly from Dowie. It's a little deeper. That could help out. It's a tap onto the bomb. No, it's a pull on defuse. And Max Score, he doesn't believe it. Oh, and it's the defuse. It is the overtime. Dowie will save the day. And we'll get to see more Counter-Strike out of this first semi-final.
Yeah. You can have a lot of nerves in those situations. There was a lot of time for the defuse, even though he peaked that. What was going through his mind, only he knows, but what an impressive play overall by Inner Circle, almost getting the drop on the Sharks, just making their way through middle. I don't understand how they didn't expect opposition into camera. But it is what it is. We are in the first overtime. Wouldn't have been a semi-final if we didn't get on the third map, first overtime.
Oh, Doc opens up and Ardian's out to follow up. Great openers there. From the South American side, Hedrick will drop the smoke, try and get himself a little closer, but that molly will keep him at bay for a little longer. Oh, Koala. Good find onto Onyx. That should be the end of it. Even though it is OT, I don't think you're risking losing every single member when you know it's a 2v5.
This is definitely a staple. This is definitely how Sharks want all of the rest of the rounds to go from here. A statement, if you will. Doc searching for the other ones. They want to crumble that economy over. He finds Dowie. Can they find Hedrick as well? That is in possession of the most expensive weapon out of them all. Oh, Doc.
What a shot. And he connects. It's a 13 for the side of Sharks. And a tactical timeout. Tactical timeout from Inner Circle. They do get an extra one in overtime. Both teams do, but it's the only one they get. So Inner Circle, they're going to use theirs now to try and figure things out. Not happy with the result of the previous round, obviously, but they're trying to get themselves hyped up. Back into the game we go. Second round, first half of OT. Sharks, you found success in the first one. I mean, Doc is having a crazy game, 26 and 17 for him. He's leading by a lot, the scoreboard, but can he replicate what he did in the previous round alongside Ardi and Zhao? Oh, this time around, they're just gonna push. And they're gonna push into the B side. Dowie finds one in a second. The push is slow. And a third from Dowie. Onic finds the kill to Gafolo and its max score. All of a sudden, in a 1 versus 5. Doesn't even know how he went down like that. But Dowie, if you're pushing into him, he is ready to take you down.
I wasn't expecting that third one to come in. What reflexes?
And Dowie finds that final kill to make it equal once again, 13 to 13.
(13 to 13), managing to equalize here. Inner Circle.
And they finish it off with the lead. That would be pretty important, you know, to change into the favorite side of the map with a 1-round lead as you are into overtime. This is obviously for all the marbles, the winner going to the grand final. They're fighting it out tooth and nail.
It does feel like a shark is lurking in the water whenever you see Doc coming close to that connector. He has found the space 2 rounds ago. Oh, and another nade.
Oh! From downtown, Onic gets the kill with the nade.
He knew his fate was sealed. But that execution is still going to come.
Oh, reaggressing. Oh, and he turns well. Mid shot from max score. Dowie and Onic. The heroes of overtime for Inner Circle as Koala's left to fend for himself. But it's the final round of the first half of OT. You have to go for this. There's no saving. And it's a little awkward, but he gets the kill into zero fix. Needs a lot more accuracy to finish off this round in his favor. 23 seconds left. The bomb's in water. There is basically no way for Koala to win this round. It's going to be 14 to 13 for Inner Circle. Unless he just finds 4 kills in 13 seconds, and I doubt it. Hedrick finishes it off. And it is Inner Circle in the lead.
Man, Dowie has been so crucial in these latest rounds. Getting that triple kill, now making the difference with those nades and the utility they've been throwing into connector. It's those small things that piled up get you results, and it's a spot in the grand final.
Still 2 more needed from inner circle to secure. 16 is the magic number, and Sharks call for the tactical pause. They need a flawless CT half. No mistakes allowed.
Last time out of this overtime, gone. And we're just down to knuckles now.
Doc and Dowie. I mean, it makes sense. See the ADR as well. Good performances by both. But one of those two, and alongside their team, will go down to the 3rd place decider. The other will go to the grand final.
They've tried this before. Oh, not working out the boost there.
Oh,
Let's cancel that mid play all throughout.
I was thinking they're still going to push through that smoke, but it's just a little too risky. Now the smoke fades and they can just walk up.
They have a clear trajectory all throughout camera. There's only Doc there. He needs to spot them.
You say only. It is Doc, so.
It is the Doc.
Oh, great nade. That's Dowie on half HP.
This could be insane if that nade would have been thrown by Doc. Creeping up close to him. Can he get any results done? Double kill. Is it going to be a 3rd? No.
Ardian Zhao helps out. It's head trick to fall. And Captain Kirka. 1 versus 3. Spots out all 3 players. He only has a molly himself, but he has 35 seconds at his disposal to try this round. Oh, the smoke, but Captain Kirka finds the kill. Molly's out the right side. But guess what?
You got the bomb.
Yeah, he stole the most important piece. It's a tap onto the bomb.
Oh,
Captain Kirka. Oh, another tap. But he gets dinged and taken down by Ardian Zhao. And we are tied up once again, 14-14. They do want to finish it off. They need 2 rounds in a row, either of those teams. If they go 1 each, you know what happens, Anna. We get to see more Counter-Strike.
And we love it. Stepping into their classical.
Ooh, max score. Misses a shot, but lands the 2nd. There's a trade for Captain Kirka. Koala with the OG head trick, finds Ardian Zhao. Hang on, player advantage for inner circle.
The call has been made. Onyx wants the troops over at the A site. This is a lot of time they're playing with. And they're gonna go for information. Maybe this was what inner circle were counting for. Head trick nearly getting that one, but they have the information that players are lurking around A main.
Oh, can Doc deliver once again? Multi-kill in front of him, but Captain Kirka, what a shot to get a double overall. And it's a 4 versus 2, but there's Onyx with a sneak in through mid. It's only down to Koala. 1 versus 4. AUG in hand. He's going to take down Captain Kirka. Looking for a 2nd onto the site. But Zero Fix will deny it. And it is 15-14. Inner circle. They have the chance to close it out here, but they also, as Sharks did in regulation, they get 1 single chance to do so.
It is Sharks' spot to show some resilience and to show poise. You're fighting for everything here. They're making their way towards connector. And they're not slowing down. They're rushing into this. Capolo finding the first one. Could this have been the right move? Double kill out of the Sharks. And they're tearing through them. It seems like this round is under wraps already.
Zero Fix and Onyx, the last two standing. It's a 2 versus 5. They wanted to change up the play to get some more gas, but it didn't work out. They just went into the molly. They went into the two players holding towards E-Box. Good find by Zero Fix. The boost up works out, but now that's going to give them the information that they needed. Sharks. Smoke in place. The nade as well. Onyx finds max score. Hang on. Things can still change.
This is not going through.
Doc. Already close to the premises. There's still time for Inner Circle to check out angles, check out corners.
They have to bait Doc into this, right?
Zero Fix. He's making sure that he peeks every single angle right.
Doesn't see the barrel. And now Doc should activate here.
Well planted.
Doesn't see anything there. Most aware of connector, but here comes the kill. There's only a 1v2, and the Sharks do it. The Sharks get the equalizer, and they're sending us into the second overtime. Sometimes you gotta follow through with these calls, but they're not the best, or don't necessarily get the results that are expected. And Sharks was wondering if they're gonna show resilience and poise, and they did just that. Starting off with the second overtime. Going to keep on into that CT side. Sharks. Patrick not necessarily going for the op. Also AUG in the hands of Koala. Quite unusual to begin with, but it has worked so far. Wondering if you're taking anything away from Hetrick. Not laying him into the op, but there it is, the first kill. Doc has been tremendous in these positions, and he doesn't skip a beat. At the same time, it's going to be RD and Zhao together with Doc, holding off onto A main. What a great nade out there, but deciding to push into Captain Kirka. That is not the best. Double kill out of him. Rushing into that A site, and Captain Kirka with the third. It is done and dealt with. Nothing else that the Sharks can do in this situation. We're starting off with a round for the Ukrainian lineup. They want to find the rest of the Sharks players. Onyx is on the lookout, but max score not allowing.
Well, it's a good start here from Inner Circle, but we know what, Sharks can do about it. I mean, Captain Kirka, just wow. But they're gonna need a lot more from him. And he started getting a lot of those kills, right? Especially in overtime as well, some very important kills. What about round 32? If you've been playing CS for a long time, you're gonna feel like this is only the first overtime.
This is a semi-final, we keep saying it.
Gee. Trying to make it a difference maker, it seems, but it could be, right? Oh, Zero Fakes takes down Gafolo. But can they find said AUG Molly versus Koala back? Artie and Zhao will take down Dowie. But there's multiple players that can hit the headshot here for Inner Circle. Doc takes down Headtrick, hang on. Nade opens up the smoke and Captain Kirka gets the kill. Wasn't clean as spree, but he gets the job done. Max score now, picked up the AUG, doesn't really want to have the op in that retake situation. Captain Kirka runs out of bullets. There's a help from Onyx, but Captain Kirka will fall. We know where Onyx is. Didn't know about Zero Fix. Great find onto Artie and Zhao, and Max score can't really do anything about it. Nate comes through, and that's enough. 17-15, Inner Circle. Looking to find a flawless first half of the second OT here.
Here we go. Inner Circle finding the most success in the second overtime. Up in the hands of Hetrick. Sharks have to find something within the lines. They have to get the opener at least.
Well, you know, it is not going to be easy.
Yeah.
With how fired up Inner Circle are right now, they know they can feel the grand final, but they need 2 more rounds.
At this point, having so much success over the B side, they must have seen some flaws. They must have witnessed something that feel as if they can capitalize easily. Captain Kirka having his first victim. Artie and Zhao getting taken out of this map.
Oh. Koala finds Dowie. They come in for main, but that Molly would force them a little closer, and it's Hetrick, Captain Kirka, and Zero Fix to find a kill each, while Max Score is tasked with clutching up this 1 versus 4. Well, not impossible, but it's going to be super complicated. Misses a shot. And that is Captain Kirka. 18 on the board for Inner Circle.
Here's that energy back from Zero Fix. They're so close to taking it all the way here up until the grand finals. Just one more, but the factions are going to change. Sharks are going to hop on that terrace side. Can you come back from this? Can you show resilience again? Here we go. Anticipation to the maximum. Ooh. So close, Hetrick to opening things up.
Three chances to close it out. It's the most that we've seen so far in this final map. Taking their time here, Sharks. They cannot rush decisions. It would not be a good idea. Oh, they've got a player on the other side there. Is there going to be a flash to come in, or is it just a dry peek? The answer is the latter. Captain Kirka damages both Doc and Artie and Zal, but no kill. Opener still goes the way of Sharks in that round.
Instantly repositioning and being aware of any kind of re-aggression. Timing would have been insane for Captain Kirka. The damages are still felt on Artie and Zhao and Doc. Where do you go from here? You do have the man advantage. Dowie has been insane in this connector position. If you can neutralize this, you still have to deal with Onyx. And this duo has provided a lot of results in the past. It is Dowie to take the first one. Here's the refrag.
Oh, got follow. The double kill is down to 0 fix and head trick and a shot from head trick. Another one connecting. The bomb being planted, head trick. Fires off a shot into the smoke. No one to be found there. And now he spotted the player on sight. Oh, he had the right read, but Koala will finish him off. And Sharks survive. But there's still plenty more to come. There's still at least 2 more rounds. And a tactical pause called in by Inner Circle. Find out the winning formula. To just finish off this first semi-final and secure their spot into the grand final of Super DraculaN. Sharks obviously trying to deny that, equalize things again.
What's about to unfold here before our eyes? Can Sharks do it again? Can Sharks take another round just to get closer to that third overtime? There's a whole 5-man Ukrainian lineup that will oppose that idea.
And you know, we are used to saying, oh, can they take Dowie down? Can they take 0 fix down? You didn't really need anyone to take down everyone on the side of Inner Circle. Everyone is playing really, really well. You'd see that they really want it. Well, can they get it? That is the question. As Sharks get grouped up, they're ready for the play. Inching closer and closer to the site.
Hetrick is going to be the first one to see this coming. Utility on its way. They're not replacing, they're not taking Hetrick out of the play.
It's a double kill for Hetrick. 0 fix finds Gafolo. It's down to Max Score and Koala to try and finish it off. Try and clutch it up so that it doesn't get finished off. It is 0 fix to find a kill. Max Score finds one. It's a leg shot from Hetrick, but Max Score limping. He's not gonna get anything out of it. And it's 19-16. Inner Circle make it to the grand final.
What a deserved win over Sharks, man. They came in from nothing, right? They came into this, they decided that they are going to win a lot of rounds onto that CT side, and now just taking it in the overtime. What a story to be told, and what a story they have until now. Qualifying into that grand final, going through the fire and maps that have played every round to the second overtime as well. Just give it up for Inner Circle Esports.
It's just wonderful stuff to see there from Inner Circle, right? Because they did have a lot of, you know, they fought it out so hard. And, you know, we kept talking about them. We talked about them for, I think, over 3 hours at this point. But let's hear it from Madeleine and the winning team.
Wow, wow, wow. What a match and what a comeback from Inner Circle. Otherwise, I want to applaud the both teams for this super match from Super DraculaN. Congrats, guys. I want to talk with you. 0 fix. I want Zero Fix for this interview. Hey, Zero Fix, where are you going? Zero Fix, I want you at this interview because you had a special moment with the public in the second match. So, here are my congrats. Congrats! That's massive, and you are in the grand final of Super DraculaN. What a comeback! How's the stage and how's the crowd?
Crowd was awesome. I love you guys. Thank you for support. It was really nice. We really need you guys.
It was tough for you.
Yeah, it was really tough. Again, fucking OTs on the third map in the semifinals, you know. It was really hard with emotionals, you know, and with the game. But again, we fucking won the fucking OTs. It's me, guys. It's Inner Circle. Woo!
Congrats, congrats. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow at the grand final. Take a good nap. Take a good nap. Oh, wow. This is DraculaN, everybody. We need to go to Heku with another interview now. Okay. So, we will have again 2 or 3 matches today. Best of 3. No, I'm joking. I'm looking at you and I'm joking. No, 1 match. 1 best of 3. But after the interviews with Heku and after, we will have a little break. So I need you all to stay there. We will come back in a few minutes. So, Heku, are you ready for the interviews?
Unfortunately, we didn't manage to grab anyone for the exit interviews. Obviously, it was a really tough matchup for Sharks. It went to 3 maps, it went to multiple OTs. They were so incredibly close to getting to the grand final. But luckily, they're still playing tomorrow for the 3rd place, so we're not yet saying goodbye to them. And we're also not saying goodbye to you because we have 1 more semifinal, and by the end of the day, we'll find out who's going to be playing in that grand final. Let's go back to the casters.
Yeah, thank you so much, Heku and Madeleine as well. We heard it from Zero Fix. They might be called overtime circle, but they did manage to take it in the overtime. And what a great atmosphere to take it here. So Zero Fix saw through the crowd and everything. And Pop, what can you say about them coming into the grand final, right? Just really fighting their way through tough competition from the game against Sashi, taking down Walzaki, and now just saying goodbye to Sharks. Who do you think they're gonna take on, and who do you think is going to be the MVP for this one? Is it going to be Dowie, Captain Kirka, Hetrick? What do you think?
I think Dowie's got it. I think we can see the MVP as well, and it was Hetrick actually. Well, it was. I think it was in between him and Dowie because they were the most constant, right? On the first map, Dowie was a little slow, but he then picked up the pace. Second map was very good. Third map, again, everyone was on kind of the same level on the third map. But again, going back to when we found out, you know, the teams that are going to be participating here, I don't think you would have seen Inner Circle making it all the way to the grand final. But at the same time, they played so well that it is fully deserved that they are able to get there. And, you know, overtime, sure, we wouldn't have it any other way with Inner Circle. I'm sure even in the grand finals, they'll find a way to get some overtimes going, but just super well played out of them. And the fact that they were able to, you know, kind of get it going against Sharks and to get everything going, it was super awesome. But that is only the first semifinal. As everyone said, we still have 1 more semifinal. It is Echo, it is Ascend. We'll be taking a break and we'll be back with that second semifinal.
Every round starts with a question.
Yes, 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 yes. We are back. We are back again. What a match. What a match. This is why Super DraculaN is super. And it's about atmosphere and it's about you, the audience. We will wait a little bit to come back the crowd. I think, Heku, it's time for the second match.
Yes, because the first semi-final was, something that we expected. Yes, we did expect 3 maps. We did expect overtimes because it was Sharks. It was inner circle. But in the end, it is the Ukrainian lineup that secured themselves a spot in the grand final. Now it is up for us to find out who will join them in that best of 5. One of the teams might be the team that is really strategical. They take their preparation very seriously, and also, right now, they're probably the best fully Danish team in the scene.
So I think we are ready. The teams are ready. The big question is, you are ready? Oh, wow, 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 I heard something from the back. So probably we need to start. In your applause, let's begin. Please welcome to the stage the first team from Denmark. Please welcome Team Echo. Salazar, Nikki B, Iceberg, Leaks, and Boye. This is Team Echo.
When it comes to Danish teams, they are known for being incredibly tactical, but right now they're going to be playing against a fully Bulgarian stack, and those guys, there's a high chance that they are the team with the most firepower that we have left here at Super DraculaN.
So, for the second team who will fight Echo today, please welcome in your applause. Let me introduce you to the stage, Team Ascend! Kaluber! Screamo! Spellan! Harn! And Red Star! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Ascend!
Before we jump into the server, may I have Iceberg, may I have Screamo here for the one last and final interview between you two? Screamo, you join here in the spotlight. Iceberg, you too, don't be afraid. This is the last moment when you actually get to talk to each other, face to face. Iceberg, you guys had a day off. Do you feel like you're still hot, or maybe you cooled down for these guys?
I think we are cooled down, we are ready to play, even though we haven't played PC yesterday. But yeah, I think they are a bit old Bulgarians, so of course we're young Danish players, we will beat them.
Old Bulgarian guys, Screamo, considering that you are actually really young, how do you feel? Do you feel offended in a way?
No, not really, because I'm the youngest one, probably the others are, but we're gonna show them what we're capable of, so yeah.
Any final words to your opponents?
Just be careful not to break your coach's nose when you lose.
Do you have anything to say to that, Iceberg?
No, Spellan is very bold, so I have nothing to say.
All right, let's go for the final handshake. And let's see on the server who's actually better. Thank you very much, guys. Let's go to our casters.
Thank you very much, Heku. Well, what an entry that was.
Yeah, it was.
I don't think we expect any more noses to be broken. At least we hope that's not going to be the case. But just starting it off, shout out to Santa and Pop for the great work. Ted here, joined by Atro. It's been a very eventful day so far. I've actually been, we've been in the backstage looking at the first semi-final. It was a bit of a banger. Overtime, at this point we're just calling them overtime circle, but they made it into the grand finals, surprisingly maybe to some extent, because the Sharks were kind of like the second, maybe highest seed after Game Legion coming into the event, the only other team that actually participated in the Cologne Major. So really looking forward to now seeing who's going to be playing against Inner Circle tomorrow.
Well, now we can take a look on down to the actual teams that are on stage already getting set up. And I mean, yes, overtime affairs have been very used to DraculaN overall. We've gone used quite a lot to them. But the guys on your screen have joined DraculaN before, and they'll look to try to get themselves over here on stage and do an amazing job on the server. We've got ourselves Salazar, Nikki, Iceberg, Leaks, and Boy coming into it. And I just want to say, Ted, we've been running the narrative that Ascend might be the most firepower-heavy squad coming into the event. At the same time, though, you look at playoff performance, you look at event performance, these guys have got 4 out of the top 10 players currently rating up there.
Yeah, they have been playing some great Counter-Strike, right? You're looking at guys like Salazar, you're looking at guys like Leaks. Leaks is playing one of the best LAN events we've seen out of him with this jersey, and I just, in general, feel like this is such an exciting team to watch right now, considering the fact that they don't even have an organization. Obviously got dropped by Tricked, unfortunately, but they have been playing clean Counter-Strike, very tactical, on the same page. And then you're looking at someone like Salazar, for example, who's got that major experience out of Copenhagen in 2024, the PGL major, where he was part of that ecstatic lineup. So regardless of this being such a young team, they actually do have a decent amount of experience, regardless of the fact that, as Iceberg pointed out, a lot of the Bulgarian players have been playing the game for a little bit too long.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's really interesting to try to draw a parallel to these guys, because you take a look on down to this young squad of the Danes, looking to quote-unquote strategize it up onto the server. But when you take a look on down to the Bulgarian squad, they've been running with momentum the entire event head.
Yeah, they really have been. Going into the tournament, I don't feel like we had a lot of expectations for Ascend. We didn't really know what they're going to show us on the server, right? Because as Heku pointed out, and I feel like this is a very shrewd point, on this Bulgarian team, there is a whole lot of firepower. They are stacked, right? You're looking at guys like Harn, you're looking at guys like Red Star, like Caliber, obviously Spellin and Scrimmo doing a lot more of the supportive work, Spellin being the in-game leader. But just that trio of Harn, Red Star, and Caliber has been bringing a lot of firepower. And regardless of Ascend, surprisingly not having a lot of players in the top rankings when it comes down to individual performance, we know what they can do.
We know indeed what they can do, but now the question is, what will they show into a best of 3 like this one? It's the first time these two meet up, whether they be on the stage or on online, and it's been quite the run for both of these squads. I mean, we took a look on down, Ascend have taken down some titans that we brought up out here into Super DraculaN, and as you said, right, no one was really pointing fingers at them to make it up to the stage now, but they took down some real heavy hitters.
I feel like, especially with the draw, the fact that they had to play Gamer Legion first game, no one really expected them to start it off with a win, right? But the truth is, coming in last second into the event as one of the replacements for Tylo and Wildcard, Ascend just had to start it off as the worst seed, even though they weren't on paper, right? When you look at the VRS rankings, they're actually in the top half of the teams, but because coming in the last second, they had to kick things off against Gamer Legion, and that provided them with an opportunity to simultaneously, I guess, get a bit of a two-edged sword in a way, right? Because they are playing against the best team, so even if they ended up losing and going through the lower bracket, they wouldn't have been too upset after losing to Gamer Legion. But then if you beat them, the upside is very big, right? As we know, these guys drive on momentum. They go on and play very streaky Counter-Strike, so once you beat a team of the caliber of Gamer Legion, you can just keep going and going and going, and that's what they've been doing.
And speaking of momentum, it's going to be a really important point to make across this entire best of 3, but the first place where we have to go out here, Ted, is going to be the veto screen, because we need to know what type of maps we're going to be dealing with. And the problem coming through from Echo is that they usually don't play 2 of the 7 maps out here.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one, right? Because the Dust 2 permaban is going to come through from Echo, but first we're going to see Ascend take care of Nuke. So what we're looking at here is probably going to be a Mirage pick out of Ascend. Just to be honest, they've been picking into Mirage every single game they've played so far. Bar now, one time they could pick a Dust 2, but that was never going to happen against Echo, so we're going to see the Mirage come through, and the Overpass coming out of Echo. Now, there is a little bit of blood in the water with this one, because if you're Echo, you're looking at the stats, maybe some of the recent results, you're saying Ascend have not been playing good Counter-Strike. This has been notoriously one of the most comfortable maps for Bulgarian teams over the course of the last couple of years, especially for guys like Spellin, like Harn, like Red Star, that have been around for a little bit longer. And then, obviously, for the third and final map, I feel like it was just going to be a no-brainer, but the first 2 maps are going to be of big interest to me. First question, are Echo going to be able to deal with the firepower of Ascent when it comes down to Mirage? Second question, can Ascent carry on that momentum? Overpass has notoriously been a very tricky map to pick into as a second map into the veto, right?
Yeah.
Because then you started off on your opponent's map pick. If that doesn't go your way, you're allowing them to start on the CT side. And this could go horribly wrong on maps like Overpass, like Nuke, like Anubis if they start on the T side. Spellon and Co will have that very good opportunity to potentially carry on the momentum if Mirage ends up being a successful one.
See, but I'm also looking towards that side, or I feel like it's going to be very exciting if we do manage to make it over towards Inferno. Speaking of the way that Spellon and Scrimo have actually been playing, I've been looking at Spellon and I've really gotten a couple of Glaive flashbacks from him, a lot in the smoke plays, a lot of off-the-bat spawn calls that have been working out just because of some crazy gimmick play that they pulled out of the hat, right? So if Ascend are going to be that gimmicky team coming into it with momentum and vibes all ahead, right, it is going to be Echo that kind of has to slow them down.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be the massive, the biggest battle on the server, right? It's kind of like a story of, I don't want to say David versus Goliath, but it is going to be that in some way, because Goliath is a little bit more predictable. He is stronger. He's got a stronger base. And then David is just very quick. He's moving like a fly around the server. That's going to be Ascent, right? Very streaky. They're going to be able to go for a lot of simultaneous pushes around the map. They're going to play up-in-your-face Counter-Strike. And there's one of two ways that this could go, or two ways that this could go for Echo. Number one, you're able to punish all of these aggressive plays. You're able to frustrate Ascent, because we've seen a number of times that when the game doesn't start well for these guys, they are struggling a little bit to pick themselves up mentally, right?
Yeah.
But the other alternative is Ascent just go into the server, they crush Echo, and they don't let him even start their game plan. Basically what happened yesterday against Infinite.
And you have to remember, the emotions are going to be running even higher now that you're on stage, right? Ascend are going to be coming in together with a couple of different pieces than what they were used to into their core, and they're going to be looking on over at Echo and saying, well, we had the tougher seed, guys. If you're speaking of runs only, I feel like Echo, comparatory to Ascend, have drawn the shorter straw into this one, right? Have had a bit of a better seed coming through, even though, sure, you know, well, Chucky wasn't all that easy, but they managed to 2-0 Focus, they managed to 2-0 Beckley coming into this one, and that was not really to be expected coming out of the X3 boys.
I feel like, in general, they have shown a very good level of Counter-Strike, but the elephant that we need to address in the room is the fact that Echo have had the on-paper easier route into the semi-final, right? You look at the teams that they've been playing, I feel like with BetClick, you don't really know where they stand. They're a little bit shaky, regardless of having a couple good names. Focus is the most serious name that they were able to take down, but then Focus themselves got farmed by Infinite the day after. And then you're looking at the game against Wochaki. That was a very close one, but again, a team that doesn't necessarily show their best work on LAN. Then you're looking at the games that Ascent had to go through. You've got a Gamer Legion, then you've got a Sashi. That was a very close game. Then they had a 1-2 very close game against the Sharks that also made it into the semifinals. And then they had to destroy Infinite to make their way in here. The same Infinite that absolutely annihilated Focus as well.
And you have to remember now, the narrative changes completely, especially for Ascend coming into this game, because to them, this is going to feel like that one step to make it back to the grand final in their heads, coming in with confidence. That's what you want the Bulgarians to think and to feel. But if they were thinking they were going to win this best of 3 and get a rematch up against the Sharks, now they have to completely rethink their entire strategy. So the way to the grand final is going to be a 30-1 for both teams on the server today.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a little bit of time, so we can talk about some of the players after all, but the one point that I want to focus on is actually the clash between the coaches here. Because we've got on one hand, and I feel like this is one of the big advantages that Echo actually have going into this one, because we've got someone that is a very reputable, very experienced name in Region, right? He's coached teams like Mouse, he's lifted 4 Tier 1 trophies with them, went through projects like TSM after that as well. He's been a coach for his entire life, basically. Well, after being a player for a little while, but the last maybe 10 years he's been coaching professionally. And then on the other side, you've got a 25-year-old Bulgarian coach by Milky, who used to be a player before, but never to the level of even his current teammates, right? So you've got a bit of a clash going in there. Someone a little bit younger, these guys are usually more tactically orientated, and then you've got someone else who's coached at big events before, who knows how to handle the pressure, knows how to calm down the fires when they start rising up.
And it shows so nicely on the server as well, right? It's the playstyles we've been talking about, it's the way that these teams made it out here to the event, but everybody's getting ready for one more best of 3 of the day. We've been having a really long first best of 3 to be starting off the stage out here for Super DraculaN. We've been seeing how the vibe kind of is, how you guys are feeling out here into the arena, and how the teams themselves are going to be performing under the pressure. Because you have to remember, for some of these guys, they haven't necessarily lifted a trophy on LAN before.
No, I was actually taking a look at this, and that's very interesting, because you've got a couple very experienced guys on the server, right? Predominantly, I feel spellaN is the one that has been active for the longest amount of time. He's been playing professional CS since 2016, right? So this is 10 years of experience. The last time he's played an international LAN in front of people, a live audience, on a stage, was in 2019. We're talking 7 years ago.
Wow.
So technically, more than half his career time ago. So for someone like spellaN, this is going to mean a whole lot. For a lot of these players, it's going to mean a whole lot. And from that point of view, I do feel like maybe Echo are going to have the least amount of pressure on their shoulders, because for guys like spellaN, like Harn, like Red Star, it's been such a long time, and they want to prove that they still got it, right? They want to prove that they can still perform under pressure on stage. They want to prove that they are the bigger names. Then you're looking at the team of Echo. I feel like for them, they know how to play solid Counter-Strike. With them, the confidence doesn't necessarily come through from a lot of experience, obviously with the asterisks of guys like Salazar and Iceberg, who's been playing online Counter-Strike for a very long period of time. But for guys like Nicky B, like Boy, like Leaks, the comfortability is probably going to come through from the game plan. The fact that you know you've got that base, you've got these fundamentals to step on and lean on.
But as you can see, guys, only one team is going to make it out of this one. And while we're getting everything set up, I just want to know, comparatory to the first game, we do want to say a big thank you to everyone who stuck around into the arena for the second one. It is going to be going a little bit later into the night out here in Bucharest, so we do appreciate a big round of applause to you guys. But more so than that, I do want to know, at least of the people that remained, who's siding out here with Echo? I don't think we're going to get a lot of people.
No one's saying Echo. Okay,
no support.
So I'm going to give it a go. Ironically, I'm going to give it a go with the Bulgarians. Who's here to support Ascent?
There we go.
I think it's quite obvious whose side people are on.
I think so. Well, Homeland Heroes is not that far away, Bulgaria to Romania, right? Surely some supporters might have made their way over here. But again, you have to think that both of these teams are playing for the same trophy, for the same goals, and for the same stakes coming through, not only for this event, but also for the VRS out here. You touched upon about it a little bit, but there is still a bit of a difference in between these two squads.
Oh, there is a bit of a difference, yeah. And I feel like especially for a team like, there's two sides to this coin, right? On one hand, you've got Echo that have got these good players that are playing very solid Counter-Strike, that are getting good results. These guys are orgless, right? So they are on the look right now. And getting the VRS points of a game like this would definitely, and of an event like this, mean a whole lot for these guys. But with that being said, folks, let's get ready to jump right into the server. We've got map number 1 of our second semi-final game. It's Echo and Ascent, and it is Mirage to start us off.
There we go, Bucharest, I want to hear you one more time. We're getting into Mirage. Let's see it. First map coming away, Echo down to CT side. It's going to be Ascend on their T start, going out into a mid to B pistol, it looks like, setting up utility down on window. I like the double stack up into Con out here. Echo might be looking to just pop on out.
Yeah, it might be bomb still in towards that B apartments. It's going to be a bit of a B split. Failed connector smoke though, that's left a bit of a gap, so Bulgarians are going to be exposed as they're trying to make their way through. Leaks and Iceberg open things up. Harn just getting one in return. Down to the 3v3 though, the 50-50 of spellaN locks down middle. Bomb still hasn't made its way onto the bomb side. They can still cancel.
And they will. You take a look on down to spellaN, he's called it off. You still have Leaks down towards the murder hole, so he's on a quick rotation if need be. A well-placed microphone coming through out here for Echo. And you do have Kaluber left on down to this flank, right? It makes a lot of sense. He's usually the anchor / lurker coming through out here for Ascend. And he's just going to be making sure nothing goes amiss. Now towards Palace.
45 seconds. I wonder how much they're going to wait for Kaluber to get a little bit closer, right? Because right now Leaks is just all alone, jump spotting into towards Ticket. He doesn't really want to get into a fight, but if he does get the first kill, that's going to mean it's going to be very difficult for the T's to get the bomb planted.
They might just want the 2v1. They're going to go out, spellaN first man in, and it's going to be that Red Star best performing player coming through into these playoff brackets, and it's Kaluber to miss away some crucial shots. Going down to Con, it's Iceberg still left alive. He's going to look the other way. Coming out CT, a 1-for-1 trade goes out. Bomb dropped indeed, 15 seconds left to plant, and you've got to retrieve it in from short side plant. Down to the 2v2, Kaluber's going to fall, and that is Echo on their pistol.
That is perfect out of Iceberg. A big triple out of the captain. That's exactly what you want. You're going against Ascend on their home ground of Mirage, and you need these pistol rounds. Ascend has been one of the best pistol round teams in this entire tournament so far, if not the best.
So this is going to be a blow to them.
Yeah. In general, though, best pistol round team. One of the worst teams when it comes down to breaking and winning a force buy after they've dropped the pistol.
Okay. Well, interesting statistic you bring up right here, because they're going to try exactly that, Ted. Ascend.
That's a B pop.
It's a B contact for now.
It is a pop. Harn is going to be throwing in the flashes. You've got no smoke for Window Kitchen, though, so this is going to be a bit of a dry play. You're just banking on these flashes being great.
You've got to get closer to that smoke. Iceberg playing that angle out onto Apps. A boy's starting to fade away. He's getting himself out into Edward. Oh, he's just tossing away utility out here.
Spellin is going to be key in this situation, right? He needs to very carefully choose the time when he's going to get activated. He's got the only rifle in the round, so it is quite possible that they're going to send a couple people in, then Spellin activates, then the second wave comes through. It's going to be very interesting to see how they want to use that Galil in towards middle. It's just the Mac-10 and the pistols in towards the B apartments.
This is something you don't often get to see from Ascend. A freeze mid-round coming throughout. We're just waiting for a response coming through from Echo. And there's the first one. Nicky pushes up into top mid, takes out Spellin, and that is a big problem. Iceberg spotted them all. Now the call gets made. A1S runs out of bullets. Still connects on one. Iceberg almost fell asleep. Got the first, got the second MP9 on the kills. What is that hard? Let's make a highlight play already come through. Wanting one more. That's going to be good damage at least. Moves out.
It is a full-on investment, though. 30 seconds on the clock, and he doesn't even have the bomb on his back. It's all about trying to get a couple more guns out of their hands, but it should be a very dire situation for Harn. 78 HP, double kill already. Tries to jump out. Nicky B's got his number written down, so it is a 2-0 start for the Danes. Full Eco coming up, supposedly, is going to be a 3-0 lead here for Echo to start things off. And these stage games, it is, as we pointed out, very important to see how the momentum is going to shape towards the start. Iceberg's already on a 5-1. Nicky B with a double. Everybody else with 1 kill apiece. Ascend have not really been able to put too much on the table. Bar, Harn, and Spellin getting 3 and 2 kills respectively. So you've got just a bunch of pistols. Actually, the Eagles for 4 people. Spellin's the only one that doesn't have one. He's on the Pitsufiri armor.
He's looking for some headshots, looking to clip
the bomb's in Palace.
Away. Oh, Scrimmo. What was that? Where did that happen? Out in Palace.
No, Iceberg was pushing B-ups, and he gets 1 dig. The bomb is still in towards Palace, but Ascend might want to give this one a look in. The moment that you get such an early entry, 135, you get that opening frag onto Iceberg, suddenly the goal of the round changes to, well, from just getting 1 or 2 kills in a bomb plant, maybe we can even think about winning the round, especially if you freeze and the CT start pushing.
It's the same round being called in out here by Spellin as the previous one. Just having that bomb in Palace makes so much difference. Nicky. Oh, they want to push, and the headshot comes around. Red Star, beautiful pickup. It's an A1S now onto the T side, and things are starting to get sweaty here for Echo.
Yeah, they really are. You've given away a rifle now as well. And if they just group up and go in towards the B bomb side, the bomb could go down in towards Palace. This is going to be a very tricky one. Solo player towards the back of the bomb side. Boys just playing off of the sound cues.
It's still a gamble. Ascend could have tossed it away out in towards A, played a 5v3.
They're going back A.
Oh. They're calling them out. Calling them on the BS right here, boy. The only man who can really deny.
Salazar's
rotate.
still on A.
Coming in from leaks. And yeah, Salazar's looking when the spell and drop. Boy out. Harn down mid fighting, drops his life too. And that is going to be Spell, and now spotted out. The PT50 has to 1v1 an A1S. It's not going to work out. Ascend missed their chance on the call. Scrimmo goes to an MP9. Oh, give us the first knife of the stage. No, it's not going to happen. Boy, too much sportsmanship for that coming through. 3rd round out here for the Danes.
That just worked out too well for Ascend, right? That's what it felt like. They didn't expect to get those 2 kills in towards the B-bomb side, and then from that point on, you could see how the CTs were moving away from the side. They were more than all right with just calling this one off, right? In a 3v5, I don't think they would have wanted to, and they realized we were up against an eco, we've not spotted the bomb, we've been pushing, we've been dying, but we don't really know why the bomb has not been planted. So Salazar just decides, you know what, I'm just going to chill in towards that A-bomb side. Might provide me a way out. Maybe they've got some shenanigans going on considering they were on an eco round. So you do get away with one here, Echo. First buy round coming up for Ascend.
Opal Salazar, first of its kind, coming through in this best of 3. Maybe it can pop off. It's going to be a con hold.
It's leaning B again.
This is going to be their comfort territory, at least for the beginning of this map. Ascend looking to find Iceberg one more time. The IGL's just been staying on SMGs up until now.
It's another co-op spawn, right? This is just looking like a B split here. They might attempt a bit of a window boost. We'll see, smoke comes in. Spellen does decide to go for a bit of a cheeky peek before it opens up. Boy, with that aggressive angle towards short, has to be careful. Boost is going to be attempted. They're re-aggressing towards middle. Might catch them off guard.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the A1S of Red Star already finding the one. Didn't even spot the player going up into con.
No.
So he's close, coming up top mid. That is going to be Spellen saving his teammate away. Ascend could be picking up there first, but it's still a deadly situation. Nicky on one trade back.
B's empty.
You're running away, Screamo, 36 HP. He's being hunted. Will he be found? Coming through? No, he's the hunter. Nicky gets taken out in mid, and this is already going to be a safe call coming through out here from the Danes.
Yeah, that was just them playing the pressure, right? It was a call off a spawn, but I said we're so ready for these re-aggressing plays. Opening kill in towards short, and from that point on, it just all started unraveling. And you have to remember, the last couple of rounds, some of them were clean, but in the previous one, they did lose 2 guns, right? So you've got Nicky B and Iceberg that are a little bit lower on money. They still have enough money to drop them over guns, so it's not that big of an issue yet. But this is a very important first round for Ascend. We've been bringing that point up and up and up throughout the event. Ascend have struggled when it comes down to the T sides.
Yeah.
That's actually a very interesting stat, but Ascend, out of 16 teams that took place in the event and took participation in the event, have the 5th worst T side. On the other hand, you've got Echo that are the best T-side teams. They've won around 60% of their T-side rounds. We can already hear the Bulgarians starting to get a little bit louder.
I mean, it all starts the first round, right?
Oh, but remember that Spellen lost his voice yesterday, so he's got to be careful.
I'm sure he's ready for the stage. Tactical timeout coming out from Echo, so this might be a good time to see how things we're kind of expected to start into this one, right? If Ascend, it's weird. I'm gonna ask your opinion on this, Ted, because you get already Ascend calling in off the spawn plays coming in for the first 3 to 4 rounds. Is that something we usually get to see out of this team?
I think it's been one of the reoccurring topics for them. Yeah, it's one of the things that we have noticed throughout the event. They are relying a lot on preparation, right? And they have specific calls for what they think the setup is going to be on the other side. So what we're seeing out of Milky and out of Spellen is the attempt of heavy anti, which on stage could work, but it could miserably fail, right? Because the pressure is going to be a little bit higher. A lot of the times the game become a little bit scrappier, but so far so good. And Echo going for that anti-reset tactical timeout very early on from Ragin. What that means is obviously the money is quite low, so if you lose this round, you're going to be in the financial doldrums. Want to try and avoid that.
Things are going to start getting interesting after this round. The full buy coming around, and you're looking at a mid-centric smoke setup off spawn again. Ascend, same round. You know, they're keeping things simple. Echo, at this point, even with this kind of call, there's not really anything they could do. They just gotta wait it out. And see, now the idea for Echo is gonna be the mid-crunch, but you're only looking at Spellen, who's in the smoke, trying to do the exact same play he was doing yesterday, and Harn coming up to catwalk out here. That is gonna be Iceberg denying on 1 in a second. The IGL pops off on 2, and the Danes are just feeling that advantage growing and growing.
They just get absolutely picked apart, and this is another big multi-kill out of Iceberg. You don't want him to get active. He's one of these IGLs. He knows how to lead by example.
Oh, that'd be scary. Coming through, seeing a good Iceberg alongside how well Echo have been playing.
Still gotta be careful. They don't have a lot of money, right? And Ascend have at least 1 reinvestment in them. So if you lose too many guns here, you are risking Ascend going for another buy into the next and potentially resetting the economy. Echo want to make sure they win this round with 4 alive.
Well, Screamo and Red Star right now have got to play the double up. They're going to be holding hands throughout the entirety of this round. And Boy is technically a little bit out of angle. If Leaks would have died here.
Eyes on the top mid player.
He's going to be turned around. The easy headshot taps them down. Goes for the 1, and Leaks is trading 4-1. And the cool, calm, and collected Echo managed to pick up quite the advantage.
It's a massive round coming out of Iceberg, and he's one of the people to keep an eye on, right? As we pointed out, you've got Spellen on the other side, who's undoubtedly more experienced, but Iceberg is, right now, looking like one of the more solid fragging at times IGLs on this level. He knows how to be a soldier, both the T side and the CT side. Obviously, he was the IGL of Triggs. Before that, Sashi, Espionage has been that same core of players for such a long time, and now he's changed everybody around him, working with a bunch of new guys, and he's definitely looked like a leader to these people.
Yeah, especially with this iteration, you know, he's had his ups and downs, as we all did, as they all did on the server coming through, but I feel like for Iceberg, this is going to be maybe one of the prime teams he can find himself actually getting to a new level.
Yeah, and as we've already seen, he's not only a good CS player, but he's a pretty decent MMA fighter.
Yes. If you guys don't know, out into the crowd, sadly, the coach of Echo.
I'm pretty sure everyone knows.
Probably, but for those that might not, Ragin did get his nose kicked in out there by Iceberg after a win from Echo.
Well, not kicked, but it was an elbow.
Ooh. Yeah, almost toughed it out as well as Iceberg is going to have to after that loss of life out
yeah, it's
towards
exactly
the
what you need if you're Ascent, right? These slow rounds have not really been working out. Harn gets that spawn in towards B, decides to call a play for himself, gets that early opener that allows you to work with the map a little bit calmer in a 5v4.
You know, it would be interesting, because you know these guys a little bit better than I do on Ascend. Would there be a second guy, maybe in the voice out here? Wait a moment on that. Nicky trades it back. Red Star finds himself on jungle, and it's an easy shot out here for Nicky. Red Star, he wasn't even peeled away by anyone. I'm surprised he doesn't check it.
It's a little bit weird, right? It feels like they get the opening kill, and then everyone starts looking for solo plays. Trying to catch timings, trying to get into a good position. Leaks has got a very good off-angle, but Scrimmo wins the fight regardless. Now that's the bomb with a bit of a tunnel in towards that A-bomb side, and Harn has heard that jump in towards jungle. Is the op on the flank.
Oh!
How does Harn want to play this? Scrimmo goes down. They've not seen the bomb yet. They don't really know about Caliber. Remember, Scrimmo was the guy to get that first kill, but Harn, he's jumped in towards the window. He's going to be ready for the stairs. Speak, first shot misses. He's going to get another opportunity. Triple player inside of the smoke. That's going to be Nicky B, a sitting duck. Does Kaluber read into it? 25 seconds, they'll have to start thinking about getting the bomb planted, and Nicky B, he's been lying in wait, waiting for that tap of the bomb. Hardest killed everybody else. Do they know about the player on the bomb side? That's the big question. Now they do. Spotted him out, damage done. Harn goes huge with the 4-piece. And out of all the rounds, this is the one that Ascent pick up thanks to Harn on both the open the AK.
Great initiative coming through out here from the Bulgarian op, but that was Nicky on his way to the ace. Would have been our first one coming through for this best of 3. And for hard side out here, yeah, it feels like Ascend did just start searching for individual plays, but at the very least 1 out of 3 worked, right? It got you the round. There we go, they're starting to get animated.
That's what we were talking about as well, right? This round, from the point that they lose these 2 fights around the map, it makes no sense for Ascent to pick it up. Yeah. And it's just Harn deciding, you know what, I'm just going to take things into my own hands. That's their biggest strength. It's just the X factor of these players, their ability to create something out of nothing. Put them in the pocket, they can do miracles.
Speaking of X factors, this round could be one of them. Coming through, a single individual could deny. It's a 4-on-4 down on middle.
It's a 5v4. They've got all 5 CTs here.
There you go. It's going to be damaging coming through for Ascend. They've gotten stuck out in towards the island. Harn just trying to stay alive. That op is going to fall. And suddenly Echo have just taken the advantage. But once again, Ascend are no strangers to clutches. And that's going to be a last bullet connection from Kaluber. But it's Nicky pushing up, taking another name in that kill feed. Kaluber, last man standing, 5 HP. This is adding insult to injury here for him.
Money is very low on both teams as well. So Kaluber knows every gun he takes away from the Echo players is going to be a good enough reward. But even holding on to his own AK might be the right decision.
Yeah, he's got a full belt of util. He'd like to take that into the next round.
He just has to. He's so low. Spellen's got a little bit of money to go for reinvestment. I guess you could say the same for Red Star. Harn and Scrim are broke.
Yeah, Kaluber has to play hide and seek right now for a good 35 seconds. There we go. He's just going to post up out here. Give us a little bit of time to chat away, as it is going to be Echo on a 5th. Were you expecting this sort of start?
I think we've seen the reaction out of Echo. That's what we were talking about. They are very good adapting on the fly, and this is honestly just a compliment towards Iceberg as an IGL. Does Kaluber get a kill? Okay, never mind. We can go back to that, but Ascend have been playing basically the same default for the last couple of rounds, right? They've been sending a lot of players in towards middle, trying to get into a comfortable position, waiting for Echo to refight middle so they can punish. So what Echo does on that, they've got 2 choices, right? They either start pushing in towards the extremities, something that Iceberg tried to do, but then he got caught off guard by the pistols and then by the AWP, or you group up and send everyone in towards middle, just turn it into a massive deathmatch server, and end up on top. That's exactly what they did. Ascend going down, so now you've got a bunch of options on the Bulgarian side of things on how do you want to react. They decide not to go for the full investment. Money allows them to potentially go all in for the next, and that's already a second tactical timeout being utilized by Milky, so things are not going well for the Bulgarians on that T side.
I don't know who's more anxious, if it's Spellin, if it's Milky calling in all these tactical timeouts, or if it's Ascend as a whole.
I think it's just in general the fact that they realize they need a little bit more on that T side, right? We've already seen an example of how their T sides could go a little bit wrong at the start when it comes down to Mirage. The first game against Gamer Legion was a very good one.
Yeah. We've been talking throughout the entirety of the event actually out here before we got on the stage, how Mirage has been so CT-sided lately. Not only in this event, but in all the events that we've seen in the past month.
Yeah, they got only 4 rounds against Gamer Legion, but then from that point on, moving into the CT side, the individuals got going. You started seeing all of these aggressive plays in towards connector, going through the smokes, fighting in towards middle. So this is a team that are back in their odds.
Oh, yeah.
For a potential comeback in the second half, but if you want to have an opportunity for that, you need to get at least 4 or 5 rounds here on the offense, and Echo's not making it easy right now. Salazar on that AWP in towards the stairs.
I'd love to see what that AK can do on Kaluber. Hasn't dropped it away.
For him. No molly for stairs, no smoke. He can just stay here.
And he will. Coming up con now, it is going to be down to the op to just stay alive, really. Salazar, no need to peek out there, buddy. Don't need to be a hero.
They've missed the timing. Missed the timing on the play. That was the design, right? Throw a little bit of U2 in towards A, then be able to boost in towards window. Use that as a distraction, but they had no molly for stairs, no smoke. It felt a little bit lazy. And then they even missed the timing to boost Kaluber in towards the window. The smoke was already fading.
Maybe Ascend weren't expecting Echo to play that safe as they did as well, because Salazar was just holding out con out there. Could have just kept on fighting, but he didn't. Would have been a mistiming out there if that had happened, but...
B player is alone. Iceberg's gonna get tested.
Iceberg's got
now,
this.
There's only pistols around him, so he shouldn't have a lot of issues with it. Spellin's got a good timing, and that's a rifle picked up. So now it's all on Iceberg. He needs a multi-kill.
Yeah, that's even bigger, because now you isolate Iceberg completely into this one, and he is gonna get pushed and taken down. Scrimmo for free, not even a single bullet to him.
Spellin's just running for the hills. He knows he doesn't need to stay there. He wants to rotate to his teammates ASAP.
Yeah, save away that gun, worst case scenario coming through into a round like this one. Kits available on the ground, Leaks has got one. A single nade could really do damage out on bench. Remember, no armor on these guys. They weren't expecting to get in the position to be able to win the round.
Double bench setup.
It's smart out of Red Star, because he is going to be the one that baits.
Oh, they cleared him.
There you go. Only the apartments player left on down to the 2v3, and you don't really have damaging weapons coming into it. It will be the kit coming through from Salazar, saving the round and saving a big problem situation there for the Danes.
And look at Iceberg. I'm not sure if he's angry, furious, or if he's actually commending Leaks for clearing out behind the bench after getting that first kill, but that was just the anticipation, right? The bait was so good, and that was even a player with a rifle, so if Leaks gets that first kill and says, well, that position's clear, I'm just gonna move on, that could have been the round. Ascend still able to put a pretty good shift considering the limited investment. But now we're gonna see the AKs back out. One Galoo in the hands of Scrimmo. He's going for that extra util.
Which is needed, right? Especially for Ascend coming into this one when they're running on a deficit. They've got to make some type of smarter plays. They can't just rely on that deathmatch style that we've seen time and time again out of them.
Midwalk is going to be a pretty quick one. It's another call off of spawn. Bombing towards the ramp. You've got Scrimmo and Palace, and 3 players trying to sneak their way in towards connector. Another window boost. Might be a double one, actually.
Yeah, but another round in which Nicky B is aware of the possibility. He's going to check it, but just goes away.
They boosted 2 players.
This is smart, but you still catch off Red Star out there. You haven't seen the bomb, so Echo, no need for a real rotation. It's just Nicky catching off on one, has no idea about the second, but no one will come in to contest. And boy, with the opening frag, that's going to be a pretty big one, actually, because it opens up so much attention towards this part of the map down in jungle. And hey, Scrimmo out of the fight as well. And the setup was just too good out of Echo. It's Kaluber down on Murder Hole. Doesn't expect a second. Might have been taken on down, but boy, struggles to connect. It's Nicky to close. 10 and 5 for Nicky B.
This is looking great for Echo right now. They're just running them over. Not being surprised by anything, not being caught off guard. Reactions are absolutely perfect. You lose that presence in towards middle. No, actually, scratch that. You don't lose it. You just give it away.
Yeah.
Willingly. But then the reaction is absolutely perfect. Boy in towards short, able to shut down Red Star. The Oper aggresses ramp and gets that kill. Leaks is ready for the flank in towards Palace. Echo are just giving no space to the T's right now.
So what do you do? What are Ascend left with if their firepower is taken away from them, Ted? What happens?
Winning a lot of fights right now, it's a tough question. Difficult situation to be in. Might have to try a side exec altogether.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single one of those yet.
No, not really, just the B-pops.
And they've been freezing.
The AE too.
AK out on Red Star.
Yeah, and this time you've got that molly in towards the stairs.
Oh, look at Boy. Such a good play coming through, but it's about the timing. And he is going to get shut down. Salazar top mid. Clears out the Eagle. The AK still left alive. It's going to go back. Not for now. Yeah, you're looking at leaks to try to spam them down. And Nicky is going to catch off one. Pinballing away in the smoke. Spellin.
Actually planted the bomb right in front of him.
This is a really good setup for Ascend.
We're still looking at Red Star. He's playing this one very passively. Salazar spotted a part of his hill. He didn't realize it.
Yeah, but he's not active now. He's too far away.
Spellin going middle. Caliber is going to get flashed off, so he's given away his position. He gets killed from behind. Both T's coming in from Con. This is very weird. Bomb's planted for them. It's planted reverse.
No smoke.
But they're just going to stick it. They're just sticking the defuse. Red Star needs to try and get the player that's on the bomb. They're making it work, and Spellin's too late to the party. It's 8 rounds, Echo. And Ascent are running out of opportunities. And I know you've got just one tactical timeout left, but it might be the right time to go for it. And that's exactly what Milky will do. They need more rounds on that T side.
They do. 2 is certainly not enough, so they're willing to spend everything on this. But at this point in time, Ascend, you know, you're going into not necessarily uncharted grounds, but pretty scary ones. Echo, they're just vibing. They're going with the flow. They're making everything work. I mean, you've got a 10-2 Leaks and a 12-5 Nicky B. Those stats are speaking for themselves at this point of Mirage. They will try to continue, though. Ascend. Let's just see if they make any more off the spawn calls. Would be surprising. It's our last full buy coming up into the half. The penultimate round coming through for Ascend's T side. And it's an op on Harn at the very least. Decent utility. They've left away like $500 there for their loss bonus too.
Oh, this is speedy. This is a little bit quicker out of Caliber. Aggressive setup in towards middle though. Nicky B is going for that push. This Caliber clear him out. Now he knows that should be a free pickup. Second player in towards short. That's the over. Caliber challenges. Salazar doesn't miss.
Precise. Lightning does it strike twice, Salazar. You are going to be rotating away.
On the B push. Iceberg's pushed all the way in towards the apartments.
Yeah, but he's going to get caught off. That is going to be Red Star checking him. It was a bit of a double flank situation.
They've got the bomb site. They just need to pick up the bomb and the round is going to be over.
It has to be Scrimo to pick it up quickly. Echo could still think about a sort of round like this. They have the cash, right?
Yeah, they've got plenty of money.
No need to really just play it back.
Scrimo's going to pick up that bomb. Sprint back in towards the B bomb site, and yeah, Echo are not really moving around. They hope there's going to be a flank that they're going to be able to catch off guard, and I really wonder, they do have the money, so definitely they might want to give it a go, and Boy's going to have a pretty quick flank going in towards under, so they should try.
I'd be very surprised to see Echo go in 1 by 1 on this one. They have to play together. They've got the 2 smokes, a flashbang on Salazar, and Salazar, he's coming off a kitchen out here. Doesn't really have a lot of angles to go alone.
That has to be a very late retake, even if they're going for it, right? You might be giving away some of these guns, but it kind of feels like they're just playing for the exits. They do realize Ascend don't have a bunch of money, right? So if you get these kills on their way out of the bomb side, Ascend might be a little bit broke going into the final round. They're even going to get smoked off in towards the B apartments. This is huge. Ascend needs to stay alive.
You're funneling them towards Salazar, but he's got to hit those shots, right? Comes in the first, tries to line up a second. It is not that easy. Red Star knows the tricks to these. Will be able to take down Salazar and take a 3rd round here finally for Ascend.
Probably the most important round coming up. Round number 12, Ascend win it. Then you're in that range, that same range that they were in when they made that comeback against Gamer Legion in the group stage. But if Echo get a 9-3 half, then it might be a little bit too much. Check this out, another push in towards top middle. Caliber gets the first. It was a good game of cat and mouse, but this time they were aware of the pushes, and you've seen how Echo have become more and more proactive in towards middle and towards the extremities. They are getting confidence, but Ascend able to counter.
And counter they have, but are 3 rounds enough out here? I doubt they are. Ascend need that 4th to stay competitive into their LAN affair. And it will be a bit of a test down to the same sort of rounds we got to see before. Ascend, a bit of a broken record into this one, wasn't expecting it.
Under hope. That's the first time we've seen Salazar there. Flash doesn't go deep enough. He still fires the shot regardless, so that's given away his position. Harn hasn't really shot a bullet in towards B, and he's still being patient, waiting to see if Iceberg wants to try and go for the aggressive play once again. He's gonna go for the play. Oh, a whisker away. Felt like that was gonna be a clean connection. He's gonna try and hunt him down, gets the bullet in, not the frag though.
He's faded away, Iceberg. Knows that he survived a hell of an onslaught, so now recalled some players in Echo. They're not the safest in this angle.
The thing is, you're seeing the T side over that late into the round and towards the B bomb side, so you might rotate extra people. That's exactly what they do. Iceberg will get taken down by Spellen.
A Red Star needs to activate. Same time as him, you've got one into window.
You know they were grouping up to re-aggress, right? And if Iceberg is on short and you hear the steps, that must mean that the Opera is in towards the B bomb side. Ascend have a lot of information to work with right now. 30 seconds on the clock though, and they're going back B.
This is amazing. Ascend have double called it in towards the B side. It's a Salazar only to hold it. And Boy's on a faraway rotation. It's gonna be tough.
He needs to go huge. Needs to hit every single shot. First one misses. Salazar still needs a big play. Harn shuts down Boy. Salazar alone in the pocket, shut down by Caliber. Red Star adds in with another. And that minor recovery. Those 2 rounds in a row on the T side towards the very end out of Ascend might be what brings them back league. So 1v4, and he's still got a player in towards top middle to worry about. Is going to be Red Star confirming there's no commotion, nothing going on, meaning you can keep having your sights set on Kitchen, and that's going to be 4 rounds on the board. Ascend trying that comeback, but they will need one hell of a CT side after this. 4 rounds, the difference between Ascend and Echo right now. Textbook CT side out of the Danes, a minor resurgence out of Ascend towards the end though, and that's made the game a little bit more competitive. Now we do have some technical difficulties that are getting resolved by our admins, so shout out to them. Going into the second half though, Atro, how are we feeling about Ascend's chances?
Oh, it was a lifeline, as you said. Bringing those 2 rounds back into the first half was something that they desperately needed. But coming around into everything, you have to remind yourselves that Ascend have been doing really good on those CT sides. So their chances with 4 rounds on the board, I'd say are pretty decent. I'd say they're pretty good.
Ooh, we've got a bit of a direct comparison. We've got Harn and Nicky B. That's an interesting one, by the way, because Nicky B is not even the opener, but he is the guy that's put in a lot of these star positions for that Echo side.
As the 2 highest fraggers currently coming up for this map so far. 100 ADR is great for Nicky B, but you have to remind yourself, Harn hasn't really gotten all that many chances at the AWP.
No, it was just that one round, right? That one 4K in towards the A-bomb side, that was a bit of a mix between the Ope and the AK-47. That was the majority of the kills. That was a 4K out of 9, so it's basically half his kills in 1 round. So we're far from seeing the best out of Harn.
Really far from seeing the best out of Ascend in general. Again, it's those slow T-side starts, but once they get going, man, it's going to be really tough to stop them. The animations keep going, though. Props out here to Prod. There we go, Leaks. He's been having a better time in the middle of the event, let's put it that way.
I mean, he's had a great series against Wokzaki, right?
Yeah.
It's not been that great against Focusin so far, but so far it's just been 12 rounds. So maybe he's gonna keep stepping it up. Of course, we hope there's not going to be too many difficulties with the proceedings of the game, as we know these things could kill the tempo a little bit, could kill the momentum of some of the players, but that's a friendly reminder to everyone that's just tuning in. This is our second semi-final here at Super DraculaN.
Yeah, tomorrow we've got ourselves the 3rd place decider, starting off 3 p.m. local time, and then, boy oh boy, do we have a best-of-5 grand final coming up.
Yeah, Inner Circle were able to win that first semi-final against the Sharks in a 2-1 fashion. That was a pretty dramatic affair, going double OT on the 3rd and final map. With that being said, though, I believe we are ready to jump right back into the server. So the second half is starting off, Ascent on the CT side. Echo, 1 successful pistol round, and things might start looking like stealing away their opponent's map pick going into this one. Important pistol coming up, a little bit of util being brought in. That's going to be Iceberg on the smoke and Molly. Diffuse kit flash for Red Star, 1 smoke in the hands of Scrimmo for Ascend.
Oh, the USP has to go massive here, Harn. Show us what you're made of. Go for the taps. There you go. It's going to be brought out here by Spellen, fighting away, pressing left click, tapping them down, only finding the 1 though. Kaluber's still left alive, and maybe not for a long time. Salazar comes back, 3v3, I would have said so, unless Red Star just picked out a CT, swinging like a maniac, and that was going to be a jumping Echo, barely staying alive out of sandwich. 1 for 1, doesn't happen yet. Iceberg low HP, Salazar last one standing, and it is the Bulgarians taking that pistol.
And you can hear them starting to roar. They were just bringing the hype into this one. Keeping going forward. They didn't want to let Echo even get a bomb plant. They started the retake before the bomb gets planted. Just pushing them down, peeking from all directions. Good effort coming out of Salazar. It felt like in the 3v5 he was going to be able to bring them back, but even the reaction was very good from the CT side. That high flash allows Spellen to swing from underneath Palace. Full on eco round, but I think we're getting a reset. There's some messaging in the chat.
Might be a quick round restart, so we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, we're not live yet. It's going to be a little bit of a restart. So yeah. I know not a lot of people are still in here in comparison to earlier because it is getting late. But I want to say now we've watched some rounds of Counter-Strike Atro, we can run that check again. So we've been here for a while. After you've seen 13 rounds of Counter-Strike between Echo and Ascent Bucharest, have you changed your minds? Are you all still supporting Ascent? So we're going to run that one again. Who's here to support Ascent?
They've grown louder.
Okay, and now we're going to run it for the Danes. And this time, I'm going to ask you one thing. Even if you're not supporting them, just give them a little bit of an applause, right? We don't want dead silence like last time. So who has changed their minds after watching Echo for 13 rounds? Who's rooting for Echo? We've got around.
Those were the complimentary claps you asked for, I think.
We've got between 7 and 10 people that have changed their minds, which is fine. It's basically great. All my fan base usually.
Same here. Yeah. There we go, our fan bases. But coming into it, ladies and gents, it should be a start to our second half. We got to see a pistol being taken on over by Ascend, a much needed one, as we said, one of the best pistol teams that have been brought into the Super DraculaN event, even though we've had some really big names that could have made the stage. They fell, the Titans went down, and now it's the fight between two others. Ascend fighting Glocks, so I feel like I've hyped up everything for not really all that much fighting. Echo just looking for a bit of damage. Best case scenario would be a bomb plant into round number 14. And those MP9s are going to be looking to knife them up. I've seen this setup before from spellaN, sitting in front of a smoke with a knife.
There's no way. There's no way that works.
Would be his second time, I love it.
Yeah, he's decided against it. Back with the MP9, and there goes the headshot. That's the money being farmed. He's gonna keep on hunting. It's all 5 alive. Good business for Ascend. Now the difference being just 2 rounds, and spellaN has started lifting up the microphone, turning towards his right, in towards Echo. And that's one of the things that you shouldn't be getting confused about. The more rounds they win, the more they will start turning around and talking to Echo.
Oh yeah, we can't wait for
style.
it. I mean, look, this entire event has been pretty tame compared to others, where we have very, very loud individuals coming through. A certain Lonix comes to mind, right? But coming around now, I feel like it's the Bulgarians are going to be the showmakers coming through.
Eyes on the aggressive play, Red Star. He's got that SMG getting up close and personal and towards that top mid smoke.
What does he do when the smoke fades away, though? That's the question.
Might have to fall back, eventually.
Being held by Kaluber at the same time. Scrimo down short, looking to crunch it down alongside Hard. So you've got 4 CTs looking out mid right now.
How long can you keep that aggressive setup for, though? Right, because you're going to start running out of util.
Red Star's still here.
They've cleared under, haven't seen anyone. Red Star's not spotted anybody. They can honestly just leave him be, right? Just let him be here. He's going to fall back eventually. Just play for the info, but no one spotted him towards middle, so Ascend will have to slowly start thinking about the bomb sites, and they seem to have the right idea. Triple setup in towards that A bomb site. That's exactly where the bomb is going.
Palace setup. We've got Echo towards A. Will we finally get to see an exec? No, it's not even an exec. It's a contact. spellaN out ramp is going to miss the timing. Finds the one, finds the second. The IGL needs that third, and he gets it. spellaN on a USP is going to go to his demise finally. Echo left down to the 2v3, and out of that smoke, boy was almost just wall hacked on.
Yeah, gets tagged down to 21 HP, and there's a bit of a gap. Fell piece of util. Salazar 1v3, able to find a double. And hold your horses, 20 HP against Red Star. He's so low, but Red Star's just fading the smoke. It's a game of cat and mouse. He knows Salazar is going to have to play for the bomb plant eventually. Going to have to tap that bomb, and that's what you're waiting for if you're Red Star. You want to know exactly where he is. You want to make sure you don't get caught on a funky timing. Salazar going to try and stick it for the money. Red Star, elevated angle, doesn't go for the bullet straight away. Confirms the kill, makes sure he gives him no shot, but that's a damn nice try coming out of Salazar in that 1v3.
There we go. There you have it. spellaN, an absolute hero on an MP9. That is going to be the timing, you know, coming through. Could have been out there for spellaN, could have been for his supporting player behind him, which was Kaluber. Either way, Ascend managed to actually deal with the setup very, very well.
And that's the stage, by the way. They didn't realize who they're getting the kill on, right? You get the kill to the connector player in that type of a situation. Everyone should be screaming, the A guy is still alive. Careful, there could be a timing. He could be up close and personal. They just didn't realize in time. spellaN's able to catch 1 or 2 people just not looking at him.
Yeah, it's everything. Coming through into a situation like this, Salazar, he's taking things into his own hands. Guys, he's 15-7, right? He's been having a really good map. Doesn't want Echo to go down like this.
He's even dropped the AK back to, or the Galil back to Iceberg. Nice response out of Red Star, taking middle.
There's one.
Gotta be careful. Iceberg, good for 1 damage onto the second. This is still a very competitive round. Let's not forget, they still have that AK and the Galil. Kaluber, he's being very loud about this.
Gonna swing, and that is gonna be the AK taking him down. Yeah, Kaluber wasn't expecting someone to already be into apps, but you're dropping down.
And they do have that AWP in the hands of Harn, so this is a pretty hefty investment out of Ascend.
Good
Losing a lot if you end up dropping this round. Molly gonna land right on top. It was actually an HE, sorry. Right on top of Salazar, gonna tag him down to 24. It's Harn and Scrimo on that retake. Another good nade towards the back of the bomb site. That's a lot of damage inflicted. Smoke towards the back of the site. Scrimo might be able to isolate the fight against the pistols. Fans come through, turn around, Scrimo with a second. And it's another 1v1. Salazar's on 2 HP. But this time he's got the smoke to play around. He's going to try and finesse some Scrimo. He's taking the defuse.
No way.
He's going for the boom fan. 5-second defuse, but Salazar is able to catch him on time.
I respect it. I respect it as Scrimo. It's a nice try. Milky tells him that. Coming around the 1v1, there was no way of knowing if you'd be on 2 HP or not. So Echo took a gamble, Ascend took a gamble, but you have to remember that was essentially a hero AK round coming through from the Danes. So huge investment now coming up next as Ascend. Yeah, they're not going to be quite as happy. Down to the 4 spy. Harn still on his AWP, so this could still turn around as Salazar, I'm pretty sure this is going to be his first time in the big green as well on the T side. Standard util that ramp. Spellin, he's forced to go for another big multi-frag here if he wants to stay alive.
Yeah, it's do or die for the Bulgarians as well. Look at the money.
Yeah.
Spellin, Kaluber, Scrimo, all 3 on SMGs. They barely have any util. And Salazar, he's just going for the contact play. I'm not sure if they did realize that Harn has enough for an AWP after the last round. Maybe they thought no, so he's just walking out, but the oak is not around.
You never expect
that allows him to get that kill, and this is the A player, so nameplate Counter-Strike doesn't really work in that scenario. Kaluber should have the jump on at least one.
Takes him down. That's going to be the first opener, but you're looking on out for the rest of you. You haven't seen the bomb. You don't know if this is still an A connection. You've let them get the default. Yeah.
They don't know he's backing towards the left-hand side of the smoke, and Kaluber's playing this one very aggressively. Spam through. Bullet right through the smoke. The Scrimo's rotated in. So far, it's just the SMGs going for the fights. Restar finally activating one of these M4s. Scrimo gonna use the opportunity, move closer. Leaks is ready. Still waiting for that AWP to get involved. Restar gonna try and keep the pressure up. It's just the spam.
You pull away now. Ascend, you don't have the cash either, so you do have to back it up. And it's double digits for the Danes. Harn's looking out for an exit here. Best case scenario, he gets it, but still, no kit, no chance. And no money into the next head.
He's still looking. He really wants them to give him a reason to go for this round. It's not really going to happen, though. Echo, no one peeking, no one overextending, no one going for unnecessary jiggles, just playing this one as patiently as possible. And this is the big issue right now for Ascent. They have to call it off. This is going to be 10 rounds for Echo. They've got no tactical timeouts left, remember. Milky cannot intervene. He's just waiting and hoping, unless they win in regulation, that it goes OT, so he's going to get that bonus 1 tactical timeout. But Echo have played such a good game of Counter-Strike so far. And you were bringing up Salazar's performance. He's on 16 and 7. Leaks is on 14 and 7. Nicky B's on 12 kills as well. Iceberg on 10. It's been such a team effort, but the individuals are also stepping in for Echo.
Who's going to step up for Ascend right now? Let's see it. It's Red Star on an M4. It's Harn on an AWP. And apparently a couple of pistols are going to get bought up here as well. We've seen these type of rounds played out plenty of times, Ted. And so far this tournament, they've actually been working out. So I'm looking forward to see what Ascend have got cooking. But it's Echo, the ones in the driver's seat. Down to the default, Harn. He's picked up the first. Down mid, you're going out A, but you don't have the bomb. It's left on rotation. You've just got to take up space. Spellin all alone. Oh, and great utility dropped on his head. Red Star alive. CT looking for kills, and he's gonna get traded.
Dink landed though. That's low HP on Leaks, and these pistols suddenly becoming a little bit more deadly. Do they want to give this one a go? And they should. Emperor picked up, spam through the smoke, even more damage. Even more attack down. Flare push comes through. Nicky B's able to get the one. Kaluber with the refrag, and now Harn is gonna start moving a little bit closer. No defuse kit, remember, no utility either for the CTs.
Coming around into the 2v2, you have to just look at this one objectively. Harn really doesn't want to lose that up, but he's got to go for it. Peeks away, thinks about mid. Salazar, he's got the lineups ready. He wants that flash for Leaks, but he's left down on low HP. Surely Harn is going to check him. You have to stick the defuse if you want to win the round. Flashback comes around, and that's the ending kill. 11 on the board for Echo. They play it really well into the clutch.
And you were spot on. Harn just didn't want to risk losing that AWP. He wanted to cover, but he wasn't necessarily sure what the setup was going to be looking like. And it's another big multi-kill coming out of League. 16 and 7 now. He's leveled up Salazar on the scoreboard. Just take a look at that. Yeah. Double nade for Spellin, just punishing him for deciding to stay in towards the stairs. Not trying to back off. The interesting part is, Acum has been getting most of these opening kills, right? Hard is 3-1 in opening fights, Spellen is 3-3, Red Star is 2-1. It's very leveled up, but Echo have been so much better when it comes down to the mid and late rounds.
Yeah, but tell me about Salazar, right? He's just been opening up almost every single round on that AWP, going aggro, not really caring about his own life.
Look at the minimap.
Oh yeah.
Straight up B-pop. Hard is there with the op.
They're waiting for you, Till. Harn doesn't have a lot of it. Here they come. They rush on down. It's Hard on the first. Famas on the second. Would have helped out. Scrimo taps them down. And still, Leaks is only good for one before he falls. 2v4. And Echo, they really took the gamble on this one. No overarching flashes. No support coming through. Nicky spamming through smokes. Almost connects on Harn. But 1 HP is going to keep him alive. Harn out of that smoke. Still somehow gets the kill on Salazar. And Nicky has to clutch up. 2v1 now. Made by Zone Accord.
There's no way.
He has to.
He knows about the kitchen player, doesn't know about the guy towards short ball. Big down, able to get the front. What is that?
Insanity coming out of the day. Nicky, you had one chance at the ace before. Now you bring in the quad kill to save your team.
And that's the game. Surely that's the map. Look at it hold. Hard getting the first one. Red Star follows up. You cannot give them away around like this. That's a straight up 1v4 out of Nicky B, and that's one for the history books. Look at the way he isolates these fights. Ascend is in shambles.
The moment he gets those opening 2 frags, it felt like his destiny to just close it out. Great shots.
Glass cannon.
He's got what?
Hard is not the guy with the AWP. Yeah, Spellen's got the money. He just decides, you know what, I'm gonna go with the YOLO play. I'm an opener now.
This is Bulgarian Counter-Strike now coming around. There you go.
It might seem like a frustration call as well.
You reckon? Ascend, they've got to keep their cool. They're out on the stage. Got to figure this one out. Echo, still in the driver's seat. You have to remember. Lix has been a monster, but with Nicky and Salazar behind him, Echo feel unstoppable. Trying to play it up. Down to middle, Red Star misses the timing. Will go back out towards B. They've decided to play the extremities out here, Ascend. Knowing that they have no util.
He's jiggling knife out.
Yeah, Hard. Falling off the angle. Is still gonna get one and sees them all into short. Makes the call and the stack up is here for Ascend. They can live for one more round, but Lix is thinking about it and doesn't really want to give it away to them. That is gonna be Kaluber on 2. And Ascend on 8.
That was much needed. You still are 4 rounds away. This is doable. It's not an impossible task, but now you start seeing those tactical timeouts. Ragin, he was able to hold on to the majority of them, so he still has 2 more to go. Good effort coming out of Harn, able to get that 1 kill, and it's the 3-man stack in towards that B-bomb side. This is what the hero AWP of Spellen on the other side of the map allows them to go for.
That's still crazy, though. The fact that it's Spellen to just buy up that up and try it.
This is still a bit of a tricky game, right? Because Echo don't really have a lot of money. You're going to see it any moment now, but Salazar's got that hero AK. Everybody else is going to be bringing in just the pistols. So there is a high chance, unless Salazar goes absolutely crazy, and he's decided to refund that AK, that this could be number 9 on the board for Ascent. And from that point on, it's anyone's game. Ascent are going to be technically just 2 full buy rounds away from leveling things up and sending us into OT.
Yeah, if you're Salazar here, you just drop away a couple of deagles to your teammates, buy up an armor, and just try to go for something. Damage would be the nameplate. But a bomb plant would be amazing. AWP is still in availability into the next round, so Echo, give us some headshots, give us some plays. Coming around on a Glock, it's gonna work out almost fine. You run out mid, and still the A1S is gonna fall. A second kill coming out of Salazar, and look at how a round just almost works.
This is so messy. It's so scrappy for Ascent. Even if they end up winning this round, they've lost so many players. The bomb is still in towards Palace, yet to play. Harn is there with that AWP. And they have picked up 2 guns. Now, they don't have the armor. Salazar does, but he's down to 28, and we're going to see a bit of a window boost coming up. Does Caliber take this one into consideration? Seems like he's looking.
Yeah. The usual round we got to see out there from Echo on T side. Now replayed in front of our very eyes. Ascend and I with some quick headshots.
Kaluber is starting to get fired up a little bit. I mean, we can say that about the entire team of Ascent, right? It's a team effort. Everyone between 10 and 18 kills.
On the other side, though, you got the same thing going on, right? You're taking a look on down, and the Danes are just not stopping on the individual powerhouses.
Yeah, League, Salazar, and Nicky B are all on 18 apiece. So this is team effort v team effort, and there's 3 rounds between them. Echo with these guns back out. quad AK, 1 AWP. Salazar saving up that money, so you're making sure you have that extra cash. A bit of a boost for the opener. No one crossing in towards connector from the CT side, from A side though.
Well, no short. Iceberg clears him. Echo. Oh, they've got to deal with Spellin out here. I like the aggression, but Spellin's effectively on an island. He's actually at an island, trying to fight alone, and that is going to be the underpass player going on down. Spellin left alive. He gets away with 2 before he falls. What an absolute monster Spellin's become.
That's such a hero play out of Spellin. He should have been dead to rights. And he's able to get a double kill out of this.
Who spams this first? Who tries it? Molotov going on down to the Palace player. Scrimo just goes down.
It's a good play out of Scrimo. He knows he doesn't need that fight. They still have that man advantage. He needs to stay alive for as long as possible. The U2 will indicate what's going on. Rotations need to start coming in.
You need to have Harn here, absolutely active, down towards ramp, and he will connect on Salazar. The biggest kill of the round so far. Salazar had the op, and coming around. Oh, it's an easy headshot. There you go. Scrimo connects it, doesn't get checked, and that will be Ascend prolonging play for one more round, unless Boy learns from his teammate.
Surely they cannot lose a back-to-back 4v1s like this. Surely not going to get given a chance. Scrimo with a double, and now this is starting to look like a very interesting map. Does Raging go for his third and last tactical timeout straight away? Answer is yes. This is starting to get a little bit sweaty. No bomb plant means no party. Money is not great. Nicky B on 2,400. Boy has got 2,500. Iceberg on 24. Salazar 24 as well. Leaks on 26. Now take that with a bit of an asterisk to it. Nicky B has already purchased armor and a Mac 10. But this is going to be a half buy for the Danes. They cannot go all in into round number 23. So this is probably going to be a set piece call. Try and close it out here. If you're unsuccessful, you've got one more full buy round before OT.
Well, you guys can't see it, but we can. We're having something exciting for the penultimate round out here. An XM on Spellin and a double op setup, Red Star and Harn.
That's a little bit tricky. Considering you're up against pistols, the double up setup is an interesting thing to bring through.
Oh, yeah.
And they should know it's not going to be a full buy for Echo, because they didn't get a bomb plant and they're not working with the maximum loss bonus even.
Yeah, but are they thinking about that, Ted? We've already gone to see Ascend kind of, not both Ascend and Echo actually, be a little bit stuttered here by the stage presence, so you have to wonder if they're operating at maximum capacity. And
okay, we're going to get a bit of a round reset, everybody, so don't panic.
Nothing's happening that you're missing out on.
They are jumping across spawn. That's fun.
This is very interesting, you know, the fact that this is a Mirage start, and finally this, I feel like Echo's the first team to really give Ascend a run for their money on this map.
I mean, it's them and Gamer Legion, right?
Yeah.
And then you're looking at some of the other Mirages that they've played. Well, they did lose it very badly against the Sharks, right? That was a 5-13, and they did start on the T side and had a very difficult time bringing the game back. Then they had a 13-5 win over Infinite, and then that 13-10 over Gamer Legion. So, yeah, Echo's the first round after the Sharks to have been able to get 12 rounds or more than 10 rounds against Ascend on Mirage so far this event.
We did get the interview, right? And the boys over at Ascend were saying after that Sharks game that, yeah, it wasn't necessarily the best prepared Counter-Strike up against the Sharks, but now we go into a bit of a quicker round, I presume, for Echo. Those pistols sort of indicate that, but you still do have the bomb down towards ramp, and a mid-take coming out of Nicky. What does he do with this? Timing on Kaluber. That is going to be the Tech 9, taking away an AK.
Yeah, that's a gun. Spellin needs to go huge. First kill collected. Bomb's going to get dropped. Spellin, the XM is hungry! And the Alligator is just devouring them. You even see a little bit of a smirk on his face. He knows he's just saved the round. Bomb being dropped. Things got a little bit tricky for a second the moment that Kaluber goes down into Orscon, but Spellin has been able to restore peace.
So, Nicky, we want another quad kill out of you, buddy. You've got that AK, and you've only got magic in your veins. That 2v4 is certainly unlikely, especially with no utility, no real outlook on the round.
They've just opened up so much distance, right? That's the key thing about a round like this. You give them the entire bomb site, all the free space that they might want, and then the moment that they tap the bomb, you just swing. Even if they get a bomb plant, you don't really care. You know they've got a full buy going into the next round. Priority number one is buy enough time for Spellin to get activated on that flank coming in from T-spawn. They shouldn't be ready for this.
Give Spellin the ace with the XM as well would be quite something to see, but instead Harn will be stealing that one away. And Iceberg hoping for a quick headshot down to the P250, is going to be able to find it, but not the kill connection. Ascend, they brought it back, 12-11.
Yeah, round number 24, Bucharest. We might be going into another overtime. All right, I think we're getting more and more alive as time runs out. You know, at the start of the game, it was a little bit more quiet. Now we're starting to feel like we still have a reason to keep on watching.
Oh, yeah.
We have reminded people that there is a very exciting game going on here.
And there is, truly so. You have to remember, both of the teams have had their runs over to the groups to make it here.
Harn. Short jump.
Triple up, set up on CT side, hello.
That's mental. Red Star Hard and Spellen. It's AWPs galore.
Don't get to
trying
see
to
that.
go for the Fnatic. I guess that's the Bulgarian Fnatic on Mirage. Triple up to try and push OT. Contact through that top mid smoke, and that might be the perfect setup for Harn. They're just walking in. No flash, no nothing. Harn gets the first. Kaluber has been dropped in the meantime, though, so it is the 1-for-1. Echo are still in this round. Bombs moving back in towards the B bomb side. Ascend are rotating away, leaving Harn all alone.
This is a single Harn that has to somehow defend. If Echo
what is going on?
Down
the bomb's now going back Palace. They're both changing their minds. Ascend were rotating A. The bomb was going B. Now the bomb's going A, but Ascend have rotated back.
Yeah, this is crazy. You have to remember, the moment you get a bomb plant off out here for Echo, you've effectively won the round. A three-way retake with the ops is going to be very unlikely.
It's just a feeling call, right? They're just gambling. Spellen's just read the situation and he's called his teammates to go back B. Leave him alone. He needs to be careful about that Palace walk.
Oh, this is going to be so crazy. Spellen, you've pulled off a big play in the previous round. You need to do it again.
Needs to hit the shot. Can't afford to miss. Leaks are just going to walk out. Spellen, first one doesn't hit the target, and now you've got those AWPs on the retake. It could be a little bit tough. Do you have the Emperors dropped in towards CT spawn? Iceberg gonna give away his position with the smoke. Scrimmel needs to hunt him down. Needs to get the kill. Must win. Fight able to get it. Spellen has been dropped in the meantime, though. It's a 3v3 post plant.
This is such a good smoke coming out of Iceberg. Sacrificed himself for the better position on the Echo squad. 3v3.
Leaks is going around the world. Skrimmel's got a free kill.
God,
maybe Patience will get rewarded. One player going around the world. They wanted to go for the double, but now losing Boy, it means that Salazar needs to stick around. It's all about winning time. All about allowing Leaks to get into the nice and right position. They don't have a smoke for the bomb. Harn doesn't even think about that being a possibility. Salazar's got in one. They still don't know. Leaks is coming in. Time is running out. There goes the kill, and surely that's gonna be it. There's not enough time. Harn stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Echo have closed map #1 on Mirage.
The first map going the way of the Danes. The best of three just barely begun, but an overtime affair was almost happening onto our starting line here. Crazy, crazy best of three already starting us off, Ted. And I'm sure that both Ascend and Echo are going to be having their small little shakes coming around to the scene, but one of these two teams did manage to stabilize quicker than the other.
Ascend are just going to be going back to that 4v1 against equipe on the B-bomb side, right? That was the round that broke them. That was the round that allowed Echo to move into 12. Ascend had another one of these comebacks coming on the CT side. It just came down to, in the end, the fact that they couldn't win that last round and they couldn't convert that 4v1. Echo playing a banger of a map on Mirage. And this was supposed to be the free pick for Ascend, right? That was supposed to be the free map. We were kind of going into this game saying, well, Ascend have everything that they might need for a nice and easy even semi-final. Mirage is the first, then you get to start on the CT side of map #2 on Overpass. But now with that Mirage going in favor of the Danes, it feels like everything's changed.
On that T side as well, I was feeling like I was watching Ascend actually call, like Spellen call for Echo, besides the other way around. But individually as well, you have to remind yourself, Echo are the best rated team into the event for a reason. This guy is a big reason.
Yeah, absolutely. League's one of the best playing players in this entire tournament, heading into the grand final win so far, or heading into the final couple of days. So far, the hero of this semi-final.
Yes.
It's not just him though, right? We saw these hero plays coming out of Nicky B, out of Salazar, out of Boy, out of Iceberg. It felt like a team effort, but Leaks' consistency and firepower, constant firepower output throughout the tournament has kept on going into the semi-final as
well. And you know what's really interesting? Because then we're going to be going on down to an overpass. And the way that Echo have been setting Leaks up has been amazing. Salazar being active, entering on down to that T side. And then you've still got the calls being in by Iceberg, making things so gimmicky silly and so off the basis calls, right, off the moment calls that make it look good, and it makes it look fluid coming throughout here for the Danes, and that's what you're here for if you are Echo right now. You're looking to stay confident, you're looking to stay in the momentum spree, right? So with that being the case, you're still looking to stabilize. But with that being the case, ladies and gents, we're going to be going away from this one into a quick little break, but before that, we've got a little interview.
All right, Tatro, thank you so much. Here I'm joined, probably you've known him, he's a really talented player and he has been to these arenas before. I'm joined here by FNL. Let's welcome him here. And my first question for FNL is here. How do you feel about this Super DraculaN?
I think it's a really nice event, to be honest. It's a lot of people. I think that it's really nice that we didn't really have a lot of technical issues. Everything went pretty smoothly, in my opinion, comparing to other events that I've saw like online. This one is much better than them, so yeah.
Considering that you have been in player for multiple seasons, right? How do you feel about the teams that you've just seen that have qualified for semifinals and basically the first final is here? Would you say that they are talented, they were stronger from what you faced, they are weaker? How's your opinion on that?
I think all of the teams that qualified deserve their spot here. Even though a lot of good teams didn't manage to qualify, I think specifically in this event, these teams that made it to playoff did better, at least this event. So yeah, I think they're for sure all of them very talented players, and for sure they deserve the spotlight.
All right, last two questions for you before we move to another guest. My first question is, who do you think is going to win this one?
Do you mean this semi-final or?
The whole tournament.
The whole tournament. I hope Ascend, to be honest. I will root for my Bulgarians, yeah.
All right, and this one is for, this question is from all the Romanians and of course all the DraculaN fans. Will we see you again playing in DraculaN anytime soon?
I'm pretty sure yes. We should be coming with my new team. We should be coming to the next event, so yeah, I'll be here.
All right, thank you, FNL. And before we move to the break, we have another guest. I'm here joined by ex-coach for Passion UA, Monster, and he has a special message for you guys, which probably you'll find it fun.
Yeah, something very important for me to say. Can I say it in Romanian? It's,
of course.
Ce pot să zic? Puțin disappointed așa. Mă așteptam să tragă ceva băieții, dar din păcate sunt prea bun pentru ei. Și nu am coduri.
Well, that is going to resume our short interview, and we will be back after the break with the second match. Thank you guys for watching.
Every round starts with a question.
Welcome back, everyone. We are ready to jump into our second map here of our second semi-final of Super DraculaN. We've got Ascent not really kicking things off in the best possible way on their own map, Pietro.
I will say, you know, considering it was an 8-2 at the halftime, almost making it, they tried to make it back. They made it 8-4. The way they started off the second half was great as well, but everything started to fall apart after that 1v4 coming out of Nikki. Like, that was the moment that you knew Echo were probably getting the map.
Yeah, I feel like from here on out, the conversation is just a little bit different, right? As we pointed out, Ascent were going into this game as the team that was supposed to win Mirage and then potentially even have an opportunity on the CT side of Overpass, right?
Yeah.
Now the predicament has changed. Echo started things off with a very nice, clear game plan on the CT side of Mirage, very proactive, a lot of pushes, a lot of initiative plays coming out of people like Iceberg, for example. And then on the T side, they might have had these lackluster moments, but as you pointed out, because of that 1 versus 4 clutch, they were able to close it out in the end in a 13-11 fashion. So now we're moving into Overpass, and the question is, do we still believe in that potential CT side supremacy for Ascent?
Yeah, it's going to be really telling to see how things are going to be moving into, you know, the next map and just the momentum that you're going to be able to find out there into that CT side. So I don't believe we can really put the dot on the I and say, yeah, that's most likely going to happen. But sure, I am looking forward to see if Echo can keep this vibe up, you know, keep this momentum up.
Yeah, one of the main things that we should be bringing up going into this one, because there's a lot of factors I feel like behind potentially Echo getting a win. We've got some of these individuals for the side of Ascent that we know can play good CT side Counter-Strike. And if you are to look at the results of Ascent lately on Overpass, you're going to notice there isn't a lot of wins. There's a bunch of losses. The win rate is not looking great. They have lost 6 out of their last 7 games, and that is a fact. I'm not just saying it for the sake of saying the number. I do apologize. But in the end of the day, one of the key things to keep in mind is the fact that out of all these losses, Ascent have actually picked into the map most of the time only once they got to start on the CT side. Okay. So the last 2 games that they have started on the CT side, one was a very bad game against the Polish side of Phantom where they got only 2 rounds on CT. The other one was a 13-9 win over the Gaming Gladiators, right? Which was a long time ago. So technically, a lot of these losses that we have seen from the Bucharest are coming in when they are the ones picking into Overpass. They start on the T side and they experience massive issues. Now we're going to see Echo start things off on the offense. So it's going to be a little bit different. Do we expect Ascent to get a bit more of an opportunity because of that? Because I feel like that might be a little bit of a surprise, a bit of an ace up the sleeve of Ascent going into that second map.
Yeah, you could expect it to happen like that only in the case that they're able to fully mentally reset after a 10-minute break from that map, right? A 13-11 is always going to hit you tougher than like a 13-2 because you've got to reset, you've got to go back. And what does Milky tell the squad right now? You're in the stage, you're, you know, finding all of these openings and moments and actually making it happen for Ascent, and then it can all just falter apart because of a single round or because of a couple of moments that don't go your way. But you've got to get things ready and you've got to manage to figure yourselves out both in the server aim-wise and mentally coming away into this one, Ted. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of talking points throughout Overpass where we're going to get to see if Ascent managed to keep themselves going.
Yeah, I think especially because of Nikki B's performance, right? That Jaxie?
Yeah, that is Jaxie.
Yeah, we've got Jaxie in here. Hey, Jaxie, how are you doing?
We've had him for a while.
Give us a bit of that burger. Is it good? No, we're not doing that on stage.
Get him off the screen.
We're not doing that. Get him away. Is the burger good? Thumbs up, thumbs down, fries? Yeah?
There we
it's
go.
All right? Okay.
There we go.
Did he get some for us? I don't think he's got some for us.
Man, there's never any for us. What do we want? We're just out here.
Guy.
We gotta work.
Okay, we're gonna keep it going, but we've got a bit of a graphic coming up with Nikki B on there. He was the main man, and he has been the main man for this team for a very long time, right? He's one of the younger guys, only 21 years old, and Tricked was the first higher level Danish team that he was part of, and obviously this is still the same core. That 1 versus 4 clutch, but even moving into that second map, one of the things that we need to keep kind of an eye on is the fact that he is going to be that A rifle on the CT side, and he's one of these guys that are going to get the most amount of freedom and the most amount of opportunities, same as Salazar, who's the oper, right? So he's going to be one of the key factors for this team. Obviously, we did find out that when Iceberg is on, when his space creating and space taking place are working out, it's very difficult to counter the Danes, but I feel like we should be looking at Nikki B and Salazar Salazar individually, in particularly going into that overpass.
Yeah, and you know, you're having these conversations about these two players, and you're kind of leaving out, because you have to, because they're really good, you're kind of leaving out the cream de la crop for now for the Danes, which has been leaks, right? So you've got three really heavy firepower, bringing in teammates, and then you've got the setup play. When you're taking a look at that list, and we've been saying, you know, blah, 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 they're always great on firepower, they're always going to be there and putting things off, like putting amazing 1v4 performances off and 1v3s, 1v2s, whatever. But coming into the game out here, you can't really have anything assured here, Ted. But what we do know is that this overpass should be starting up any second now. We're going to be getting ready for a great CT side start, great T side start for Echo. Ladies and gents, I hope you're excited. It's been a long day here at DraculaN, but we're down to one more map potentially of this best of three.
It's all down to Echo. They make this one work. That's going to be a 2-0 going into the grand final against Inner Circle tomorrow. Ascend with one last opportunity, one last chance for another miraculous comeback. 2 wins out of the last 5 overpasses that Echo have played. Wins over BetClick and Inner Circle. Losses to K27, Collision, Phantom. The Bulgarian starting on the CT side, a bit of an aggressive pistol round stance. Out of the CTs though, Harn spotting the bomb, able to get down first, one tap. He's gonna look for more, jumping up, back turn. Kaluber with one and make it a second. Things are already working out well for Ascent. Screamer with another one onto Leaks, and that's going to leave Boy into a 1v4 now, a 1 versus 3.
There you go. It is going to be down to Boy to try to figure this one out. If his teammates could do it before, he should do it too. Or at least he's going to try. Has to go for the bomb. He was worried that someone's holding him off. Going to get out now. A bit surprised at the fact that no one's here, but he brushes it off. Thinks he's making too many steps. Someone in Con, someone in Fountain. No one here yet, Boy.
He's got a lot of time.
First man up is going to be Spellin.
One headshot away from going down, Spellin. So Boy could be able to get that instant kill, but there's the information. Spellin's now spotted him out. He can disengage, run away. A bit of a risky cross towards the left-hand side, but he's already got a teammate in towards the bomb side itself. Red Star standing him in the middle of nowhere, able to get that kill. A successful CT side pistol round for Ascent, putting them on track. Okay, well then, another pistol round for Ascent. Who would have thought, right, Ted? Who would have thought? Yeah, they've been going quite well. The VRS forecast, of course, is going to be quite a good result for both these teams if they are able to win, not only because of this particular game, but because of the prize pool as well. The difference between being eliminated third, fourth, you're going home with 3,750, obviously for both the players and the club share. Second place prize is $15,000. First place is 30K. So the difference is quite massive when it comes down to this as well, and obviously that brings a chunk of VRS points alongside it too. Harn gonna go for the farmhouse in towards the balloons, able to get a triple, but will get dropped eventually. Spellin will clean up, make sure that M4 doesn't go down. There's gonna be just one player wasted for Ascent in this round. So Echo gonna get these AKs quickly.
Don't get too excited now, Spellin. There we go. We hear the screams, we hear the happiness, but it's only been 2 rounds. You never know what's gonna come up. Echo on the full buy. Gotta get yourself pumped up though, right, Ted? You're in the arena, you're trying to make things work, and you as the IGL especially have got to be vocal for the team.
Yeah, Spellin is the most experienced guy, as we said, not only on his team, but on the server as well. We used to play with guys like Cirque back in 2016. Went for some international projects, teams like Epsilon, like Mad Lions later on the years. And he's been part of some of the most successful Bulgarian teams over the course of the last couple of years as well. So he's the guy that you want to bring in some of that experience, help everybody else to mentally reset going into that second map.
Man, after this DraculaN, I really will love to just see how Ascend progress and evolve in the scene, because currently they are certainly the best Bulgarian team, but they're breaching into the top 30s.
Ooh, heard them falling down, Leagues. He's down to 37 HP, that's because of some spam in the util. They are taking space in towards long. Jump spot out of the MP9. Spellin has seen someone. He's going to try and back off. MP9 doesn't want to fair his chances. That's a bit of information. And after getting compromised, Nikki B is going to call this one off. They're playing with another stack. We saw a lot of that on Mirage, by the way. Spellin just leaves himself alone on one of the bomb sites, sends everybody else towards the other. And Harn getting that first kill, unable to follow up. Salazar, Iceberg, and Boy with 1 kill apiece. That's an early round on the T side of overpass for the Danes. Gonna mess up with the CT side economy a little bit as well. Galuber and Red Star should be able to drop 2 guns. Terrorists win. Red Star can even buy an AWP. It's going to be a big hit when it comes down to the Uto.
It might be... Yeah, people are having fun. That's great to see. It might be a bit of a silly question to put at this moment in time, but utility-wise, how do you feel about these two sides? Because Ascend have been a bit quicker, so they've set up a bunch more, you know, not necessarily exec util, whereas Echo, they've been playing really well on both CT sides and T sides when it comes down to those anti-flashes.
I mean, Ascend is one of the best teams when it comes down to utility damage so far this event, right? That's, interestingly enough, one of the few stats in which they are doing better than Echo. And that's a bit of a surprise to everyone, but HEs, mollies, everything like that, all of these shenanigans have been going very well for the Bulgarians.
Oh, early shot out of Harn. He could have actually landed an easy kill onto Leaks. Had he waited an extra second, just heard the steps of the Spartans down Monster, got scared. Boost up, Leaks. Could be an easy headshot, spotted out his shoulder. Gonna go back. They're communicating through the walls here, Ted.
No presence in towards A right now from the T's. This is just going to be a straight up B-pop with the split. But again, Kaluber is rotating away. They're misreading this. They've got the re-smoke in towards connector, but they've got a three-man setup in towards that A bomb site. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Scrimmel and Red Star. Scrimmel does have an incendiary, right? And there's 50 seconds. So the moment that he sees these flashes, the smokes flying, he can deploy that. If he's able to shut down the first guy running out, it might be very difficult for Echo to get the refrag. Throws it prematurely, though.
Yeah, Iceberg is trying to set up an exec out here. You can see him giving the information away. He's called it out, and now the flash is coming galore. Nicky has to be the first man in, and Echo trying to get out of there. It's going to be at the Scrimmel on the Famas. They're trying to take them down. Good for one-on-one. Boy on the trade away, and you're still fully blind, Red Star. You got to play it to the back of the pillar, and he will still fall. Kaluber on the trade, and he does find two. Salazar on the op. Low HP, remember. A single bullet will do him in, but another headshot goes the way of Leaks. It's down to Leaks on the second, and Harn has got to pull through a 1v2.
Big clutch. He's got the defuse kit, doesn't have any Uto on his back, spots the first, gets the kill, 1v1 now, and he knows Salazar is low, drops down, USB headshot connects, and Harn goes absolutely nuclear.
Beautiful setups out of Harn, and it felt like Echo had the false info. Going down, checking out Monster, not really being fully sure. Again, stage jitters coming through, also as the fact is they were very low on HP, so they couldn't really afford to not play that one together.
I think we had some spillage there for Kaluber for a second.
Oh, damn.
He was trying to get a bit of a drink.
Happens to the best of us. Let's hope it didn't get on the PC or, you know, the keyboard.
Hopefully. Not on the keyboard or the mouse.
No,
big clutch coming out of Harn, though. We were talking about the individuals. League stepping up once again with the most kill on that B-bomb side. But look at Harn. Look at that quick scope onto the double zoom. And then just waits for the peak, waits for the sound cue, instant headshot, and you can see how much it means to them.
That's huge. This is such a momentum shift going on down, because Echo, if they win out that round, they make it 2-2, 3-2.
Dropped incendiary for that B-side rotation player.
Double MP9 setup out here for Red Star and Spellin. Big nade. Salazar down to half. Chuck another one of those. Red Star wants to trade it back. Oh, Spellin runs them down and gone, and that is going to be decimation.
He just swung. That's such a crazy play. There was no flash, no support, no nothing behind it. Spellin just decided, you know what, Red Star's got in the kill, so they're probably going to be looking at short. I'm going to use that opportunity, regardless of me throwing a nade and them knowing I should be towards the left-hand side of Con. He kills the rifle. Oper didn't even realize what happened.
That is such a flow play coming out of Spellin. You just send it out, Con. Might as well. We got the MP9s, we got the timing.
Did he leave himself with a gap, Harn? He smoked himself off.
Nah, he's fine.
I'm not really sure if that was a purposeful thing.
Nicky, he's gonna just contact through the smoke. Harn might hold him.
He needs to be careful with this. He has given Nicky the opportunity to create a timing for himself.
Ideally, you'd like Iceberg to be here with him, though. Yeah, gonna go out alone. Harn, good connection. Iceberg saves here.
Yeah, he's starting to look very sharp, Harn. And that's one of the main things that we should be addressing about Ascend and that CT side on Overpass, right? Such an heavy map on the defense, especially. If Harn has a good performance, then the game could change. And Spellin's picked up that second AWP.
Okay.
Wallbang, that's from the bomb side. Didn't even see him.
There you go. Starting to get loud out for both the crowd and the the people on the stream and the people on the actual arena.
And we're talking about some of these individuals, right? We've got Nicky B, we've got Leaks, we've got Boy, these exciting youngsters trying to make names for themselves. Salazar trying to prove himself as well after making top 16 in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
With Salazar and Harn, it is pretty similar. The main difference is the fact that Harn is a little bit older, he's a lot more experienced, and he's gotten a couple of chances on international teams over the years. So right now for Harn, who's already 26 years old, this season, this year, this team is one of the final opportunities to show that you actually do deserve to get the opportunity to play on a higher level. Showcase to everyone that you still have that mechanical prowess from years ago.
And he's shown it time and time again, but this is the first time a Bulgarian squad's been looking this competitive out here, Ted. There you go, connected out there by Boy. Headshot landed, AK retrieved. Iceberg now pushes past the smoke. Spellin, he's being held for. This is a great setup for Ascend on A side.
Yeah, Boy's got that hero AK, but he's so far back, and he's picked it up off of the corpse of Red Star. No armors for anybody. Harn needs to be careful.
Another miss.
Not a lot of these shots are going to get punished, right? It's just against the pistol, so they're a little bit quicker, velocity's up, but as you pointed out, it's all about hitting the sitters as well, not only the crazy shots. Especially in a game like this, but yeah, as we said, this is probably not the round where you get punished for it.
Get them out of the way now. You know, it's up against pistols, might as well.
Sure.
Hit the nasty shots.
Bomb drop, that should be the end of the round. It's all about how many guns they can take out of the hands of Ascend here. It's all about the damage for Echo, that's the name of the game, Harn. Still low on HP, so one missed shot might cost him his life, and he's been spotted out. There goes the miss. Time to back off. Somehow no one connecting on each other.
Surely they don't let a bomb plant come off, but Kaluber is effectively playing alone on this side. Boy spotted out with the AK as well, and that hydroponic is going to fall. 5-1.
And they're getting louder and louder. They feel like the momentum is shifting here. A 5-1. We still haven't seen a tactical timeout, and as I say that, Regin will join in the server. We were talking about this before the start of the game, but old man Regin has been around for a while. Obviously, he coached Strict. That same lineup under the organization. Before that, teams like TSM, Endpoint, Mouse in 2018 and 2019. He's coached them at the Berlin Major as well in 2019. That was the Starladder Berlin Major. The last one of the Astralis streak.
Yeah.
And you can see it on his face. He's not really happy with what he's been seeing here on that T side. It kind of feels like they have allowed Ascend to get going individually.
I was going to try to make a bad joke about not being able to see, you know, too much emotion on his face because he got punched, but yeah, not going to go completely for that one.
I mean, he looks like a character out of Street Fighter. I think it's dope.
It is.
And he's got a fun story to tell his kids now, one day.
And some nice photos
grandchildren. Remember that? Let me tell you about that one day when your old man got his nose broken by a teammate. Boy will run down Spell, and that's a bit of a shift in pace. Harn is still here though. Backsturn, able to get a double. Then again, off the back of an opening kill, they just get their skulls broken. Leaks is trying to catch a bit of a timing, but the rest are so ready for this. Amping the pace, trying to go quicker. Echo get completely shut down by Harn and Red Star.
This is such a different map to what we're used to out here from Echo. Nicky, first kill coming through in 7 rounds here for Echo. It's been tough for the Danes to get going. But maybe another 1v4 could get them back into the scream of things out here.
This is so much more difficult though. Look at where the bombs dropped.
At least he's got time.
Practically swapped sides.
Yeah.
He's coming in from CT spawn. Every single CT that's alive in the round is playing into towards D spawn, just guarding the bomb connector in front of B. And then you've got Harn just outside the ramp. So if you're Nicky B, you might even consider a safe here, by the way. I think he's gonna go for it. He's got a smoke and a flash, head armor, AK. Gonna try and at least make it a little bit expensive. Money starting to slowly build up for the Ascend boys. And Harn's gonna start hearing the steps. He's being smoked off, gonna try and flash himself through, make it a little bit chaotic, make it a little bit expensive. 25 seconds on the clock, but there's so many people around. Shouldn't be getting an opportunity. First shot misses out of the Oper, but the off angle should be good enough. And in 3, 2, 1, he's just gonna get blindsided by Red Star. Ascend get number 6.
So many mics to pick up Spellance's screams out here into this one. He's gonna be happy, but only for so long. Echo, no one started off getting actually, you know, finding their individual form out here.
Look at this.
Yeah.
It's just the fact that you're not expecting, out of 2 players, when you kill the rifle in that position, you're not expecting the Oper to be pushing in towards Fountain. And you can see the frustration is starting to get under their skin. No bomb plant as well, meaning that you have to go for these occasional half buys every second round. You're going to have that hero rifle onto Iceberg, everybody else on the pistols, a little bit of Uto. Spellin decides not to challenge through the molly, but you do have the boost and the offer looking for a fight in towards Monster.
Woo. Boy, the one shining ray of light for this overpass so far for the Danes, 7 and 6, is going to be looking to get up in con and find another one. Khalil on Iceberg was forced out, so you have to remember this round can still be scary for Ascend. Spellin playing the info jump out here, but he is being quite risky. Just threw that smoke away, can get pre-fired, won't be landed. Down CT, comes in, Red Star, low HP now, big grenade. And they've got the site out here, Ted. It's Echo to technically have the advantage only if they get that bomb down.
Yeah, Red Star is so low on HP as well. He can't really do anything. Bogdan's low, we're going to see a bit of a swap. Hard onto the rifle, Spellin pushes in towards long, no one to be spotted out. Nicky B needs to be the first one to go down, but look at that off angle.
This is great.
Find a 1D, cancer zone. That wasn't the angle he was waiting for. He was waiting for Con. Spellin follows up with another one. Iceberg still alive on the rifle.
Info on them, you know that one's low at least, and the other's coming in quickly. Iceberg last man standing. And Ascend take another. They're unstoppable on the CT side.
And you can see the reaction of the coach as well. He's just standing up from his chair. Can't believe how cleanly they're able to make this one work. Spellin and Harn. Harn is on 14 and 3 already. Whew. And that's a 4v5 retake without dropping a single player. I know it's against pistols, right? They just had one rifle and they didn't have a lot of Uto. But this is still a little bit concerning. And that second tactical timeout out of Regin, that says it all.
Like, man, 14 kills in 8 rounds is 14 kills in 8 rounds. You can't really change it.
That's a lot of paper, by the way.
Yeah, hands getting sweaty out there. I've seen Iceberg just use
melting.
Yeah, he is.
Global warming and that.
It's pretty hot in here as well.
Yeah, sorry, that was a dead joke.
It landed. Better than some of the others.
All right. Cheers.
You're welcome. Mine never land, so there you go.
I'm not sure if that got picked up by the mics, but we heard him here.
Yeah.
As he's screaming.
I think it did.
Landing it with the Danish let's go. Let's see if Echo are going to be able to follow and actually come back to life. It's been a little bit of a slower start. League, Salazar, Iceberg, 2 and 3 kills respectively. Nicky B on 1 and 8 so far. It's been a tough T-side start.
Early util going down on the defaults. It's going to be Echo hoping for an entry. Harn fading away out there from Fountain. And he burned through a lot of utility and a lot of fights in con. Spellin is aggressive because he's loving life. The confidence is exuding out here from Ascend. And that's going to be hard on the miss. Once again, that is going to be quite a tough one. But Red Star trades it back on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you still have the man advantage. What's going on? Spellin's just running around. Didn't they realize there was a player nearby alone?
I think they just wanted to believe that they would be fading back out
and
here,
now
Echo.
Everybody's leaving.
B's empty.
They've just left the B bomb site.
It's a gamble.
They've spotted only one guy on long, right? Nicky B's the guy that got both these kills. So that's maybe the first time we've seen him a little bit nervous here, Ascend. Over-rotating a little bit. Scrimmel doesn't look ready for a player already down in towards Graffiti.
Doesn't matter, though. They'll play the 3v3 retake. They've got utility for this.
Yeah, but they don't know about Iceberg. Scrimmel might not be ready for the timing at all, especially now with that piece of util.
This is going to be rough.
Do even go for this? I mean, they do have the money. They should. Scrimmel's started the spam now, but you have to wait this smoke out or go through, and that's going to allow Iceberg to have such a power position.
It's a late retake, but they'll go for it at a CT.
Oh,
you know
I think
that,
he's realized
yeah,
it.
you know that he's there. He just threw utility. We'll try to get out. The wild spam almost kills him. 12 HP remaining. You find the frag, but it's too late indeed. Yeah, you're going to have to back away, give that second to the Danes, and it will be still a big lead here for Ascend, but bit by bit, they're going to try to, you know, stairway their way back into it.
Yeah, that was probably the first time where the wilderness ends up costing them, right?
Yeah.
And Echo finally deal with it. Spellin once again, like a maniac, swings through the Molotov inside of Connector and gets that kill. But then Harn going for that peek, and Nicky B was already up close and personal. Harn didn't realize that timing even existed. Spellin's just running around in toilets. That felt like a little bit lackadaisical from Ascend. And you see that tactical timeout. Apparently Mookie doesn't like what he's seen in this round. Gonna try and slow things down. Of course, that does allow Regin to get back into the conversation, but this is still a doable T side for Echo. And by doable, I mean they can still post 4 or 5 rounds, which would be completely enough to leave them in with an opportunity for the second half. And I feel like this is what Acerte are trying to do right now with this tactical timeout. Try and shut them down before they've even awakened, right? You don't want to let them have an opportunity. You don't want to give them a chance. You don't want to give them any hope going into that CT side. And this is what Echo are trying to do right now. They're just fighting for a chance.
So don't give them one. Ascend up in towards the 10th round of play on the CT side. They've got to make it look just as good as it's been so far. And again, besides Boy, no one's really been able to kind of win their duels here for Echo. There's been a couple of aggressive plays coming out of Spell for sure. Goes for it again, down Con, and look at him go. Opened the door, got himself out into water already. It's a 3-man stack up in towards B. Well, you do still have Harn playing a bit more defaulty. Now towards that A-bomb site.
That's going to be a B-pop. Monster player needs to be very careful. That's Crimo. He's not been tested in a while, and now he's given away his position with the spam. Spell, good angle. Cannot get the kill. 7 HP on Leagues does it better. It's actually Iceberg to get the kill.
Yeah.
Sorry. Leagues' life gets saved by his captain.
Could play Bogdan's Law, but Salazar's not going to drop it. Boy checking out the flank as Echo are trying to get in there.
Shot.
Harn connects Leaks, but that was only the big play.
There, and you've seen Spellin, who's the A player. So do you just go back? You know there's going to be a rifle on the A-bomb side, presumably alone. Scrimmle's also alive. Harn trying to go for a bit of a wallbang. Double short push though. Restar is able to go 2 for 1, and now you should know Kaluber is alone on that A-bomb side, and this is where they're going, but he's got a smoke in towards Banana to work with. Kaluber with an opportunity.
Kaluber, you're searching out in that smoke. You're going to go away on a timing.
They're going to walk past him.
Nikki, how long do you hold that? Oh, long enough! You take down Kaluber, that wins them the round. Harn left all alone. And Ascend, so risky, so experimental. That double short push coming in through them, for them. Maybe it wasn't enough, but Harn,
he's going to give it a go.
He's thinking about this, yeah.
He wants to.
And no more. Boy takes him down. Another headshot added to the tally. 7-3. And this is going to be Iceberg and Co. right now trying to just get back into it.
Yeah, they're going to start feeling a lot happier now. 3 rounds on the T side. Money for the CTs is still there. They have another reinvestment, but there is a world in which they don't have the perfect buy going into the final round of the half. It's still going to be difficult to have them on a full reset, so you're probably still going to be up against an AWP, a couple M4s. But this is Echo putting up a very good fight now. Look at that shot out of Boy. Harn couldn't believe it. How quickly did the AK get that kill?
We can't say anything to Harn in that one. Previous round, before he actually tried to go for that 1v3, he had 13k in the bank. Leaks, another opening frag. Happens as quick as lightning out here in towards water.
And that's such a good change, by the way. That's the first time someone just run out of short instantly to look for a fight in towards the B-bomb side. That's why Restar's not ready for it. Good initiative being taken by Leaks.
Also, because of the fact that Spellin's just been pushing up until now, round after round, and we get to see the push again. Ooh. Out from Monster, Scrimo this time.
That's interesting. He's got a timing.
Missed it.
They've both missed each other, but they know Leaks is out short, right? Scrimo should know. So that's why you don't see Harn rotating away. Scrimo, on the other hand, might get that kill. And that one player coming back, that's going to indicate this is a B play. He's going to start calling them back. Nicky B's a dead man.
Trigger discipline.
He can just have the flank.
This could be insane,
this is so sneaky. He probably doesn't get the kill. He's going to wait. He might get 2 of them.
Watch
just
out.
needs to wait for them to line up. They're all coming back. How patient is he going to be? There's going to be so many people on his screen. There goes one. Making a double and a triple. Is the trigger discipline reloaded? Miss shot. Finally taken down by the pistol. But he's just stolen this round away from them.
The hero, is it enough here? Echo 2v3ing their way to success, have got to figure this one out somehow. Salazar, bomb up connector, is going to try to push out A, and no one's really here to deny them.
It's still doable. It's still a 2 versus 3, and Spellin's not really sure how much space that other player has taken in towards the A-bomb side, so they have given them the side for free.
Yeah,
Bomb's going to get planted. This is still not an impossible round to pick up for Leaks and Salazar.
Salazar's on the op as well. He's just going to back away into long after the plant.
Okay.
They've got to play it together. They have no flashes out here, Ted. No retake utility available at all.
This is going to be tricky. They've got that defuse kit onto Harn.
Echo.
They're going to get aggressive.
This is surprising. You're putting the round in peril, but it could work out so well. A gamble stack, do or die. Spellin walks out, and he manages to trade it back out. Salazar scope heard most likely. No, he's still gonna be able to find Spellin 1v1. It's an off-v-off, head-to-head, a Glock in hand, and you're gonna run away. Down to CT, you're trying to stick, but you're picking it too. Salazar moving up quickly, and a missed shot is gonna lose the round. Ascend have dropped it after a hero play from Scrimo, and it's the Danes bringing it back up in the comeback.
Salazar just played him like a fiddle. Even goes down to the bomb explosion, but they have brought it back. What a comeback on that CT side, or on that T side, sorry. Echo, they're just not giving up. And what a play that was from Scrimo. It's almost unbelievable that after a round like this, after a play like this, out of your B anchor, you can still lose the round. They're gonna be going back to this one. And you can see the disappointment on their faces. Ascent know it. They should have had at least 8 or 9 rounds on that CT side. 8 is still a possibility, but Echo have brought it back.
Indeed, they have. You're running out of tackle timeouts as well, and it's barely been the ending of the first half. You've got one more round to go. This has already been so exciting. Compared to the previous map as well, it's been feeling a lot more like you've needed those X factors to come in, to chime in, to have those big moments. So it's been nice to see in the arena. Everyone who's still with us, hope you're enjoying. But we've got one more round of the first half to go.
That's the make or break. You get an 8 for a half, you win the CT side pistol, you're still in a controlling position to potentially level things up and take us to a third. If Echo get 5 rounds, then the game dynamic changes completely. Then Ascend will have to work hard on that T side, and we know that usually doesn't go that well for them. Another gambly stack to around 4 people in towards that B bomb side, but this time it might be the right call.
Oh, you're walking up. Scrimo's not ready for this. Out of barrels, he has to send out utility and just stay alive. They're gonna back away though. They baited out utility. Echo can still go on a second timing.
The nade actually failed, but he's been able to stop them. Defensive smoking towards the barrels. They're not calling this one off. They're just waiting for the second timing to go.
And now that they will, looking out, the Iceberg first man out. Ascend, they've rotated the right pieces. They've got 4 out here. Make it only 3. Incendiary heard it, great flashbang, but Scrimo took it on his own, and Iceberg almost fell asleep. Took him down, and now at a barrel, still one left. Red Star alive, but not for long. I think so. Spellin, the last man standing into water itself. Kaluber has to save us, and he will manage to find 3 more. The hero plays have been needed, but can he end it? No, he can't. Harn, once again, you've got to clutch this up for the Bulgarians.
Had an opportunity in the previous one. Harn, the 1v2, bomb's not planted yet. Oper standing on the bomb side. There goes the tap. Does he go for the wall back? He's gonna try it, a whisker away.
So close,
a millimeter. But he's still gonna get an opportunity. Oper's holding him first shot. Misses! Harn is able to get the second. And now he knows he's got a 1v1, but Salazar does not give him a chance. It's 5 rounds on the T side. Echo in a very commanding position heading into the second half of Overpass.
Momentum is at the forefront as we go into the halftime. This has been an insane first half.
Welcome back, folks. We've got a 7-5 first half on Overpass. Ascend starting it off with a 7-1 lead, but a 4-round streak out of Echo have put us in a pretty weird conundrum. We're now on the CT side. The Danes are going to have a golden opportunity to try and move into the grand finals against Inner Circle tomorrow. I think it's safe to say Ascend need that pistol round.
Indeed they do, but so do Echo. They love to bring it back, and you have to remember, that was 4 in a row they just managed to find the previous half. So they've got momentum behind them, and they just found the opening frag as well. Out to long, Ascend go, and it's going to be up to Nikki to try to deny this. We'll hold on down. Recall Salazar in from mid as well, and they stop looking. It's going to be down to a timing to push out long.
Here goes the smoke. Flash comes in, and there's another one. Nikki be able to shut down the first. Now they know where he is. Scrimmel trying to fight back, but there's more people where that came from. Scrimmel's Glock not looking bad, but that's going to leave Kaluber all alone against 3 people. It's a double from Nikki, double from Boy so far. Kaluber needs a miracle. Had a bit of an opportunity in the final round of the first half, but this one really needs to be special. He's just hoping someone overpeaks, someone gives him an inch, a finger, an opportunity to get that first kill, get a goosh, keep it going. But no one is giving him anything. There goes the jump. Now they know exactly where he is. The swing's gonna come through. Nikki B puts an end to it. It's 6 rounds on the board, 5 in a row for Echo.
Once you get them going, they won't just stop all that easily. You have to do something magnificent to take them out of it. And Ascend, well, they are doing great individually, courtesy of a lot of those multi-frags in the first half. Now, Echo are starting to feel that rhythm, and you've gone to see a couple of players actually bringing it back up. Surprisingly of all, it's been Boy to actually spearhead the offense out here for Echo. A player that doesn't usually manage to pull off, you know, the most impressive of ratings. He is a role player mainly.
Yeah, it's been a good map out of him. Nikki B playing one of his worst, actually.
Yeah.
In the last while, but he has awakened, it feels like. A bit of a French tactical timeout coming out of Ascend, just walking around with a bunch of pistols, trying to get that extra opportunity to speak to one another. Plan for the first buy round. This is probably going to be a 7-7, and as we said before the start of the map, the asterisk was going to be Ascend getting a very good CT side. Now that's off the table. They'll have to try and figure out a way to break through the defenses of Echo on the T side, which is usually a little bit of a struggle for them.
And so far as well, Ascend haven't lost to 0-2 in a while, online speaking too. So I'm sure that they're not really thinking of what's going to happen, but closer to the end of the half, they might be getting that thought crossing.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of frustration as well, right? This is where the mental battle is going to be quite huge for these guys. This is where the experience needs to come through. All of these frustrations that we saw after the loss against the Sharks, there's no place for that here. Especially considering the 7-1 lead, the fact that they did drop a couple of clutches, a couple situations where they probably feel like they could have converted. That's one of the most difficult things to fend off as a player on a stage. The feeling of regret.
We have known as well, right, that they've consistently said that they're their worst enemies coming through into this one. Leaks.
Okay.
Nice on 2. It's going to farm them up. Let's see, out of short. How many more? You've reloaded, you've got the full mag, and you're going to find 4. Last one takes you out, but it won't be all that detrimental.
It's a nice 4-piece. Allows you to amp up those stats. But now we're going into the first buy round of the second half. This is where Ascend need to make a statement if they want to stay in the semi-final. Echo looking well on their track for another one. And that's another reminder. Ascend already did drop a series in this event. That was against the Sharks. Echo yet to lose a game.
Yeah.
Might have a perfect record going into the grand final. These guys, they've been playing some excellent Counter-Strike so far.
It's a very clutchy Counter-Strike. Again, the individuals are popping up, but you also do have this structure that's saving you time and time again. Fountain control taken already.
Yeah, big nade onto Spellin, though. He's down to 60.
He'll live, but he'll try to just move around the map a bit more, ascend down towards a split.
They've already used a big portion of their utility to just gain map control, right? We can see 3 smokes around the map, one of them in towards short, another one in towards connector door, one more in towards the toilet. So you've got 2 smokes and 1 flash left on minute 15.
Oh, that faded away already. Nikki was about to fade away out of the round 2. Spellin almost caught him.
They need to get that kill. They need to hunt him down. He's in such an isolated position.
But look at the cavalry coming around out here for Echo, trying to save his teammate. No one's going to trade him yet. Harn takes him out. Iceberg on the off angle though. How many does he find? Oh, he's gonna walk into Spell and takes him down.
2 players spotted.
Harn runs away.
Scrimmo. Oh, he's got a smoke in front of him. They're not gonna know he's crossed towards the back of Dice. This is such a big timing play. Scrimmo gets one. Does he find the second? He's got a 1v1 and he's able to get him as well.
Insanity out of Scrimmo.
Bomb's moving back as well now. One timing play. It's just the flow of information. Boy and Leaks might have to call this one off.
Has he saved them? Has he given a round to Ascent on the side on the first full buy as well? I mean, technically speaking, Boy can still hold things down here. Away from the smokes, can try to stay in bank, but instead, he realizes the situation, is gonna save away the A4s. And Ascend will hold on to the advantage.
Yeah, this is a big round. Regaining their lead now, and the CTs, they want to prioritize having the money. Kaluber's not in a bad spot. Could catch someone off guard, and every single gun that you're able to take away could be absolutely massive. Does he look towards his left, though?
Nope. Kill confirmed. Boy on the AK upgrade is gonna stay alive as well.
Spooky.
Harn wanted to take him down, yeah. Now just gonna hide in the corner. Hold hands till it ends and go into that 8th for Ascend. Echo surely will still feel confident though. Even though they lose that round on a missed timing, they'll just brush it off and have a still full buy into the next.
Yeah, should do. Boy can drop one over, Leaks as well. Money's still a little bit lackluster, right? So what Ascend have done here is they have denied Echo getting that AWP out early, right? And this is very important. The later Salazar gets to have free reign with the big green, the better for Harn and Co. And Salazar's on 5 and 10, so that means that you're going to keep him low, a little bit lower, or a little bit longer. Final tactical timeout coming out for Echo. This is going to be Reg and Dumb for the map. We had a similar situation on Mirage when Milky burned through a lot of his tactical timeouts early on to make sure that he gets the momentum going. That's exactly what Reg is doing. You believe in the game plan on the CT side. You know your boys can run away with the win. You believe they need a couple more words of encouragement and maybe a bunch of ideas to be able to get back on track. This is a very important round. They're going all in financially. You win this one, you level things up. You lose here, there might be a bigger lead opening up for Ascend.
Putting all your eggs into one basket is always going to be a bit scary, but this round is going to be played off as a default here for Echo. Ascend, on the other hand, searching out the monster. They're already in the smoke, and Harn is just gonna run them down. Full W coming out of the upper. He's done with this. He just wants in the B side. Yeah, indeed. He's found himself to the back of the side. Almost on a second. Iceberg barely standing. He's limping to the back of CT, and he is gonna be able to take information away for Boy to land another. Indeed, bomb down. Kaluber needs to take it back and run with it.
On top of Barrow, he's not ready. Flick comes in, but it's not quick enough. And you almost want to ask a question. You almost want to see the reaction of the coach after this one. Molly's still gonna burn Iceberg to a crisp, but Nate to take down Boy. Hold on a second, Utility is doing God's work, and they have recovered that C4. Salazar's pushing forward. Does he really want that fight?
This is incredible utility damage coming out of Ascend. You mentioned it before, but they certainly are looking like the best team with those utils.
I mean, he's burned down to 53 HP, and that was for no particular reason, right? He wanted to push through the molly in case they're trying to take the space, and now Salazar is rotating away, but look at what Ascend have done. They've just redirected.
They can go back.
I'm not sure if that's the case. I think Restar is just faking some steps right now.
Yeah.
He's got a silent drop, try and bait out a peek for Scrimmo, but Echo want to play this one together. That was a 2 versus 4, it's now a 2v2, and they're not even on the correct bomb side. Bomb's gonna get planted. Salazar just now realizes it.
Harn's heroics might not go to waste. Salazar, he's moved in quickly enough, whereas the bomb hasn't necessarily gone down. He makes noise in towards barrels, and that's a dead body you're shooting at, yeah. Now it's an easy kill on Salazar, or at least you think so. Labored a bit. Scrimmo's still down, and you haven't really spotted out Red Star towards the back of the pillar. So do you check out into Monster? Yes, you do. Nicky hears all of this, and a knife in hand wins the round for Echo. 8-8, which still stays close.
It's just the nerves, it's the pressure being on show. They level things up again, but that was such a messy round out of Ascend when you think about it, right? Harn just sends it out Monster, takes the opening kill, keeps on running, nearly getting a second one.
Yeah.
But then, Spellin sticking around with the bomb on his back, not realizing it. Kaluber trying to recover that alone. The utility nearly brings it back, but then both players just giving away their position, shooting at a dead body and towards the barrels. And there goes the final tactical timeout out of Milky as well. Coaches out of the game until potential ulti or GG's.
This is going to be something. They've got to work it out all on their own. Spellen, he's been a little bit shaken, I'm not going to lie, throughout this overpass so far. Hasn't been him. Horn has had to step up a little bit and take that initiative, take those advantages, like in that previous round.
That play out of Monster just screams, I want to take things into my own hands. I want to be the hero and win us the rounds, but it doesn't necessarily always work like that.
Almost did.
Harn and Scrimmo have had a very good game. Salazar, on the other hand, finally getting that CT side AWP, and we had that conversation. He's had a bit of a slow start, but that was on the T side.
And this round means so much for both of these squads. Look at their money out here, Ted. They're going to struggle if they lose this one. Fountain control taken. Echo. They have no real reason to go and prod too far forwards.
Very good play out of Boy. He's pushing through the smoke.
So much info.
Kaluber's falling back. He's still aware of the possibility. Question here is, how deep does Boy want to get? Opers here. Shot misses. Harn is going to go down, and does the bomb drop?
Big kill.
That's such a difficult timing. They had no clue that was a possibility, and Scrimmo's going to walk all the way in towards the toilets. Do they realize he's so close? Question, answer, no. Is he ready for Nicky B, though? He's going to try and fall back. And Spellen has dropped leaks in towards long. There's one more player around the toilets, though. Nicky B's left on an island. He's going to get cleared out. First kill going his way. Scrimmo's got a 1v1, but Nicky B's winning everything! He single-handedly destroyed them, and Kaluber with an AWP. Not usually his forte. Will have to try and save the day. And he's got a 1v2 to hunt, Galil in hand. Bomb on his back, 40 seconds. Where do you go with this? Nicky B has just single-handedly stolen this round away, and maybe the game with it.
It's so tough as well in this 1v2, because you've got Salazar on the AWP. He can just hold an angle posted, but they're going to play together. Taking connector control right now is going to be really tough for Kaluber to realize. What did they do?
He might get a bomb plan out of this. They need to shift all the way, right? They need to be very careful, and they're not going to hear his steps.
He's on site.
Where does he plan for? Probably right side pillar.
He's not too worried about Monster either. Yeah, right side pillar he goes. But he might just go in Monster instead. Oh, caught on the timing! Op doesn't land a shot. Kaluber now known. He's worried about Heaven. They're both coming out at the same place though, buddy. Kaluber, you've got a decoy on hand. That might help him, actually. He's still going to connect. Salazar down, and the Galil almost worked. Down to 33 HP. Boy on the clutch up gives Echo one more round.
What a big round out of Boy, but the real hero is Nicky B. That triple kill in towards the A-bomb side. He should never be getting away with a play like this.
He's feeling it. Not only in the previous map, but in this one too. We can point at a round and say Nicky's done it for them.
Yeah, that push in towards the Monster. There's the miscoms. Harn just jumping around. It felt like Kaluber was aware of the possibility, but Harn wasn't. Nicky B going huge with a triple, and you can see the frustration building up. Harn cannot believe it. He's just jumping around in his own spawn. There's a teammate right next to him, and he dies with a knife in hand.
Yeah. It's a rough one coming around for Ascend now, and as I said, economy's not really going to be helping them out. They're on maxed out loss bonus, so they are going to be buying back up. Very little utility left on down to this T side. And the Galils and the AK is going to try to push up mid, and will be a double setup. Nicky once again connects. Iceberg swings, and the shot rings out. You found yourself Spellen already into A side. He's trying to do this again. Would it be his first time? Nicky out of the fight. Shadow advantage taken on over. Iceberg trying to retake this one, and it will be a shot landed onto Spellen too. Is there going to be an Inception now? Yes, there will be. Outlaw is trying to take these fights, and Kaluber lands it. Up one more time, though. It's a constant fight in this round.
Yeah, gotta be careful with this one. That was a 2 versus 4. It's practically a done deal for Echo. You've got that 9th round on the board, potentially a 10th, and that's gonna be a cent on no money.
Never
These are the rounds that could get tricky, though.
Yeah, never right off a 2v3, however. It's T-side with the bomb on their backs.
It's just become such a scrappy game, right? There's a lot of individual fighting going on, a lot of scrappy Counter-Strike. Ascent, they're trying to make this game dirty. And Echo, they're just trying to stay clean as possible. Salazar, player spotted, doesn't fair his chances for the repeat. That's a nice smoke, that's a good bait for Boy. They might not be ready for it.
They won't be. 20 seconds as well. The nerves are going to start kicking on in. You want to get that bomb down, but Boy at any time can just activate, and you're never checking it. Yeah. Fade away there, Kaluber's not looking, and boy might just go out. Can he deny it? No, he can't. Bomb goes down, but it's an easy kill onto Red Star. Kaluber, last man standing, needs another 1v2 clutch, and last one didn't go so well. This time isn't either. That is going to be Echo once again, clutching it up time after time after time.
And if you're Ascend, you're just kicking yourself. That's Kaluber 2 times going down to the wire in the 1v1.
Yeah.
But these individuals from Echo, they're stepping up massively. It's 10 rounds on the board. Money still a little bit questionable for the CT side, though. And this is what Ascent realized. We've been planting the bomb. We've got the maximum loss bonus. We should keep on reinvesting. Try and keep the pressure up. Another good attempt coming out of Kaluber. Not ready for leaks. And you can see how frustrated he's getting at these. There still is an opportunity, though. Money is very low on both these sides.
What do you do if you're Ascend, however? You've tried to be aggressive, it almost worked off, but it still let you down in a close round. After which, you slow things down, you change things around, it still becomes a 2v2. So, gotta get your clutching power up, and that's not easy to do round after round. Salazar down mid, he's got a big opportunity.
Just contacting. That's such a ballsy play. They know there's an op on the other side. They're just walking out, but Salazar's falling back. Reason? Nicky B's got a massive play. Another one of them. No one's looking. Why would you consider this? This is such a wild play. Round 18 as well. Well, 19, pardon. It's so late into the game, but he decides to go and clear B. They're going to pick up the pace. Salazar is going to be alone.
Doesn't land the shot, though, so now they're already on A. And sure, you've got the pace down on Nicky, but he's taking the long way around, so it's not going to activate until very late into the retake, where you still might expect him. So he loses out that momentum.
Important position for Kaluber. He's going to have a 1v1 against Nicky B. Does he realize he could be going around the world towards long? Echo can still give this one a go. It has to be a very late retake, though.
And they have to wait for Nicky at this point in time. He's just down to that single kill on Kaluber, and he's going to go out, not going to get seen. Nicky, oh, he's overshadowed him, and now down to Iceberg to come out of back, swinging and kicking. It's down to the long player to also move out. Salazar on the trade back, but he still will be found. This is an absolute dogfight, like we've mentioned before. Down to the 1v1, and you're running out of time. Spotted him out, and it will be Ascend taking at least one more.
And they finally get a 1v1. Kaluber's been left in these clutches back-to-back rounds, and he does, in the end, best Nicky B. And Nicky knew exactly where Kaluber was, but he didn't have the time to go and get the kill. He needed to sprint down long.
Yeah.
It goes down to the wire, and now that reset is reality. That's why you see these reactions out of Ascend. They know this is the opportunity. Echo are going all in on that force buy. MP7, 4 pistols, a little bit of utility, not a single defuse kit. This is the opportunity for the Bulgarians to push for a third map.
5-7 is in hand, and a force buy come around with the Echo. We've always said never write off these rounds.
You can see the nerves, by the way. He didn't even get blinded off the flash. The moment that it pops, you just start spraying or bursting prematurely, just in case.
It's understandable. Haven't been on stage in a long time. Boost might come up. Red start. Mac-10 spotted. This could be such a bait as well. If only it was being held for. Red start takes down the stool. 6 bullets in the mag out there. We'll reload. Nicky flashed off of the angle, and he is going to be fully blinded. Taken down by Scrimo out long. Now you've got A control. Just recall Kaluber, take out the bomb. Head on down. No op this time, Salazar. Still could make a big play, though. That 5-7 close proximity is always going to be very scary.
They don't want to challenge the smoke, right? This is your worst nightmare against a round like this.
Look at Iceberg. He's taking space. He's out in Monster.
Failed the bank smoke card. It's not ideal, but he still is able to get that kill onto Salazar, so that should be enough to book them the round. And this is changing everything.
Yeah.
Now on Overpass. That's going to be a leveled up game. No money for Echo, so Eco round coming up. It's just going to be the 5-7 in the hands of Boy and the Digo of Iceberg going into the next. They won't really have the finances to muster up anything else.
Look at how cautious Ascent have been as well. In a 2v, even in a 2v5, when they're on a full buy and they know that there's a force on the other side, they're still shifting their way up through middle. So it's either the nerves or them just not taking any chances.
I feel like it's not taking any chances, right? You've lost so many clutches so far. That was the 1v4 on Mirage and even here on Overpass. So many opportunities that at this point, they just don't want to leave any stones unturned.
Yeah.
Don't want to take anything for granted, overlook it. You do realize this is tournament life on the line for them.
At the very least, comes down to another cutthroat game out here, Ted. Wouldn't have it any other way now, would we?
Absolutely no. That's been the story of the entire tournament. Overtime after overtime after overtime, so many comebacks, so many close maps, decided by clutches. And Ascent are trying to give us another one of these spectacles here on Overpass. This is just the second map for everyone that's just tuning in of our second semi-final game. Inner Circle waiting in that BO5 tomorrow. Inferno is the third map, shall we need it? As of right now, regardless of Echo being on the CT side and Overpass being their map pick, Ascent have put themselves in a very doable position. 10 apiece, no money for the Danes. That should be one round in favor of the Bulgarians.
We're speaking in hypotheticals though. It's down to these pistols to try to find damage. Echo. Not necessarily playing the close angles. You've got a couple of upgraded pistols. Onto the CT side and Ascend, as we've been saying, they're not going to take any chances. So they're going to be playing this one very slowly. And honestly, that's best for Echo. If they can just isolate a couple of 1v1s, 1v2s, be good for them.
Kluber loses that 1v1, and that's a gun in the hands of Boy. So this is a little bit scrappy now. He does have the head armor, so this is probably the worst player that could have won that fight.
Low
For
HP
the
on
likes
Spellin.
of Ascent. Big kill out of Red Star. USB drops another one. This is starting to get messy. It's starting to get real tricky. But Scrimmel with that double kill should be putting the round to bed. It got very tight for a second.
Yeah, if Leaks just had found that one kill on Scrimmel, suddenly that round becomes so approachable by Boy. 1v2, but doesn't happen. Still, nice aggro coming through from Echo, especially knowing what the round was. You come down to a push down on B Monster. Works on out. Get yourself an AK into the next. Good timings are going to do that. But Ascend need more than just timings. It's 11-10, and they need 2 more rounds out here to bring us to a third map of Inferno.
The question is, what do you call here if you're Ascent, right? You've got a couple of options. Loss bonus is not going to be optimal for the side of Echo either, so you know they're going to be lacking in some departments. You're looking at 24 going into the next, so they don't even have enough money to put Salazar on AWP, and this is probably the biggest issue, right? They've been able to keep that money on Echo so low throughout that second half. We've barely seen Salazar on the AWP. Actually, let me take that back. Someone's dropped it over.
Yeah.
So they had just about enough. And that could be an important detail.
It will become one very soon, as this is effectively going to be the last real buy Echo are going to be getting in the chamber if they lose it.
Yeah, that's the opportunity. That's the chance for Ascend as well. 11-10 up. You get this round, you get 2 map points, 2 potential chances to take us to a third.
Let's see how it's going to pan out. Down Fountain already we go, and Echo, they're never really going to be thinking about playing it too aggressively in a round like this. Salazar, blinded off the angle, is going to go back. Way too long we go, Ascend. It's going to be a very interesting call.
They've not been given a lot. Again, they've taken a lot of space in towards long, and that's going to be in the form of Spellin, thank you.
Yeah, taking it away.
They are falling back though. They've heard the Ope fire a shot in towards long, so this might be a little bit of a game of trying to avoid Salazar here. Deploy a little bit of U2, show presence, but don't go into the bomb site guarded by the AWP. And as of right now, it feels like they're making the right call. It's just Leaks and Boy here.
They've got utility. Leaks doesn't have it in hand, just trying to info jump away, and that is going to be spelled on the opener. And now your barrels, you already know there's a player here. It washed away by your teammate. You've used up the 2 smokes, and you're just trying to stay alive. Scrimmell's going to take you down. Salazar already manages to find a straight back on the other side of the map. Boy manages to line up 2. Red Star gets the plant down, however, 2v3, and made down to a 2-on-2. Harn half HP, no op in hand, and Salazar's coming up with a vengeance in from CT.
AWP on the retake, though. It might not be that easy for Salazar. They don't have any util for it. No smoke, no molly. Harn is looking for the fight. That's a very aggressive angle. Very committed position, very risky. Walking on ice, thinking about going for the re-peek. The bomb is not really planted for him, and they have picked up a little bit of util on the way through from their dead teammate. Salazar might try and stick it. There's the tap. He's just holding. It's a 5-second defuse. They get the first one, but they need to take him off the defuse, and they can't do it in time. They get the kills, but the round does go in favor of Echo, and we're watching the full 24 on overpass.
Once again, 24 rounds needed into this one, and everybody has to hold, because Echo on 11-11, they did lose all of their guns. So this next buy is going to be a tough one. Oh boy, what have you done? You brought back Echo into this round, Salazar as well. And the frustration keeps growing, and we know that Ascend could fall due to that frustration. It is down to round number 23, and Salazar tries to be aggressive. Spellon knows this is his domain, though. He's going to stay alive into it. Famas spamming away, doesn't land the shots.
Yeah, doesn't get the bullets through, and that feels like a go out of the phone for Ascend. It's looking like another B split. Red Star going to secure short control alongside Spellon, and you're playing a bit of a risky game here. Jump spot not gonna net any information for Iceberg, but the thing is you don't have any presence in towards A, and look at that four-man stack out of Echo. They've got 4 players, including that AWP here.
It's the perfect setup. You just have to wonder if Nicky's gonna take up any more space. There's no need right now. Echo, they've got no util. That's the big problem, really. A single nade on Nicky, he's on the other side of the map. It's Boy on a smoke, and that's it.
Such a big move out of Salazar. They've spotted him in towards connector, so they might have not been ready, but Scribble shuts him down. Leaks, defensive smoke in towards the barrel sink. He's got the support of Boy. They need to try and hold on. The rotations have arrived as well. A lot of missed shots, a lot of whiffs, but that goes both ways. No one getting a kill for now. And it's just a bit of a slowdown. Nate right on top, 35 seconds. Leaks gets another one. It's Gale. Someone will have to prevail eventually. The Red Star will, so does Harn. There goes another one. They'll try and get the bomb planted. There goes the tap. Iceberg trying to disturb, and there goes the plant eventually. It's still a 4v2, but Echo, both their players very committed to this.
It's up to Nicky. He's coming out CT. That A1S needs to do something huge. Iceberg, he's been missing away a lot of shots, running out of max, and he is gonna fall. Now overwhelmed. Another 1v4 required out of Nicky B, and he is getting run down. It's Ascend on map points. First time around an overpass.
And look at the money. Look at the money for Echo. There's nothing. The richest player has $2,250.
This is dead
That's
in the water.
as much as you're working with. This might have just been Ascend securing a third map. This series might be going all the way after all. It's been a very hard fought for map, but they might have it.
They're very, very close. Could be down to the final round, or we could see an unlikely overtime affair now. All comes down to the 24th. What do you do, Echo? What do you show in the final hour? Ascend couldn't close it out on Mirage. Was their own map pick, still a 13-11. They've got the chance now. It's gonna be Leaks holding on down with the MP9 now. Monster Hole. Red Star making noise, trying to make them feel like this is only a flanking play, a bait and switch, but you've seen 2 AKs shoot into the wood. It's the same call as the previous round here for Ascend.
It looks very similar. You want to use the U2. You want to be as careful as possible, but not too careful, right?
Harn?
They still have a bunch of smokes on the CT side.
Yeah, Harn just went back to spawn to buy up another flash.
Yeah, the last thing that you want is to get blocked by a smoke in towards the choke point later on in a round like this. This is terrifying. There goes the re-smoke in towards Monster, and that puts another 15 seconds on the timer. This could get scrappy.
Look at Red Star, though.
They're being very careful. Almost too careful. Double setup in towards Monster. On the other side, they're going to flash through.
This is do or die.
Play. They've got double flash. They're going all in, but the spam is good. Scribble gets one. Kaluber's not shooting where he's supposed to, but Harn is there to cover. And Iceberg's now all alone, and surely this is falling apart. Surely this is going to be a third map on the line. It's just Salazar and Nicky B, and it's just the Pistols. Fully blinded, fully bamboozled, too many players on their screens, and Ascend have done it. They have fought back and have secured an Inferno.
Another one down the line. It comes away to a final map between these two sides, and we wouldn't have had it any other way now, would we? Semi-finals have got to be close, just like the grand final will be too. And the way we have to figure out who's going to move out to that grand final will be to play an Inferno.
Absolutely, and that was such a story for Sen, right? After dropping such a close map one, going back into overpass, not being able to close out a very convincing CT side. That 7-1 start into a 7-5 first half, they had to work on the T side. And we've been so critical of their T side so far. Sure. There's been so many maps that have been running away from them. They've been pretty lackluster on the offense. This was the time when they were finally able to fight back.
Indeed, they were able to find it back, and it was incredible to see overall down onto the second map. But coming around, we do still have to figure out how things will continue out here at the event. So we'll go on ahead and, you know, give the MVP away to Scrimo out here. Right, he did deserve it, but it was still, as you mentioned before, a team effort.
Yeah, I feel like it was a team effort. Also, I want to give a shout out to Harn as well. I think it's Scrimo and Harn, the two people that lifted the heaviest when it comes down to this map. Especially for Scrimo, it's obviously very impressive considering this is the first time he's playing outside of Bulgaria in front of a live audience. Yeah. And he isn't playing necessarily the star positions, right? For someone that's an anchor, a bit of a soldier, he had a very good map on overpass and he was able to hold his own when needed the most. But alongside that, Harn, he was taking much of the initiative, especially on the CT side, especially in the first 10-ish rounds. He was one of the main reasons they had that 7-1 lead to begin with.
Yeah, and not only that, but then you have to think about the clutches. And poor Kaluber, man, he was tested and tested and tried. He finally managed to figure it out at some point in time, but it's never too easy, right? So you've got to go through all of these perils to make it out from map 1 on a loss, second map on a win. Now Ascend have got to figure out what they want to do in that final map of Inferno. We'll be able to figure that one out, ladies and gentlemen, after a quick break.
Every round starts with a question. A ticking clock. 5 opponents. Thousands watching.